जय दलोज कैसे है दलोज? व्हाट इज अप, व्हाट इज अप, व्हाट इज अप? हाउ इज एवरीबॉडी डूइंग? कैसे हो, कैसे हो, कैसे हो, कैसे हो, कैसे हो? क्या हो गया? क्या लिख रहे तुम लोग? हैं? कल सुबह तक मिस किया तुम्हें, माफ करे, वापस करे आज। हेलो बंग्स भाई, हेलो। टिबन ऑस्ट्रेलिया गया हमेशा के लिए? हमेशा के लिए नहीं गया रे। अपना ओपोनेंट कौन है यार? नाम लिखा था वो, बताएगा वो। 4 बजे मैच। बैंकॉक इनविटेशन क्या है? मैं तो यहाँ पे स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ। इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान वॉच पार्टी है। मैं तो क्रिकेट ही नहीं देखता। बैंकॉक जा रहा है? कहाँ जा रहा है? राउंड 1 हो गया, हम लोग ऑलरेडी राउंड 2 में है ब्रैकेट्स के हिसाब से। ला 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 ला। वेरी नाइस अशोक भाई, वेरी नाइस। डिसीजन कहाँ लाइव है? लाइव नहीं है, लेकिन हम स्कोर अपडेट लेते रहेंगे। उय्यम्मा नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नकल्लल, उय्यम्मा नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन्नन् बीजीएमआई प्लस इंडिया वर्सेस पाक प्लस वीसीटी क्या क्या देखूं भाई, सब कुछ है भाई, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, ये लोग सब कुछ एक ही दिन में डाल दिया। बस मैं जीटीआरपी करूँ, जीटीआरपी अगर दूसरा कोई स्ट्रीमिंग प्लेटफॉर्म आता है तो ही करूँगा, मेरे को यूट्यूब पे नहीं करना है, और मैं रूटर को अभी टाइम नहीं दे सकता, ये सीन है। गणेश कैसे दर्शन? नींद का मत पूछो यार। वेरी नाइस अमुक्स भाई, जाने दो। हु आर यू सपोर्टिंग? T1 should be easy 2-0 and Sen should be easy 2-0। ट्विच पे कर सकता है आरपी? भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, मैं क्यों करूं, क्यों करूं मैं, जब वाईटी इतना सपोर्ट करता है, मेरा मेंबर्स ओनली इतना अच्छा जा रहा है, तो मैं ट्विच पे क्यों करूं? और एक अच्छा रीजन रहता तो मैं कर देता। टीशन का मैच लाइव है? नहीं नहीं नहीं, लाइव नहीं है। सेन को मत सपोर्ट कर भाई, चुप रहो। 2-0 होने वाला है, 2-0। मैं आज सुबह पता है क्या हो गया, मैं 6 बजे के आसपास कुछ सोया, ठीक है, 5:30 6 बजे, 10 बजे 10:15 तो मेरा आँख खुला, मैं ऐसा लेटा, ऐसा घूम के देखा, मेरा आँख खुला, और वही टाइम पता नहीं क्यों पिंकी का भी आँख खुला, ठीक है, दोनों ने एक दूसरे को देखा, वो सो गई, मेरे को सोने नहीं हुआ यार। है, वो ऐसा मेरे को देखी, बोला ये उठ गया, वापस सो गई बे पटाख से। क्यूट मोमेंट्स हो गया हमारे साथ, क्यूट मोमेंट्स, लेकिन मेरे को सोने नहीं मिला। फिर 11 बज गया, 1 घंटा में ऐसे लोल पोल रहा था, 1 घंटा हो गया, मैं बोला जान दो, मेड वेड आने वाली है, बैठ जाता हूँ। कभी है ही नहीं बेनसीब में मेरा 6 घंटे के ऊपर का नींद, पता नहीं क्या सीन है। प्राइम भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप। क्या लगता है सेन जीतेगा? सेन जीतेगा 2-0। कांट रिलेट, छोड़ो, एक दिन करोगे रिलेट।
of the tournament, and it comes down to Trace and T1. After all of the hard work both teams have put in just to make it to Bangkok, nobody wants to be the first one to go home.
T1 was heralded as a super team from Korea when their roster was picked up in this offseason. Now they have to prove how deep that talent goes when the pressure's on the line.
Even though the
bass is absolutely thumping right now. It's loud, you can feel it. These teams, these players, right, they've got to be able to calm down quickly. Trace, they talked about being nervous in their opening series, and Sylvan here in his debut has to be good from the first round.
And I wonder what maps we're going to get, because as you said, Mimi, there were some maybe mistakes both of these teams made in their previous game when it came to the veto.
Yeah, T1 elected not to pick into their Lotus, which has looked very strong. But that's a shared map that both these teams
elimination
really
match, yes sir.
So I expect to see it, but I'm really wondering who picks into it. And
here we go. There you
still
go.
Feels confident after that loss, and they
hey
do.
Rajak, thank you for the 5 gifted meri jaan ke rota. Thank you so much. A very good start to the stream. Very good.
Yeah, that's definitely
maps bhi sare अच्छे हैं. That's a W. That's a W. सारे संडास map ban.
Is going to be on the cards. They just suffered a defeat on that on the other day.
पहला 3 map ban
they
देखो.
come in with some new ideas here to try and disrupt.
मेरे ranking के हिसाब
surely
से.
you know exactly what T1 like to do on both of these maps.
Sure, they've played it a ton back in Pacific. Haven will be
Ignore कर रहा मैं ignore नहीं करता यार.
Yoru from T1 against
क्या
a
Bangkok
neon
जा रहे हो?
composition for Trace, which is
मैं इधर
something
ही
that
हूँ.
really only the Chinese teams have been playing in 2025. So very excited for that one. But we're
सारे
starting
संडास
off
में
on
ban
Lotus,
बोला
and
यार. वो last
honestly,
वाला
the
नहीं.
ISO raise
पहला
is
दे.
such a cool,
Rakesh,
unique
bye.
But the thing is,
Welcome to
there's
the
no
cast.
guarantees that
Those
they're
membership.
locking
Please
They're
join the
doing it,
WhatsApp
they're doing it.
group.
I've been praying in my hotel room for media.
www.
Twice today.
So when you look at them
काश
playing this
दोस्त को
comp
भी
on defense,
2000
watch the way
सुपर
they're-
चैट जैसे
they're
कंसीडर
fighting for
करो और
being ball
हार्ट्स दे
control.
दो यार.
The ISO shield paired with a raise nade is
Love you,
surprisingly
love you,
strong
Rakesh
to
bhai.
take that space.
Absolutely, right? It's all about these early opening brawl fights. You can use the Sova too to re-clear if you want to slow down the round in between that as well. Whereas Trace on the other side,
Or
they're
to take
sticking to their
membership,
tried and true.
you have to
Every
click on the
round,
join
I'm telling
button
you on defense, they're putting 3 players
next to the
into those
subscribe
trouble
button.
fights. I really think that
I'm
second
already in
half
the
is gonna
group.
come all
Huh?
down to that control.
But on attack, they're playing double smokes with the Sentinel. They have a very
मेरा number
slow
saved कैसे
control
नहीं है
comp.
मेरे में?
They're going to have to look to slow this raise and ISO down, feel that aggression, and find the gaps off of it.
Yeah, and Sylvan playing on that Omen. This is something that he has done before. Nothing super new. He's just going to slot right back into this roster.
Yeah, at least when you're subbing
Rakesh
him back
Kishti
and
bhai,
forth with
बराबर
Carpet,
है.
they both play the same roles.
So much pressure on him though. It is lose
है,
and
है,
you're
है.
gone.
It is indeed. We're all
Winner
set
cancel
for
हुआ
map
था
one, so
शायद.
let's
Oh.
throw this over to your casters and back.
Delhi
by
meetup ban,
popular
पता नहीं.
demand, popular demand me. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
सीजन मैच
We
स्ट्रीम
have
होगा
one
नहीं.
fan, Yinzu is one of them, I guess. Anyway, thank you very much for that. But hello,
बर्थडे
Achilles
विश कर दो आर्यमान. many many
again
happy returns
to
of the
take us to
day.
the series T1 versus
Tortoise
Race
9 4 बजे
elimination
चालू होगा मैच.
on the line here, Paper Thin.
आज दो मैचेस
absolutely. I mean,
हैं.
both of these teams definitely going to be coming
क्या
into this
जिजिस को
with
भी
something
गिफ्टेड
to
मिला.
prove. Their-
सुब्रता
their
भाई को
outings
थैंक्स
weren't
बोलना
stellar
ठीक
in
है.
their openers. No
चलो.
other way to say it. And
चलो
here
देखो
today,
T1
they've
का
gotta
बहुत
turn things
अच्छा है
around. We know that
टीम,
both of these
लेकिन
teams are capable of doing some serious
टी
damage.
क्या करता है लास्ट
It's
टाइम हम
going to
लोग
come
ने
down
देखा
to some
था.
of the
बहुत
execution.
मारते.
Of course, this A rubble fight is going to be
वो लोग
really
राउंड में जीत
challenging
पा रहे थे
for
लेकिन
Trace
मारते
Esports.
बहुत
Like
है.
Tedesco's talking about, you have to find your timings to contest it.
So it's
because
team
if you
versus
get hit by
aimers.
any of that ISO
अभी देखते
util
कौन
combo,
जीतेगा.
you're dead.
Seems like Trace may be doing their research here. Expecting there's going to be a heavy stack over towards this A side of the map. Instead, they go ahead, push forward in towards B. Contact coming through. Hey, able to find the first kill. Cannot get the second.
टी ने करके
Still
बोल
some
दिया है.
damage dealt. Zizu falls down to 52. Tap of the plant. Looking like they want to flood back. Wrap around, get through this connector over towards Stax, who's very quickly, quietly backpedaling. A little bit deeper into the site. Still going to be out of the open,
Oh,
but nails the first shot.
shot बे.
A leg hit there on the Fung Fung. It goes down to 79, but a 3v3 now.
आयसो को
Watch
देखो.
this push.
Spike planted.
Fung Fung trying to bait them forward
Aisha
here,
को देखो.
trying to sell. Nakai is not waiting around the corner, but it's going to be Meteor wrapping in from Water, who now goes ahead and spoils the plan. Kai's still going to be able to find one.
काय को एक और मारना पड़ेगा.
Tossed,
नहीं मार
Izu
पाया.
now pinching. As Fung Fung knows that he is isolated and alone, is able to find one. Meteor pushes forward and gets shut down. Red Bull clutch gets Trace the pistol.
Well,
Huh?
this is something Trace is going to need
Why?
big time today. Fung Fung was really struggling in their last outing. He just
मुंह
wasn't
दिखाओ, 12 घंटा
that
सोचो,
player
मुंह
that
एकदम
I'm used to
cute हो
seeing
गया.
when I
दिखाओ.
watch their VODs in China. He
10
is
बजे मुझे
absolutely
देखे
electric
वापस
at
हो गए
times.
हिटर
He's really aggressive.
आज
He's
अगर
going to
यॉन
push
किया
space
बाद
really
में
nicely.
गई
And here the whole time, doing a great job locking down the back of the site of
इसको
C.
सपोर्ट करे T1
Making sure that T1
बेबी
can't really get that flank going the way that they want to. And is
Camera
able to
ऊपर
read
कर।
both those positions very, very nicely. But overall, it's a good game plan from TE from
Thank
the get-go.
you,
Avoid that
Dishita.
A-Rubble fight, work the
Why
map.
silent
Really
viewer?
nice stuff from
You
them.
remember your school
Out in
friend?
the open here goes Funk Buzz, however, able to just dance around some of those shots, finds the headshot and puts him down. Up and not going to be recoverable here for the moment, but oh, the TP for it from looking.
क्या कर रहे हैं लोग?
Very ill-advised. Immediately,
ये क्या था?
Gun
टिप्पी के
scooped
पीछे
up.
कुछ था ही नहीं.
two-player advantage here for the side of T1. As they look to win out this eco, something that they were damn good at doing over in kickoff in Pacific.
Meteor still thinks he's playing Sentinel. Hiding behind the box over here.
Tucked in, waiting for any kind of noise. There's a push for the right click. Fight!
Oh
He gets the transfer
my
on to Kai!
God, bro.
Oh, this round! It's all
Oh
T1!
my
As we go
God,
from Red Bull
bro.
clutching the MasterCard Thrifty and tie things up 1-1.
I mean, Trace just feeling like they can take that fight at
Oh
long range, and
my
you should be able
God.
to, but Fung Fung sung his praises from the previous round. This round with a Bulldog.
ये
Gets
थोड़ा
one shot
whiff
to
किया,
land, and
लेकिन
that's
उसके
it.
बाद
And
ये
then they're
क्या
going to
था?
try to
इसके
contest
पीछे
this
कुछ
gun.
नहीं
They're going
था.
to try to protect it, to keep it away from T1's hands. Buzz is standing up. He's fired up.
He is jazzed off the rip. We often talk about Angry Buzz. It seems like he's starting things off like that.
He's been talking a lot, saying that his team is better than what they showed in their opener.
और
He's
डबल
going
टिप्पी
forward.
मारा है.
Okay, able to get in behind. Gets a couple taps there, but
Shit,
cannot
gun
take
रहते
down
तो मार
Meteor.
देता
That
था.
shield doing wonders for him. As Buzz mows down two more. The pitch, red, Stacks able to go ahead and get the ping out. Goes for the push, gets the headshot. As T1
भाई crowd पूरा
will
OP
be
है बे.
flawless and they will find it.
Crowd
This is
heavy
just
टी
an
बनने लग
attempt
रहा
here
है.
by TE to see if they can find ways around this smothering A-Rubble control that you're able to generate with the ISO in particular because of the walls and the vulnerables that you're able to send flying through. A lot of times it's hard to deal with that, so they try to TP past it to see if they can
आपका
maybe
जैसे टिप्पी मारे.
confuse them enough,
नहीं.
but with the
आपका
double
जैसे
tap
टिप्पी मारा
available
लेकिन
for,
गन नहीं था ना.
for Meteor, excuse me, it was just a little
अभी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वो
difficult.
लोग में
Of
इको
course,
राउंड
the
में
weaker
क्या है तो
weaponry
बाय राउंड में वो
not
लोग नहीं
helping
कर पाएंगे.
anything there. Now you've got mostly even guns, a couple Bulldogs for a few players of T1. It's TE now making an aggressive push towards C. Pressure going to be put down onto Izu.
Just खत्म हुआ.
The Boombot not scouting, and now he's striking. Kai does get taken
अरे
down.
बाप
Quick to
रे,
reply.
इजू मार सकता था और
Brings it back to
रे.
parity, but now Bianc pulled into the netherworld as Meteor. Looks to maintain dominance here, but it's going to be Bianc snappy.
Excuse
Gets a double
me?
headshot across, takes him down in the meantime. Fung Fung does get lost. 3v3, the Guardian shots not quite connecting. Bianc able to safely get the spike planted.
फिर मैच
for
देख
now.
सकते हैं नहीं.
Slowing up the action, creeping their
मैं
way
खेलूंगा
forward.
तो देख सकते
Shock
हैं
dart,
लेकिन
minor little
नहीं.
connection going to be found there. Taunt gets a double reveal, and Bianc plays off it beautifully.
भाई है बेटी ये टीम.
Shot the Sylvan Buzz, trying to push forward, low on HP, has to tuck back. That much more on Stax' shoulders. Trying to swing this round, but he's going to be the first one that falls.
Safe.
It looks like the call is going to be with Phantom in hand to potentially drift out of here. Buzz likely feeling like he's going to be committed, wants to try to make this as costly as possible. If he can keep them in the sight, that could be value. It's all three players standing nearby, but Bianc will be able to find a four-piece to tie things up at 2-2.
Yeah, this is just
Going to
a
Masters?
nice
Nope.
timing hit from Trace Esports. They just say, let's
Option
push the
नहीं आ रहा
tempo a
member
little
का
bit.
BC.
Let's test Izu.
मॉड
See
के
what
पास
he's made
लिंक है. मॉड को
Not
लिंक
too
दो
often
जहाँ
we
से
see
ज्वाइन कर
Meteor
सकते हैं.
losing in those kill contracts, at least over in Pacific. He was really damn good. It was like 17
Cheers,
and 6
जो
or
जो
something
चाय
like
पी रहे.
that throughout the entirety of the kickoff stage, and winning that is a
भाई
huge
apart
boon.
from वो इको राउंड I
Able to
think
keep-
overall अच्छा
able to
खेला
keep
है.
Bianca alive, and he was their top fragger on this map the last time they played it. So now he's got a Nightfall to boot. T1 still has enough to buy guns
ये कौन सा नया लाइनअप है
to
पता नहीं
maintain
भाई.
the split, but they're going to
भाई
shift
कौन
over
ये सब
really
ideas
quickly.
लाता
They're
है बे?
reacting.
कुछ लाता है क्या?
Trace was thinking about trying to take this site.
Two going to be noted, goes into the camp, but the dart not connecting. Oh, no, does get a slight little reveal there. Something
Baap
over the top,
re.
trying to just dance around and find him. But as he finds
भाई
his feet,
इजू
he'll be
ने
able to
फिर
finally
भी
take down
एक
Izu.
मारा बे.
Bit of a back and forth here. 2 for
बंदा
2
रिवील
overall.
प्लल सी सब था.
As Thorns go out, shock dart
100% पड़ी
into the corner.
नहीं पड़ी
Bouncing down even lower.
बोलते
Seemed
क्यों
beyond.
मैं
It's away with that one unscathed.
Yeah, it was an attempt by T1 to delay this, but the trades were good.
पोस्ट प्लांट अच्छा
Both
है
sides. It's an even fight. Spike down.
अभी ये
Little bit of
रिवील
util
कुछ
left. Still the
करेगा
paranoia from Sylvan. Here it goes. I don't
ये
think it
रिवील
catches
कुछ
anybody.
तूफानी कर
If it does,
सकता है
was able to catch a headshot. Sylvan similarly finding Hebei. The 1v2. Kai trying to find it.
W
Cannot divide and conquer.
मैं तो
Fuse will
फिर
come
भी
in. T1 reestablishing a slight lead.
This is just a tempo call here from T1.
Why
They're
are we
sensing
not
that
going to
it
Masters,
worked
bro?
in the
अभी
previous
भी
round
टीम
for
बना
Trace,
टीम promising
so
है अपना
they
भी
might just
देखते
try
क्या
the same
होता
kind of thing
है
again.
एक
A
और
pacey
Masters है
hit
इसके
towards
बाद
the C site. Let's rotate a few players
पत्रिकू
over
का
a little bit faster.
अगर सब हो गया
Get Stacks
और
and
वो आ
Meteor
गया
over
टीम में
there.
तो I
You're
think
able to get those
we have a good
trades.
chance.
You're able to set yourself up for this retake. Cover these angles nicely. Yeah, it was good. Agree.
Which
Agree,
team is
Stacks.
being supporting T1 baby?
They needed that one. The Nightfall was invested for Trace in that round. You've got a bunch of alts for T1. Got the Showstopper.
Still
Got the Hunter's
Friends,
Fury.
India was the
Five downs here
match
on the side of
कभी
Trace.
मैं
Three
cricket
rivals
कभी
coming
life
through.
में follow
Okay,
नहीं
Buzz.
किया
Gunned down by the classic of all things. Loping able to find that kill. Stacks,
Oh.
however. Hunter's
भाई
Fury
ये
opened
कॉम्बो
up.
था
Hebei, bang, bang, on the
ये
floor.
vulnerable और alt का कॉम्बो था
2 quick kills to suddenly just give T1 the advantage. And now that is capitalized upon as Sylvan finds Low King beyond, cannot steady the spray.
Spike down A.
आप मास्टर
Meteor
जा रहे
cuts
हो
him down to
नहीं
size, and now Kai
स्पैम क्यों
just
करता
tucked here,
कभी
waiting,
कभी
ready.
एक बार एंटर दबाते हो जाता है
Just find one,
तब भी आता है ऐसे 3 बार वरना
है? ये
नहीं
देख
but Widely needs to try to just hold on to this weapon.
क्राउड पूरा T1 और सेन सपोर्टर्स है
Drifting
सेन का तो
ever
बहुत है भाई
closer
सेन
towards
का
the
बहुत
spike, towards the 2-player stack.
मैं क्रिकेट में पता है 2 ही जन को
Everybody's a little weak.
देखा और फॉलो किया
It's an opportunity here for Kai.
एक फॉलो किया मतलब
That,
देखा
that
बहुत
tight
है
angle,
वैसा
so difficult.
ये डैड देखते थे ना एक सचिन का जी
Dissipates
और
and finds the first
कपिल
one.
का जी।
Meteor taken even lower, suddenly in with a shout. The wall comes up. Izu out on the flank, however. Needed the headshot there, cannot find it.
ए फाइट नहीं ले सकते
Izu
सी
keeps
जाएंगे लोग
his teammate
सी या
alive.
फिर भी
Keeps T1 in the lead.
why not
I
going
mean, this is
masters
just
one
fast and
because I'm
furious
doing
for
watch
Trace
party
Esports. There's no pulling off of the gas pedal for them. And he gets the reveal there
आपको
at
राइट
the
से
door.
लेट नहीं है सब जगह थोड़ी
of
मेरे को
A.
बेचते रहेंगे यार
Catches 2 players with it. Huge.
Monstrous.
Huge from Stacks. There's that wall. Makes it difficult to figure out exactly
दूसरा
what's
क्या
going
बोले
on. Well
सुनाई नहीं
timed
दिया
between Meteor and Izu.
सचिन
Make
भाई
sure that they
और
could clean
कपिल
up that
पाजी
kill without any further damage. Timeout for Trace. Gotta rethink
कपिल
this.
थे
This is tough. I mean, what I'd like to see Trace do is, frankly,
W आ रहा था
slow
दोनों
the
का।
pace down. I mean, that's something that can give T1 problems.
जब
They're
हम लोग
happy to
तीनों
scrap
खेलते
with you.
थे ना
That's APAC,
क्रिकेट
baby. And I know
क्या दिन थे
that,
बे
you
वो।
know, in China it's quite similar, honestly, but that's something that T1 can thrive in, especially on this map. They're so good with the reactions, particularly Meteor, throwing out the vulnerables. You'll see some combos with Stacks with the shock darts even that are just off the cuff.
आप
And they're
इतने
just
पुराने
nailing them.
हो?
And it's really impressive the way that
Language.
T1 can function on this map with this comp.
मुझे
It's a
full
very
ignore
scary
किधर
thing
कहाँ
to try to get breakthrough.
Yeah. 2025 Stacks on Sova, very different from the previous iterations.
Oh, poor Stacks.
No, not poor Stacks. He finally
Oh,
figured
that,
Big
it
is
is,
a
out.
money
that's
guy,
true.
my
He has
dad.
improved a lot on
Learn
Sova.
how to play it, but I fully agree with you.
मेरा
When you
bowling
have
देखा नहीं है
that
ना तुम
ice on
लोग
the
ने।
opposite side, being able to slow down the pace, avoid these undercuts.
हर
where
जगह मुझे नहीं
you're
बेच सकते
storming
ना
out
तक
in
भाई
towards rubble, in towards mound, wherever it may be.
ऐसे में वीडियो में
Suddenly you're
bowling देखा था
vulnerable.
मैं
You know,
या
that shock
I
dart
was
can
the
tear you
youngest
apart. That
prodigy
one shot to the chest can really shatter your team.
Or you get hit by a raise nade. There's a bunch of crazy combos that they can pull off with this, and the contingency is a real problem for dealing with rubble control. And then the
Health
vulnerables,
कैसा
they
है?
have
First
all
class
these
है?
great angles because you
नींद
can send
नहीं
it through
मिला
the
बस।
walls, so you're able to catch people out of
Health
place
एकदम
where they think they're safe and they're
tip
actually
tops।
not. Looks like it's going to be another attempt at C, but T1 kind of ahead of the curve here.
गया
Oh, showstopper to open things up. That's going to be Buzz and
बोला
Sylvan both
ना
taken
गया।
down. Gets the trade onto one, but double casualty. Certainly not something that T1 were looking for.
Where does that
भाई
land?
साइफर का
Buzz
वो
was on the
देखो
box.
बे
Sylvan, I thought, was underneath him.
पोजी ए बी किधर भी रोटेट करने का पोजी
Nice shot, though, from Fong Fong.
Must have been enough splash just to be able to take them both down either way.
एक किल साइफर को लेना पड़ेगा क्या लगता है
Undercut forcing Kai back. Meteor pushing forward, instantly
भाई,
finding
shield
the
OP
headshot.
था।
Gets the reset here.
शील्ड
the shield.
ओपी था ब्रो
Double tap in play.
Nice.
As the double swing comes through, Bianc will be able to take him down. A 2v3 now. Zizu going to be noted the Def getting the reveal. Gets the
God.
one tap.
Oh my God!
Mizu! That should be outlawed. That should be illegal.
What is this? I mean, this is such a good round, I thought, from Trace. I love the way they played this.
क्या
Oh, the
था
showstopper, like, hits right next to the
ये?
box. What a shot. And then they do a great job making sure that the double tap of Meteor isn't going to be effective. They're going to line a couple players up and make sure they can't do anything about it. And then Izu just does that. It's unfair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever. They're frozen because they're frozen in awe. They don't know how to react. Unbelievable. And for Trace,
बाप
just such a kick in the gut.
भाई अगर हम लोग का ऐसे एम होएगा क्या मजा आएगा ना खेलने को चैट
Maybe now Trace,
मेरा है
I
अपना
think,
देख लो
can
तुम लोग
take a bit of a pause and then maybe make another attempt at taking
I'd
A
like to
Rebel. The
apologize.
problem
भाई
is
एक दिन
that
करना
T1 wants to
पड़ेगा
get
फिर
aggressive
full
off this. They love
apology
to push deeper towards A main and take control and really force you to the other sides of the map. Force you into these combos. I mean, you're going to see
उठाएगा
Meteor and
क्या
Stacks
Meteor?
playing together a lot on this map. There it is right there. They're going for that vulnerable shock dart combo. Not going to be able to connect. He dodges
गए
it.
अब तो गया अब गया भाई अब
on the
गया
chase. The ping reveal though, and Pung Pung going to be dead through the box.
अब गया
King able to push forward into the cage, finds a headshot with the
Mixed
Sheriff.
emotions.
Weapon can be recovered as Sylvan now TPing across the map over towards the CT side. Hawk will show the rest is cleared.
जैसे
Meteor,
प्लांट करेगा
He has the kill
परसेंट
contract. He knows that a lot of them have weaker weaponry.
Showstopper as well.
And he's just going to look to try to send this here. But for now, Thorn sent. And there's the grab on the Lil King. Does have a Vandal in hand, but can he win out the fight? The answer is going to be no. In the meantime, Buzz off camera. Able to
दो
find
अल्टी से
Heyman,
दो
able to
किल
find
मिला
Kai.
इजी रिटेक
And that's T1
W round
finding
W
a sixth round win.
And this is the other layer to this T1 comp, and you're going to see it on
मैंने
Heyman as
तीन
well.
बंदे मारे थे
That you
ऐसे,
can set up for
excuse me.
retake so nicely. You can set up for execute so nicely because you're going to be feeding ult orbs. You're going to be feeding charges into Meteor as best as you can. And he's going to be able to eliminate a player from the equation.
भाई कैसे
Everybody else can
पोजीशन
flood
पे
in
मार
off
पा
the
रहे
back of
समझ
it.
में नहीं आ रहा
That's a great ping out there. That really bailed Izu out because he looked like
तीन
dead
बार
rights to
इजू
me.
एकदम
Meteor there
अनपॉसिबल
with one
पोजीशन में
tap
था
for the win.
जहाँ पे
Another
15
good
यूटिल उस
reveal
पे
from
बह रहा है
So
वो
some good
फिर भी
solo
मार रहा है।
utility, really getting some value for the IGL of T1.
कैसा बंक सब बढ़िया
For Trace, having
फिर
already
कहाँ गया
committed.
विच टीम में
timeout.
अभी कोई टीम में नहीं है वो शायद
Pulling the trigger on that second one in the same half. Continues to be one of the most difficult things
व्हाट इज
for coach
अनपॉसिबल
to be able to do, but if T1 continues to
जो
snowball
चीज पॉसिबल नहीं हो
this
सकती
purchase here from Trace, their economy down to the dumps once again, might just have to be
ए फाइट ये
the
लोग
last
एक
ditch
बार
effort.
नहीं जीते
Entry coming across here towards Rebel. Sylvan just going to be dropping down. Kai able to find one as Meteor hits the floor. Sylvan swinging out to the corner, still going to be good
अब
for one,
जीते।
but then gets traded back by Heybei.
अब जीते
Once again, player advantage here for the side of Trace.
कभी ना कभी तो जीतेंगे ना यार समझ रहे हो एफपीएस है
Have
मतलब
since
ऐसा
begun.
मेरे वजह
Buzz
से
for
कुछ नहीं हुआ
now,
है
tucked in behind the box, spots out a leg, swings out, finds one, but Heybei
Heybei,
able to
किसे
collect
मारे?
Izu from behind. Stacks now, last one standing, but
टैक्स भाई
immense amount of
क्लच
damage
करो
there.
वहाँ पे अभी फ्लाइट लगे अभी ऑन स्ट्रीम फ्लाइट लगे वहाँ पे आके पेज पे नंगा ना चुका
Let the dart, and they're going to even use the Nightfall here just to guarantee it. I mean, you can see how desperately they want to win
He's
this.
looking for the timing, almost does get it. But Kai will be
उसके
able
बाद
to plant
1v1
feet
था
and find the kill. Trace break the round win streak here from T1 and get their third
सीजन
on the
मैच
board.
कभी है
Yeah,
4
this is
बजे
an interesting round because T1 actually saves their util off the rip. They don't go for that aggressive contingency into paranoia, into paint shells combo that we see a lot. They held on to a lot of that util, and Sylvan was able to hit a paranoia, but was in a bad spot off the back of it. Meteor just losing a lurk duel out on B. Good recognition by Trace Esports. That's something Meteor has been trying to push for his team. They're able to shut it down that time. Now we're going back to the typical Rebel control. Heybei does get vulnerable. The paint shells are in his face, but able to back off just fine. Now you can see Stacks, Meteor, and Buzz all lining up to try to make an aggressive move.
Reporter not spotted by the Prowler there. It tucks in underneath. Now is still going to be standing as they're trying to pressure out.
let's get
Kai
banks
breaks the shield, but Buzz there with that covering fire. They're locked in from the sheer wall, but nobody else
प्यारा
really
है
wants to try to
maybe
challenge, as you would suspect. But okay, it looks like Bianca is going to be up to task. Supersen finds one, but now Sylvan taking space outside
ये
of A
प्लेयर
lobby.
मस्त खेलता है ना
Just continues
Fang
to cycle this spike down to the floor.
फंग गिफ्ट नहीं है फंग है उसका नाम
Fung Fung, does he read this lurk forward? He does not. T1
Must
will
play
ensure
like
that Trace cannot get any consecutive round wins.
I mean, T1 is just so aggressive on this map because of that A rubble control that they can take.
क्या
And this
ये
time
में
they say,
एकदम
all right,
ऐसा
let's throw
माउस
the
खिसका
util
के सीधा हेड मार
at A,
देते बे
and then
वो
we're
लोग।
going to immediately shift over to B. 3-man push it, use that
आप
shield.
इतना टाइम
gain a
बेड
little
तो
bit of
गाफ
advantage.
दुखती
They
है
got the
क्या?
spot on
आप
the
कॉटन
Kai with the
रखते हो
drone. He
चड्डी
had
में
no
फॉर
backup.
सॉफ्टनेस?
Stacks knew it.
नहीं, मेरी बुंडी
They were
एकदम
able to
कॉटन
punish
जैसे
that and really
सॉफ्ट है।
just break TE apart piece by piece.
Patrick bhai,
Into
thank
this
you for the
round. That usual
100.
combo. Try to take A rubble control.
ये सब
Buzz
क्या
playing pretty far
लैंग्वेज है
back,
भाई
though.
मेरी बीवी के सामने?
Nade splashes a little bit of damage into Fung Fung. Going for the spray to try to see if they could find a little bit more, but it's a weaker buy. It's a half buy for Trace Esports into this round.
But I like the passive passivity.
By
here from
half तो
T1.
जीत गए।
Is that a word? I don't know. Either way.
It is.
Half
Okay,
तो
there
जीत
you
गए।
go. Nailed it. Inadvertently.
बस पिस्तौल राउंड
Which is
चाहिए
also a
अभी,
word.
then they are
But I
clear.
like the passivity here, just pulling back, anticipating there's going to be a bit more aggression.
लेकिन
given the
ट्रेस का
economy
मैप
here
है, अभी
from the
देखना
side of
पड़ेगा ये
Trace.
लोग क्या ऐसा
Under a
डिफेंस
little bit of space
करते हैं।
control.
तो ये लोग का डिफेंस ज्यादा अच्छा है अटैक से।
Yeah, and this is one of the things you have
ये
to do
कॉम
against
का
this T1
defense
comp,
बहुत
is you
अच्छा
have
है।
to make T1 guess when they can dump that util
अटैक कैजुअल है
and make
ये
it
कॉम में,
difficult
लेकिन
for them
डिफेंस
to
बहुत
connect.
प्यारा है।
Because if they connect on it, it's basically round over GG. But T1 here has completely
क्यों ये
abandoned
डिफेंस
this
प्यारा?
C
बताओ।
site. Heibei and Kai are going on a bit of an exploration, looking to see
हाँ?
they can find that open
क्या?
space.
क्या बोला?
Tripwire right at the door, camera above.
क्या
Heibei,
बोला?
here's the camera. Trying to find the angle to clear it. Does.
He's
That's
back
gonna-
in position. Meteor also rotating off of this, though. Well, that opens up this
ये
a
खाने
little
से
bit
अच्छा
more.
बादाम
Still
खाओ
3
सुबह
players
सुबह उठ
here.
के।
Zach's tucked in behind the connector door. They're gonna break, they're gonna foul. As it immediately gets a catch. Drapes across, Paranoia just gonna be holding it down, but he's close enough to spot out the outline. Turns back.
ओई ओ
Gets away, looking. And now the spike is stranded. No hope in hell as Stacks looks for an ace. Kai's so very low, but he just can't quite give it to him. Sylvan will be the finisher
अरे
in the
मैडम आराम से,
round.
मैडम आराम से।
As T1 stretch it now by 5, 8-3. Last round of the half
क्या
coming up.
मारा
And this is
पे।
a huge play by Stacks. He does such a great job in the heat of the moment here. Works that paranoia, so the nearsightedness gives him a clear view of who's going to be coming
भाई
through that
पीछे
wall.
घूम के कैसे
He's
मारा
able to
पे?
reposition off the back of the Prowler so
काहे चिल्ला रहे हो
nicely.
मैडम?
Find a huge 4K. Saw a glimpse of the beast on Bind. Are we going to see
Yeah.
more from the IGL T1? That classic clutch king that he used to be.
मेरे को अभी भी उससे
here.
वही वाला वाइब
Keeping
आता
eyes
है।
on the util, but it's pretty typical for T1. Throw the vulnerable.
सबसे
Send Meteor
बुरा
back
मेरे
over
को
to
लगा
B.
था जब वो
Stacks leaning
न्यूज़
heavily
आया था।
towards C,
He's
really
no longer with
thinking
DRX.
that this is going to be where they're going to go. It helps when you have full A rubble control. And you
Binks
know
ने
that they're not
300 आप
putting any
आदित्य
pressure in
माने
that
भाई
direction.
आपका कल
Cameron's
का
gonna
दिन
be out
बहुत
of
प्यारा
bounds this
जाएगा
time.
काहे
So they're
टेंशन
going to
ले
get
रहे हो?
maybe get a bit of an earlier read on it as well. Gets cleared. We're going to be,
Showstopper.
yep.
हेलो दे रहे हैं
But Hunter's Fury just off the orb contact, and Izu just swings out, finds beyond K. The Hunter's Fury confirms that no one else is
सही
pushed
है
forward
Izu.
in towards that smoke at the entryway.
Even justify
So,
comp
he
which you
certainly
didn't
responded,
like
but he just challenges for the fight and wins it.
which I didn't like मतलब
Stacks
ये comp
will
मेरे
get
को अभी
dropped
भी नहीं
here at
पसंद
B.
यार इतना
Ends up being the call to pivot, but looks like it's going to be Kai wrapping back around to try to join in with the rest of the
ये
team. They
comp
still have
अभी
this
भी इतना
showstopper
नहीं
in play.
पसंद I feel they'll get
Last round of the
punished
half.
against good
No
teams
point in not using it, but Heibei dying means that they don't
There
have
are
that mid.
better
They
comps.
never get to invest that
P का
ultimate
comp
to try to secure a pulse
ज़्यादा
plan.
अच्छा है
Izu hasn't played this position
ये
before.
दोनों में
It is a
They
bit of a
can be ready.
change-up. Double blast pack still available. Showstopper out and over. Can't see a damn thing. And Izu now ready to strike. Transfers once again
ये
on
देख
to
रहे हो ये
3.
comp का नहीं है ये
The 4K will give T1 a
player-
9 3/2.
player buff है
This is clinical
एक
from
बंदा 4 को मार
T1.
के जा रहा है that is not the
Playing the
comp
map
buff
the way they want to.
the player
And they
buff
had their way in this first half.
For Trace, still needing to wake
Correct.
up. Let's see if they can do it. A bit reprieve here. We take a break for the halftime.
excuse me Patrick bhai
Had it with your old phone. We've got
बंग
you.
भाई क्या ले
At
सब
Verizon,
बढ़िया
trade in any old phone
ले
for iPhone 16 Pro on us on any plan and get iPad and
It's
Apple
just
Watch Series
boring
10 all
I
three
think
on us.
now
That's up
T
to
will shine
$2,000 in
वो लोग का
value only on
defensive
Verizon.
comp is insanely good insanely
Red
good
Bull gives you wings.
so I think now T should shine अगर वो लोग ने पहला पिस्तौल राउंड निकाला तो कमबैक पॉसिबल है सेकंड मास्टर्स कब होएगा? इसके बाद एक और स्प्लिट चालू होएगा, वो स्प्लिट से जो टॉप 8 टीम रहेगा वो लोग सेकंड मास्टर्स खेलेंगे। मेरे को ये दोनों कॉम्ब से ज्यादा बेटर है ना, वो वाला कॉम्ब अच्छा लगता है भाई, ब्रिज पे हो। ब्रिज पे हो कॉम्ब हर एक मैप में इनसे मेरी चैट दिख रहा है, बंक दिख रहा है ना मेरी जान? आज फाइनल होगा, देखते हैं रात तक कितनी एनर्जी बचती है। हेलो संगीत भाई, निशांत भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द फर्स्ट सुपर चैट, थैंक यू सो मच। फर्स्ट सुपर चैट देख के एक अलग वो होता है मेरे को खुशी कि कोई अपना पहला सुपर चैट
You're back and about to go into the second half here on Lotus. Desk was highlighting
Which is
it.
the
This
best
map draft
controller?
seemingly so good for the side of T1.
Depends on
Maybe
map to
Trace
map.
will come alive after
But
getting over some of
ideally,
those stage
it's
jitters. The coach
Omen
talking about
and
how
Astra.
nervous the
Because
players kind
Astra
of
is
were
buff
getting
with
back
5
onto
stars
this
and
international
Omen as a
stage. That hasn't quite been the case here. Everything that T1 has thrown at them, Trace have really struggled to get a grasp of it.
Absolutely. And, you know, you've got some of the most experienced players ever in Valorant
Regional
esports
map कहाँ
history
देख
on the
सकते हैं?
other
फिलहाल
side
तो
across
किधर
the
नहीं
stage from
देखते
you. It is very tough. I will say this was in my...
Open up in front of this C entrance. and
अरे
T1
OBS भी
collectively
ना,
will drift away.
refresh
Make you think it's there anyway. No Yoru here to make it a little easier to get past some of that vice utility.
क्या हो रहा है? नेट गया
They're
क्या?
gonna have to be, they were really well
ये तो
coordinated
refresh
as a
नहीं
team.
लग
The
रहा।
comms looked good to me on this half when they played G2 on their defensive
Refresh,
side. so
refresh, refresh, refresh,
need a little
refresh,
bit more of
refresh,
that.
refresh, refresh,
This
refresh,
is gonna be a
refresh,
full
refresh,
retake. I
refresh,
love this from
refresh,
Stacks. You got a little bit of
refresh,
util
refresh.
baited out, and now you can try and go
Oh, yeah,
back
yeah.
to that side of the map.
कभी
Create a
कभी
little bit of
OBS
noise,
थोड़ा
let
तंग
Meteor
कर देता है
lurk,
मेरे को।
see if you can break through to the C site.
Trying to nail the timing here. If they can get the strike going on C, get those rotations beginning, and then have Meteor into the back lines.
ठीक हो गया, ठीक हो गया।
And this could be
वो
absolutely
लाइक्स कम है ना,
devastating.
इसलिए वो फिर YouTube बोलता है
There goes
बंद
the
कर
paint
दो
shell.
इसको। समझ रहे हो?
Contact about to come through. He hears the footsteps, and Meteor able to collect it there with the final shot through the corner. Buzz does get taken down. Heybei giving the slide for just the one kill. Sylvan now cycling this smoke. Run the clock down, but they still get the spike planted here in time. And Nakai swinging out will be able to get Sylvan, but Isu's there from behind to shut him down.
अरे,
Stacks now
मारना था
just swinging around the
उसको।
corner. BNK cannot make it happen. Stacks will two. With two, we'll get
कल
T1
सबसे
their first
हार्डेस्ट
pistol win
पेपर
as they get
था
up to
मेरा
double digits.
यार
Gotta
आदित्य
tip my cap to
भाई।
Stacks
कौन
on
सा
this
पेपर
round in a
था?
couple different ways. The IGLing
अरे
so
मैं
good.
next
His
month
movement
is
there, that
exclusive
micro
from me
movement at the
and
end,
shifting
knocking
to
himself
Finland.
easily to Bianca.
Good luck
Really, really
going
good.
to
Meteor
Miss
coming
India.
up huge
Love
on the
both.
lurk.
Geriki.
This is a
Best
great
of luck,
round
मेरी
from
जान।
T1. One of the best I've seen from them on a pistol this year. This is a
Make your
really
parents
smart game
proud.
plan. They saw
Make
some of the things that were
everyone
working for G2.
Work good, stay
Implemented it here
healthy.
against Trace. Heybei was having a
Go to
really tough time
places,
on that
explore,
C site. If you can
make new
divert attention
friends.
and just leave Heybei on
मेरे
an
बेटे की
island on
तरह
C as the
clubbing मत
Viper,
करना सिर्फ।
he gets beat up, to be honest. And he really struggled against G2.
Vandal in hand, Sylvan with a Guardian. Otherwise, two Ghosts and a Spectre. A site pretty much completely opened up here for them. T1 going to be getting a very fast plant. Is looking for the spray. That's a headshot. And I think he might have caught a glimpse there. Yeah, BNK now desperately backpedaling, trying to get away.
मेरा भाई
Out
बैंक ऑफ
towards
फॉर लाइफ
safety.
विजिट इज सपोर्टिंग सेंट ड्रीम
Himself alive
राइड
here
2
for the
इयर्स
moment.
पिंक टी-शर्ट में मुलु गुलु सा दिखा तो मजा आ जाएगा। डांसिंग ढूंढेंगे।
Going to be his demise.
तेरे हाथ में क्या है? तेरे हाथ में क्या है?
Swings in, looks for a little bit more, and is rewarded.
ए मेरे लिए कुछ सामान लेके आना वहाँ पे।
They were
क्या
staggering
क्या
that
रे?
utility. Buzz finds 3.
मेरे को सिर्फ फिनिक्स चाहिए और कुछ
One
नहीं
left
चाहिए
here
मेरे को।
for Trace, just Kai.
बाकी सब है राइट।
Okay.
He'll die, but Buzz, I think
मेरे
we
से
have
बड़ा
to take
fan
that.
है क्या
He's
कोई?
so many charges towards that showstopper. Given the number of rounds that are likely left in this map, and being able to build up a showstopper to potentially close it,
डब्ल्यू सुशांत भाई।
that could be
यार
the
जो भी
final
लोग
nail
देख
in
रहे
the
हैं एक
coffin.
साथ लाइक तो को
Absolutely right.
जितने लोग
This
देख
is
रहे हैं
just
उतना लाइक होएगा तो मजा ही
Great
आएगा
post-plant
लाइक।
aggression here. The way that they combo this with the boom bot into the paint shells, into the shock dart to make sure
4:30 बजे
that
का है
everything behind this wall is going to at least take some damage. And then Buzz is able to swing off of it nicely, find 3 kills. So far, so good.
पहला
for
सुपर चैट
T1.
अच्छा लगता है इसलिए ये
Now you
आपके
got a
लिए
big
लव
time
यू
bonus
भावेश
coming out of Trace. They are going to invest in
भाई।
an Odin.
थैंक यू सो
Get
मच।
Bianca
लव यू।
rolling with this thing. bit of damage done to just stacks, it looks like.
एक वो स्पेशल वाली फीलिंग आती है कोई अपना पहला
Lets him know.
ये
Yep,
मेरा
I'm still here.
मेरा
Strike
पहला
Sylvan.
सुपर चैट मेरे को याद है
Hell of a
कौन
lot more as he gets whittled away down to 45. Clear on the haunt though.
क्या दिन थे यार
More to be spotted. Takes a pause, goes for the reload.
good old days
Ooh, Meteor chipped away at. T1 just
Look at his wall.
narrowly dancing around this, but yeah, Meteor wall set up. Push across, undercut, going to be sent through towards
those who
Dream.
know they know
Pushes forward, is able to find one. And Buzz
Oh,
is not going to be
but
fast enough to
yeah,
get the punish. Paint shell out, Meteor.
Meteor mara.
Charge in. Does end up getting taken down, but Izu
भाई
striking
खतरनाक
from
ट्रेड
that
लिया
flank.
इसने
Forward into B, opens up the site, and now the spike going to be pivoted around. 3v3 with weapons upgraded. Kai, first to arrive
अच्छा
here at
कम से
upper.
डिफेंस नहीं हो रहा रे
They let Buzz to watch the flank.
Shot's going to be sent. Recon not going deep enough, doesn't get a notice there.
Look at Luo King. He's lost. He's trying to figure out where Izu went.
He knows it all. He's just being so
Whoa.
passive, so cautious. In the meantime, the spike has been ticking. Stacks planting his feet. Finding Kai, looking now, finally arriving. Gets that one final bullet across to put down T1's
अब
IGL,
हमको
but the time's
आपके
just
जैसा
not on his
गेम
side.
सीएंस कब आएगा मेरा खेलते खेलते आ
Pink
जाएगा
shells to further
एंटनी
delay.
बाय कैसी हसरत हुआ
And at this point, he has to know the round is basically over. Needs to pull off
Javan
some
kill
absolute
back.
heroics, but Izu doesn't skip a beat. Swoops in right when he was needed. And that's T1 now, up to map point.
Mr. Box from right nope
This is quite an interesting round. I thought Trace playing this pretty nicely. This combo with the razor vines in the walls completely bamboozles T1, but only Sylvan pays the price for it. Buzz is a
भाई इतना
quick
प्यारा
to react,
कॉम्प
to
है
get up on top of the
रे
box,
डिफेंस
to
में
provide some cover fire, and then back right off. Take that trade and get out.
I hope
Stacks
second
here
map
winning a
जाग
tough
जाए
fight.
players
Kai, just a little bit off the mark.
ना थोड़ा वीफी
Seems
चल
like
रहा है
Trace fairly rattled.
इतना जल्दी खत्म कर
Going
दिया
to
हाँ
try
वो लोग का प्लेयर्स
one
का एम
last
नहीं लग रहा
desperate
है ना
timeout.
कभी-कभी
See
होता
if they
है
can
just
string
not
some rounds
your day
together. Again,
मेहनत
even if you're
करना
not winning this
अलग
map,
बात है
it's
लेकिन
so crucial.
वो दिन को फील
Find
करना
some
अलग
round
बात है
wins to
कभी-कभी
get
हो
yourself
जाता है
back in the game, to get
पहला
yourself
सबसे पहले आपके लिए
mentally
love you
more into
gaming
things, to get that
Andes
confidence flowing
Love
again.
you.
That Trace so
thank
desperately
you for the
needs.
first subscribe thank you for the
Saw
100
from
million
that outset, that opening pistol, but how quickly was that flame snuffed as T1 pull off an eco round in the second. It was
It's
just
too
brutal.
late
It
for
feels like Trace has
time
not been able to recover
out.
since then.
it's too late
And to be fair, some of the moments have just been straight up hero plays from T1, but you're going to have that. And
पहला
you're not
तरीका-
having your
पहला
heroes
सुधार का तरीका
step up
थोड़ा
for Trace
casual है,
Esports. Kai's having an okay map, but Feng Feng
amount
has
matter
been
नहीं करता it's the
widely
feeling which counts
shut down. He's had a few impressive moments, a cool showstopper. Bianche, who
Lunch
was your top
क्या नहीं,
fragger
मैं
against
dinner
G2,
करता हूँ सुबह।
has been widely kept in check. Heibei
2-0,
struggling,
yes,
Low King in
sir.
particular, having a real hard time on that Omen. Not something you see very often. Usually Liu King is very consistent.
सौरभ भाई काम करते रहना चाहिए यार you should not ever work for
That
reward
helps Showstopper, previously mentioned
अगर
2 rounds
इतना
ago, is
watch
now
party करेगा
online and
तो-
ready to go.
And
Buzz is going to
क्या
send
मुझे
it off
ये
the
मिलेगा
rim.
क्या मुझे वो मिलेगा वैसा
Chasing
नहीं
forward
रहता।
in towards that
काम
connector. You
करते
can hear the
रहना चाहिए, मैं
footsteps. He
खुद के लिए
knows
watch
they are
party
just
कर रहा हूँ।
sprinting in
मेरे को
fear.
revenue इसमें कुछ
Where
profitable
does he
है
send
नहीं
it? Does he choose
मेरा
correctly?
audience
My
के लिए
God,
कर
he
रहा
has. Fuck,
वो लोग
fuck.
मेरे को ऑन टाइम
Not
राइट्स
knowing what
दे
hit
रहे
him.
हैं वॉच पार्टी करने के लिए वही मेरे लिए गिफ्ट है मेरे को और कुछ नहीं चाहिए
Is this the beginning of the end here on Lotus? 4v5, Spike already planted some players
हम लोग को
nearby.
एक पिंक में एक बंदा स्पॉट करना है ठीक है याद
There's a
रखना
close right, but now there's a shorty waiting
जब
for
भी
him. He
audience
won't even get
दिखेगा।
a beat at Sylvan. Takes his head clean off, and there you have it. In the blink of an eye, it all comes
आपका WhatsApp
tumbling
group is
down.
more of a
13-3,
family group yes
T1.
sir
That is
Off this
a
series
अच्छा
in
भाई।
such a huge way.
that is a statement game
तो अनलकी
from
ट्रेस
T1.
अनलकी नहीं है there is nothing
Definitely
unlucky
not going out quietly. They have punched back in a big way.
That they do. Trace now needing to recover
लगा
once
attack
again
थोड़ा सा
with
casual था
Haven.
rubber
T1's
control
map pick
casual
on the
था
horizon. We'll see you guys after the break.
पनिश हो गए बे वो लोग और कुछ नहीं सामने का टीम का कॉन्फिडेंस और एग्जीक्यूट क्या था बे बस वो इजू जो वो एंगल से जो बार-बार एक मार रहा था ना वो बहुत कंसर्निंग है मतलब नहीं मारना चाहिए भी हर राउंड इजू मार रहा है हाँ?
Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise.
काट रहा था ना मैं अच्छे अबे कौन चिल्ला रहा है बदतमीज सॉरी बिना डिस्कॉर्ड ज्वाइन किया वर्चुअल कैसे करना है प्लीज बता दो शायद ऐसा कोई तरीका नहीं है शायद लेकिन मॉड्स कैन हेल्प बहुत समझ मैं नेपाल से तुम्हारा स्ट्रीम देखता था 3 साल पहले एंड कांट डू सुपर एट दैट टाइम बट अभी बाहर हूं इसलिए स्मॉल गिफ्ट ओ नेपाल से यूएस ओ वो क्या कर रहे हैं वहां पे सर जी थैंक यू फॉर द $5 थैंक यू सो मच थैंक यू फॉर द फर्स्ट सुपर चैट Eva Bayan, thank you for the membership. Now Discord is the only way. ये लो पहला मेंबरशिप आ जाओ ग्रुप में आ जाओ व्हाट्सएप क्लोज है हाँ ना सेम मतलब हम लोग को पिंक में एक बंदा ढूंढने का एक बंदा वहां पे गया हुआ पिंक टी शर्ट गोलू मोलू का सूट है बोलो 4 बज गए नहीं 4:30 बजे एक मैच वो हो गया हम लोग का जो हम लोग का ओपोनेंट थे वो लोग ऑलरेडी एक मैच में 4:30 बजे भाई टैक्स लेगा मेरे को एक टाइम पे स्ट्रिक्स दिखाई दिया यार
प्राइम स्ट्रीक्स क्या था ना
और अभी देखो क्लबिंग स्ट्रिक्स हो गया
अरे राइवल्स खेलते
उसी वाला हो गया फिर No more one piece, okay?
No more cards.
No more one piece.
Cards. No more cards.
Come on, gotta catch them all.
No.
Pikachu.
No.
We have Pikachu.
Current marriage.
Sorry. अरे ग्रो आज का पहला मेंबरशिप है वो अच्छा वैसा ऑलरेडी 5 टिकट आ गए थे नॉट फर्स्ट
Hey guys, Jen and Mika here, and we have Autumn of T1. Now,
Jen बोलते हैं, फ्रेंड बोलते हैं। क्या गाली सिखाया था इसमें मैं भूल गया। रुको मैं चाय लेकर।
실반 선수가 선발로 뛰게
क्या गाली सिखाया था? क्यूट सा गाली सिखाया था इसमें।
걸까요?
사실 뭐 자세한 이야기는 나중에 기회가 되면 해드릴 수 있을 것 같고 일단 저희가 할 수 있는 말은 선수들 모두 그리고 T1에 있는 모든 사람들이 이기기 위해서 최선을 다하고 있기 때문에 그런 결정이라고 생각해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
Hopefully we get to talk about this and I tell you the real answer later on into the tournament. But for now, what I can say at the moment would be the fact that we're trying everything our best to make sure that we win and perform very well.
Well, looking forward to that. Congratulations on that first map and best of luck.
Likes 10k हो जाए 2k likes नहीं है 2k.
It's a great start for T1 in this elimination match. They lead dominantly 1-0. I'm your host, Binks, and I'm back here once again with Mimi and Ender. It's crazy how dominant that was because I don't even feel like we got to see, we even got into the map properly and T1 all of a sudden won.
Yeah, from the get-go, T1 are feeling absolutely on top of the world. I mean, this is a team that needed some energy to be reinvigorated for them. And you can see in the reaction right here, they're feeling great next to each other. Izu in the server as well was completely dominating round and round.
Yeah, absolutely lights out from him. T1 looked so confident this game. They played the comp that I'm shocked they didn't pick into this map last time they played because they were dominating A lobby every time. They were winning every retake. The rounds they built off the odds. It just all looked excellent from T1.
I'm glad you mentioned Izu because let's take a look at this HyperX reflex moment of the day.
Oh, this is so good.
Yeah, there was a few very, very nice ones, but this in particular, Ender seemed to have impressed me.
Yeah, I mean, he drops back into Baby here. It's a 2v3, and Soba's nowhere near in this fight. Gets that first kill and then dodges the paranoia. Double headshot when they swing like that.
How does he get two? Like, he is full running, lucks his way into the first headshot. And
it's
then,
just literally 3 bullets,
wait,
3
it literally
headshots.
was a flick.
Yeah, it was a transfer.
I thought he was moving.
Yeah. No.
That's how fast it was.
He's
that
actually
it looked like
just
he was moving.
insane. And
Do you think he meant that? Did he mean that? Was it an accident?
No, that was real.
No, when I watched this, I thought it was an accident. I
Yeah.
watched it slow down. I think that was legit.
I mean, look at this guy. 300 ACS on the Cypher. By the way, that wasn't his only multi-frag. He had a 4K over towards the C site on defense too. Like, it's crazy.
This to me is like T1 finally living up to the Korean super team conceit, showing us rounds like that.
Yeah, and also not just the individuals, but Mimi, the team play, the ultimate usage are all great.
Yeah, they have this really interesting comp. We talked about how it helps them fight for a lobby control, but what they also have is a lot of these ultimates that do such a good job of supporting the team from across the map. In this round, the Rebel fight goes wrong. They lose the opening fight, but then Stax is popping his ult, combined with the decay coming in from that Yoru, and there was another cool one here.
The foam from the ISO. But
The
same
Yoru,
thing.
Blue Agents, the decay, thank you.
It's all good. It's all good. But honestly, yeah, then you have like Meteor pulling players off the site when it comes to retakes. All of those combos just coming into really excellent effect.
This is one of the reasons why you guys were so scared for Trace, right? The map pool just looks so good for T1 because Haven is up next.
Yeah, I mean, and look, T1 are playing a similar comp over on Haven with even more ways to be able to combo ultimates because they've got a Yoru into the mix as well. So that also ends up dominating with the Sovolt pairing.
Yeah, and that was Trace's map choice. They chose to go into this abyss, or oh my gosh, excuse me, that Lotus is map number 1, and you can't help but feel like that has gone very, very wrong. Losing in such dominant fashion, now going into another stronghold for T1 where they play into these double duelist comps is a real tough spot for China's number 2.
I wonder if they're also just still a little bit nervous, you know? They're playing a very similar way as we saw against G2, but this is the thing about the comp that T1 run. Everyone knows that they do this. Many teams run this comp as well, and there has to be an answer that Trace can pull out for the ISO Yoru stuff.
I think it has to come with unlocking Feng Feng a little bit. Like, he was 1 in 5 in opening fights in that last map, right? Like, Trace are playing from a deficit nearly every single round. Like, if you can't start finding some of these opening kills, you're just not going to put yourself out.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see what Coach Destroyer had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, Mika here, and we have Destroyer of Trace Esports. So, Destroyer, I wanted to ask about Haven.
Shut up!
That's coming up. That's a map that you have avoided. So, why did you feel it was the right decision today to let it through?
今天图二即将来到影视搜索，那这是一张之前在CN赛区似乎会避免去打的一张图。那你们是怎么看的这张图？做了什么准备来打？
我们到这里就做了一些就是这个张图的一些专项的训练嘛。 然后把它放出来，也想看一下这个就是效果怎么样。
Like to be honest, since we come here, we made a lot of practice on this map. Like we did some specific training, so we just to test the result.
Well, okay, thank you very much and good luck.
I wonder if that specific training has anything to do with maybe moving away from the Neon?
Yeah, I don't know. I actually liked the Neon comp when they were running it regionally. I think it is something that enables some of their players individually, but a lot's viable on Haven right now. You have comps like T1s, you have even like Teo ideas on this map, Pro ideas on this map, and they are a team that's known to cook stuff up.
Yeah, and truthfully, they've had a lot of time, but we haven't seen Trace really making large changes outside of like the one agent here or there over on Abyss when they added in the second smoke. So I'm kind of unsure whether or not they're going to be making larger shifts.
But this is a really brutal position for Trace to be in. This is the team that really took Champions by storm, made big upsets there, went on a run
Discord
to
link
defeat
Discord.
And now with their life on their line, they have something new.
You say something new. This is the oldest comp in the book on this map.
T1 comp is insane. T1 comp is insane.
They do love Kai to have him over on the jet for them, so I'd like to see him maybe get a little bit more involved. I think he's going to have a real tough challenge against him because the Yoru ISO comps are all about isolating the duels, fighting them, especially once we move over to Trace on the defending side.
And we finally get to see Buzz on that Yoru. He hasn't really had an opportunity to play it yet, and for people that haven't seen him play on this map before, it is fantastic.
Yeah, he's incredible. His coordination with Meteor is on point, but this all comes down to Trace. They've only won 14 rounds this tournament. They got to show us who they are.
आज ना सुबह को दोनों की आंखें खुली 10 बजे के आसपास, ठीक है, और मेरी आंखें खुली और ये मेरे को ऑलरेडी देख रहा है लेटे हुए. और मेरे को इसके मतलब बॉडी से ही पता, बॉडी नहीं फेस से ही पता चल गया कि ये नींद डिप्राइव्ड है, ठीक है। जैसे मेरी आंखें खुली मैंने इसको देखा, मेरे माइंड में आया ये आरआर करेगा, अभी मेरी नींद नहीं हुई, रात को जल्दी नहीं सोया या अभी सो नहीं पा रहा हूँ या कुछ ऐसा। मैं सीधा मुंह घुमा के वापस सो गई, सुनना ही नहीं है मेरे को।
देख रहे हो ना गाइस, देख रहे हो ना,
वापस 2 घंटे सो गई मैं।
काय लोडिंग हो रहा है भाई?
Widely been avoiding this map. They played Billy Billy.
अरे क्या हो रहा है?
And of course, you never want to play this map against EDG.
Oh, the spot out. Meteor puts up the shield, tucks back, stun does come across, but the smoke there to obfuscate. Oh, King Howard able to find 2, but now Buzz pinching in from long finds 1. Spike just going to be swarming its way down through sewer, but Low King's cut off from the rest of his team. Beyond K.
मेरी टीम
Stuck here, Low King trying to come back to the rescue. 3K here for Buzz, and that's going to be a 4-piece.
मैं मैच
Dimensional drift
नहीं
not
पाया।
far off as T1 collect another pistol.
And you're going to see some similar ideas
Good old
on
days,
this map to what T1 was doing on Lotus, where you can use the ISO to really bully space. You can get that shield up quickly and then make it a lot more difficult for your opponents because they have to double stack often to try to take you down or swing an angle that's going to be dangerous to catch Meteor off guard.
Lean 2-0 लग
In
रहा
this
है।
case, Buzz is in prime position
अगर
to
ट्रेस जीती तो
capitalize
50 गिफ्टेड बाय
off of
मनराज
Trace
पाजी
having
है
to
जी।
try to deal with those
ये
players.
कब बोला?
Good work there by T1 as well.
वो
Keep
नहीं
themselves
देगा
hidden from that crossfire angle.
Love it, Bunks भाई, my favorite
That's a
streamer
tricky
of
one.
Cyclops. Thank you for
Made
the
it look
first
pretty
super
easy.
chat.
Now we go over
Love
to Sylvan.
you. Thank you for the
Down
$5.
garage.
Pound.
Trace Esports. I guess thinking about B actually. Just trying to get a
My
little bit
bank
of
account
info.
says no.
Can they
But
do
your
what
watch
T1
hours
just
is
did
the
to them in the
highest.
previous map?
मनराज पाजी highest.
Entry from Kai gets himself
मतलब
through.
आपका
Very
10,000 hours
approach.
होएगा ना, मैं आपके घर पे आके घिरी चुन्नी दे दूंगा मेरे हिसाब से।
Paranoia at the ready, going to be sent through.
Visited my
Time, able to find
viewer
Bunk
who
Bunk.
has 10,000
Kill
watch
over long.
hours.
Sylvan cuts down Kai. Everybody else widely just corralled here into the garage. Not many places left to go because right at the moment, Buzz drifting in from behind.
घर पे कैसे टाइम देते हो ये बताओ?
Lobby.
इतना टाइम मुझे दिया।
Out of
गाली
window.
नहीं पड़ती।
Just be able to gun them all down. Up. Marshall shots now starting to ring through, just fishing here with a hip fire. Easy's going to be able to find a third. That's King taken down. Back-to-back 4Ks. One for Buzz, one for Izu. 2 rounds for T1.
Yeah, I love this bend but don't break style from T1. They give up some space intentionally, and they make sure that they're not giving those classics the right ranges to really do some right-click damage. Instead, finding those moments to step in with those Bulldogs. Sylvan in particular finding a great opener. He looks really sharp to me here today.
कल
He's
मेरा
probably
पाजी
has
की
something to
शादी
prove
हो
coming back in
जाएगी
for this T1
तो
team.
कल वो भी बच्चे
You and I know what Sylvan can be like at his best. He's a very,
मेरे
very good player.
भाभी
Back
जी
in those WGS
शादी नहीं
teams
हुई?
where he was a clutch machine. Haven't really seen it at the tier 1 level yet.
सच्ची?
Yeah. I mean,
मिहिर की शादी।
3-4 years ago, that era, Sylvan was looking like the 3rd best controller player in Korea.
पाजी पूरा टाइम मेरे को दोगे, कहाँ से शादी होएगी?
This year, he's had his moments, but that consistency,
I know all mods
that
do
comfort
कपड़े
hasn't
पहन
come
दे तू।
through. Seems like he has been chomping
भाई
a bit
YouTube
here
क्रैश
to
हो
get back
जाएगा
on
जिसने
stage.
तू
So
कपड़े के
far,
साथ डीपी चेंज कर
rock-steady
दिया ना,
performance
मेरे
that
हिसाब
first
से उस
map.
दिन YouTube
well
क्रैश
as-
होने वाला है।
What little we have seen of Haven so far.
Sylvan tucked around the corner in garage here, setting up for the paranoia. He's got some help from Izu. This is dangerous for the...
So here on the crunch, the paranoia connecting on to all 3 swings out. He already got Heibei through the box.
भाई वन वे भाई वन वे भी खोल दिया उसको
Able to go ahead and take down Meteor Stacks. He's trying to hold his ground and will do so. Not a 4K this time, but another 3-piece for Izu. T1 convert the bonus.
This just feels like a hard read from
सेम
T1.
मेरे जैसा यार, मैं भी
Expecting
तेरे को ऐसे
garage
ही help
pressure.
करती हूँ।
Haven't really felt a lot of it so
Well,
far on
nah.
this map. Just thought, well, this is the way that they try to punish on their anti-bonus.
जब
And
मैं साई को बोलूँ
it's just so good. Just great timing, great coordination there. That's something T1 has looked a lot sharper with today. Obviously, the individual skill starting to shine for this Korean squad. put the one way up on top of the door. Again, B being thought about. Yeah.
Double tap shield
Oh
out.
my
Meteor gets the
God.
headshot, gets the reset. Now it's a little bit more aggressive.
अरे कोई जाके वीटो करेगा क्या भगवान के लिए?
Finds it, resets again, gets another. Hebe corralled into the corner. The Singer able to find one.
कोई वीटो कर लो ना जाके.
Doesn't know which way he needs to look. Damn
जल्दी
near
जाओ, गाली
flawless.
पट रही है.
T1 continue on their merry
अरे
way.
वीटो कर लो, कोई जाके
And
वीटो
this
कर
is one of
लो.
these things about the ISO that obviously Meteor, a tremendously talented player. We know that. He's won a Masters. We've seen what he can do at his best. But he's so accurate. He's so quick to reset. And against an eco as well. It's a really powerful thing to have that extra shield.
इसलिए और कर सैलरी चाहिए लगता है. टाइम पे वीटो करने के लिए.
Very tricky.
वाह क्या
There's
सीन है.
a wry smile from the face of Sylvan.
Welcome to Disneyland, boys.
Meanwhile, Trace Esports looking like they are without answers. It's feeling like that same Trace we saw in Abyss against G2, where they just don't have any answers for what their opponent is doing. They just don't have the confidence. They don't have the micro, the macro, all of it seemingly leaving them.
क्या लगता है ये टाइम आउट से कुछ होएगा चेंज?
Can only wonder what's
क्या
being
लगता है
discussed at the
comeback
moment. After the opening map, after the start here on Haven,
इधर देख, 5 प्लेयर का नाम बता T1
how
का.
do you rally your team back to get them geared up to be able to play against a T1 that is just looking this clean?
But you're looking at your big stars. You're looking at Feng Feng. You're looking at Kai, especially Kai on that.
देख
having the
लिया.
opportunity to switch over to Duelist again on an agent. He is extremely talented at. I have seen him take over maps. He's very good with the op. He's very good with the Blade Storm.
वीटो मतलब क्या होता है?
Get into those situations. He can do some real damage. The concern I have here for Trace is you're going up against two difficult ults that T1 is going to have in their back pocket. You're going to have the neural theft. You're going to have the kill contract. So T1 can play that bend but don't break style again, like we saw a few rounds ago, where they're able to just kind of peek around the map, get the info, and then maybe play for retake off the back of those ultimates. Find that pick, get the neural theft, take a player out of the equation with the kill contract, work from there. But Izu, 8-0 right now, has been absolutely electric on that Cypher, locking down that C site. They're going to make a try. Buzz territory. Him and Stacks work really well.
कोई भी साइड पे एग्जीक्यूट जाएगा.
That utility.
Already वो साइड पे दो बंदे रहेंगे और ऐसे एक कोट आएगा.
Crash back here onto the A side. Buzz looking for the swing in, gets the headshot onto Kai, but
ऐसा किया तो कुछ कर सकता है.
Will not kill. Kai does go ahead, answer one's back. Stacks now just tucked away here at Sewers. Sylvan
ये control smoke भी मस्त है. देखो.
Stem the flood. Stacks does manage to find one here on the lurk, but quite a bit of damage.
That's huge.
33. As here comes the grab. Meteor picking up Bianchi here. Double tap shield in play. Second shot finds it. Repops the double tap. Spike now planted. The push down. Stacks unaware of this coming his way. Ends up falling. Hebe able to find one. Now it all comes down to Meteor. Coming over into the corner. The shield still at the ready. Forced away by the aftershock. The double tap about to expire.
Great smoke.
Just for the drop down and can't quite line it up.
Almost.
Find it. Trace, get
मैं
themselves
बोला ना कर
online
सकते
here
कुछ
in
तो ये
round
राउंड.
number 5.
That just feels like kind of a call to just go.
बिंदा आपकी आवाज कम आ रही है. अरे मैं जोर से नहीं बात कर रहा था. थोड़ा आ गया, पास आ गया मैं माइक. अभी बराबर आ रहा है.
And it just barely works. And it's a good re-clear
बोला था
space
कि
by
नहीं कर
Wolfing
सकते ये राउंड.
to come around this backside and catch Stacks off guard.
That's a good
That
timeout
really
right there.
breaks things open. That reduces the angles that those players on site have to worry about. They know where the last couple are, especially Meteor, since he had used that kill contract. Makes it way easier. Then the aftershock into that smoke. Make sure that the double tap timing runs out.
Iron half
Really
marathon
nice stuff
today morning.
from Trace Esports in
2
that
hours
round.
8
Buzz has
minutes
an
उसके
opto.
लिए prepare भी किया. Now I'm here watching them. सब time management है. बाप रे पाजी.
He's got a TP
Crash, go
available.
back
though.
over.
Yep.
मैराथन में कोई नहीं मिली तेरे को. क्या फायदा
See if he
मेरा.
can spot anything, and as he swings out, they can confirm the operator and confirm that Buzz is dead. Great opening kills here for the side of Trace.
Love you पाजी. WWW.
See if Meteor can find a timing.
Hey पाजी भी मेरे जैसा
shield
fit है
up
लग रहा है.
See if he can absorb one of those shots.
Swing into it.
हाफ मैराथन मतलब कितने
Kai
किलोमीटर
puts him
होता है?
down.
Huh?
Operator getting an immense amount of value thus
1
far.
kilometer.
2-player advantage now. Oh, now a third is Stacks just trying to go for the wide swing out, and Kai just a little bit faster than he had anticipated. Fantastic shots coming out here from the Jet. Trace very well poised to give themselves a second round win.
Yeah, this is just exactly what you needed from Kai. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Trace
जितना
Esports.
भागे ना बाजी,
Needed that hero to step
घर में
up.
मेरे को कोई और भगाता
He's
है.
answered the call
21
in spades.
30 seconds left.
Gonna get a little info from the cam.
एक महीने में नहीं चलता है पर.
Looks like
It's confirming we don't want to go over there.
Yeah, well, they've already grabbed the op, so at this point, it should just be a save for the last two members of
भाई
T1.
comeback आ रहे dude.
And I think for T1, see what Stacks and company have in order for this next coming round. They've got some time to talk about it, of course.
Team
So
Liquid को support करो.
take a little
Sen
bit
को
of a
जितना
timeout.
Sen
Gotta figure out how to
2-0 है
deal with that
भाई.
op.
2-0 है.
Maybe go back to something we saw like early in the pistol round where you're throwing some of that util up into A lobby to try to contest that position. You know, if he wants to come long, see, that's fine. You know, Izu can use his util to kind of get a better read on the positions as they make their way through. But really, that op battle comes down to that long A fight, being able to control that territory. Just a really nice read from Trace Esports. Get the spot on the Buzz and just lock him out. Buzz never really got the feel that there would be a counter op on the other side of him.
Liquid on top.
So, not bad at
Season
all.
का match
Not bad
off
at
stream
all.
हो रहा है.
Now, surprise play working a treat. Trace getting their first back-to-back round victories so far of the series. How many more do they have? That's going to be the question. For now,
मस्त मारा ना
Still gonna
बे.
be quite strong as this
भाई
shot. It's
कैसे?
disgusting.
Filthy.
Right through the corner.
कैसे?
Looks like they will be able to force up another operator here.
कैसे? Glitch.
A bit more in reserve.
मेरा comeback arc कौन?
Still,
कैसे बे?
these ultimates available
मैं
to them.
push करने जा रही हूँ उससे वैसे मार.
They're just going to
Ambush
kind
करने
of
जा रही है.
leave this area
proud of
open.
you.
They'd send a vulnerable to try to just put some pressure.
Gold आ रही है आज.
Fake showing a little bit of presence there towards long A. They're not going to challenge it.
जब hater
Kai,
घर में ही
so
है.
aggressive. This is
Oh, best
China
of 3
Valorant.
है.
in a nutshell.
Storming forward, we'll just go ahead.
It's a BO3.
Here's out that trip.
Time to jump.
Buzz setting up this gate crash.
Heaven, Pearl or Lotus.
Everybody here from Trace getting set up to attack this A site where, for the moment, it's only Stacks on its lonesome.
भाई शायद तेरे गांड में हाथी का लंड थोड़ा एक्टिव रहेगा.
Buzz puts the mask on. Dimensional drift now in play. Jumps up over the top. Spots out. Damn near everyone. But where does he exit? He's running out of time. Gets himself around the corner. Not a second to spare.
भाई stack
The
है.
hit onto the A
कितने
second.
जा रहे
Comes to
फिर
the
भी?
right, up and over. Gets revealed. Takes a lot of damage. Tail wins over towards Sewer side. Buzz pushes forward.
Oh!
There's another play right here in front of him. Double peeks back in with a shorty in hand. They won't be able to just shut this down. Flawless from Team
Hello?
Replay right now.
Oh, that was outrageous
What
from
did I
Buzz.
just witness?
That was nuts. The dimensional drift into the play.
Hello?
There's a vulnerable that comes out. He sends the fake out in front of him. That is a ridiculous shot. He had flashed.
Ah!
Insane stuff from Buzz.
Yeah, okay, with Meteor, I don't care. I need to see Buzz.
Yeah, poor
Ooh.
Bianca trying to find Buzz. Buzz sends out another beautiful
क्या
flash.
मारा
Tremendous play
है.
on that Yoru.
On his feet once again. Started off the series that way.
क्या
Seems like he
मारा है
understood it that way as
bro.
well. What a round from Buzz.
That's a heartbreaker. Takes the op away from Trace.
क्या मारा है बे.
It's Kai gonna be hunting a target and Sylvan blinded
Same
up.
मेरे
He's
जैसे.
in the corner. Ends up getting shut down. Izu trying to find his way out of the corner and Platt cannot do
Third
so.
pick
Ends up
किया,
falling
मरने
to the
वाला था वो.
aftershock and suddenly we're into a 2v3.
Time to jump.
Stacks and Buzz. Eternal duo. And they pull it off. Crashes right there in front of Platt. Now going to be cleared out. Same with the recon. Nothing spotted.
ये क्या है
Out to the
ये?
open Stacks.
ये क्या है ये? क्यों ऐसे ओपन में है वो?
Sova showdown. Just drones available on either side. Hunter's
Should
Fury as
be
well.
a very,
Bianca,
very, very,
a
very
massive
easy round for
advantage.
Bianca.
Stacks has to push.
Gonna have to tap this and try to at least bait some of the util out.
Yep.
As he sees the drone. I'll give him all the info that he needs. And I think Stacks is now assessing whether or not it's worth trying to play this one out. Could just double back, go for the operator, but will at least get a consolation prize. As the Hunter's Fury comes through. He wants to kill. He wants to try to take everything from them. He will be able to do so. Gets the elimination, gets rid of the ultimate, but cannot get the win. Trace, they hold on.
Yeah, just not much that Stacks can do in that situation. No opportunity to really push that space. Great diligence by Bianca, using that drone first to get the spot, to get the info. Buzz had a nice shot, but had to gate crash out as things were falling apart really quickly. Good aftershock again. Very impressed with Hebe on this breach. He's had a couple really nice moments.
Ozzy जो भी अभी तक आया नहीं है कॉल कर और नेक्स्ट 2 मिनट में नहीं आएगा तो मैं निकाल ही दूंगा 4:30 बजे का टाइम दिया था अगर नहीं आ पा रहे टाइम में तो पॉइंट नहीं है
dealt with quickly by Kai. Back into the op for Kai. Smoke's going to bloom in his face though. Buzz as well, challenging this angle. It's going to be advantage for T1 on that long A fight. So now they should be able to lean a little bit heavier over towards the other side of the map. And already Meteor out of his normal position over in the garage. So changing things up just a bit.
Oh, bhai, kaise
Just a hair off, maybe a minor amount of movement there, but what a fantastic shot from Punk Punk.
Kaise mara?
That is phenomenal from him.
Def now getting the ping out, identifying that Stacks
Kaise mara be?
widely alone. As Meteor sets up the shield, gun comes out, still getting pinged.
Oh, 8
Meteor
seconds
trying to fight his way out of this position here.
Cypher का पोजी देखो.
Falls, gets the
Cypher
headshot,
का पोजी
looking to
देखो.
take it down,
फट
double
से
tap.
Cypher का पोजी देखो.
Refreshed. Everybody else disconnected now, away from this B site. The defuse getting
Oh,
started,
half
the
of
ping revealing. I'm not sure if they noticed this, but Kai's still able to find one. Bianca finding another. The defuse, however, is just being held. It gets away from them. Trace started running it back. But Izu just sticks to it. Gets T1 a 6th round win.
That is such a gut punch for Trace. They play this round really, really nicely. They create a ton of space. They win a huge opening battle against the operator. Feng Feng then starts lurking all over the map. It looks like they have a great opportunity. But in the midst of the kill contract, chaos ensues. And somehow, some way, T1's able to just get onto the spike and stick it. The Hunter Fury probably creating some space there, sure. Not exactly.
He got it to half, got off, and then got back on it.
Not sure what happened. Yeah.
Getting lost in all of the confusion and all of the chaos. Really feels like Trace should have been just 1 round away.
Right here. That corner he's in. That is such an annoying position.
He's tucked in with a Vandal drone. However, we'll identify rolling that are now going to be crashing through. Actually, we have TPs into it, and Kai just massacres the rest. What? Dax and Meteor could not get out.
Fuck, मेरा ध्यान ही नहीं है यार.
Kai just tears them apart. Buzz at the ready, sending the flash, dropping down, catches them on a timing, but not much more to be done here, it would seem, as Izu now in a 1v4. Kai ready to greet just around the corner. Spots the first, finds it, Izu. 3 swings in, and this time will not be allowed to perform miracles. Trace continue to rally back, keep it contentious. 2 rounds separating now, with 2 more to be played.
That really looked like to me that T1 had a read on the Rolling Thunder. Just a spacing mishap. Oh, the catch and the updraft onto the box. Bianca's util caught him as they were trying to escape. Insane coordination there from Trace Esports. That's basically round over. It's going to be a timeout from T1 now. Try to stabilize. They've already got 6 on this defender side. Would love to eke out a few more. Some ults to talk about, another dimensional drift from Buzz, but I mean, this is just coming down to who can catch who off guard, who's got that better read on that round. With a couple combos of the util, knock a few players out, and it seems like that's the round over for one side or the other.
First timeout call of the series so far here from T1. Haven't had much to intervene, but clearly Autumn not enjoying how some of these rounds have both gotten away from them and how they've gotten some of those rounds, because a hero stick, not necessarily something you want to be relying on.
Somehow we've seen quite a few of those this event.
Yeah, DRX pulling off quite a many few of them.
I think Leaf had one on Pearl. It's
yeah.
It has been one of those events, but now you're on a weaker buy for the first time here as T1. Cash is finally running dry as 4 out of the last 6 have gone to Trace Esports. Pretty curious what they want to do. You know, you can see some of the ideas for both sides coming to fruition. Some good change-ups, good map awareness. Buzz is going to try to get way ahead of this push. There's going to be a tripwire for him to contend with. Could potentially just gate crash past it. See how he wants to navigate this.
I might have to burn the other one. She has set up outside a garage, but there you go. Looks like it expires. Next one sent to send him over towards long.
Not going to try to take space. They're going to play for A control, but seemingly a B hit is what Trace is thinking about.
He's betting a tripwire here. None to be found. Fault line sent. Kai goes up and over the top. Izu is at the ready, but does get recon pinged out. Now Liu Kang TPing into the back of sight. Able to easily find the headshot. Finds himself a second as stacks will fall. You're forced away, forced to reroute. Now so very low, just 20 HP remaining as Sylvan will also get dropped. Buzz now clearing out the trip. They're well aware of this position. With the high-low, seems near impossible for him. Pot shots, goes for a little bit of a wide swing out, but Young K planted, finds that kill. Meteor now, last one to fall. Timeout call here from T1. Not going to be delivering an eco win. Trace will get one round away from tying things up as they look for a 6-6 half.
Yeah, these slightly delayed util dumps from the Sova on Trace Esports has caught T1 off guard a couple rounds now. It's a little bit late with the drone. They're going to drive up behind it.
Maaf karo, maaf karo, maaf karo.
That's a cool little set play.
क्या सीन है मैं देखा नहीं.
Taking a page out of Mako's book from what we've seen in this event there. TP up on the box, TP back.
भाई कर तो लिया बे comeback.
Sova drone to give you that info.
हाँ
कर
तो लिया comeback.
In this final round has a dimensional drift as well. This time though, him and Izu in garage. And they're just leaving the C site to the Cypher util. And it's fast, and they catch both trips.
Yep. Clear it out. Cam getting a tag on a one. Cyber cage is now popped. Izu just kind of dancing around, re-peeks it. Meteor, however, going to be taken down. Izu now striking, finding one. Loking noted there, back plat. Ooh. Still alive, however. As Buzz sends out the dimensional drift. The plant getting ready to come through. One player going to be spotted out. Backs pinging, noting them both. Oh, such a close timing and is able to find it.
ये क्या किया?
Moments before looking.
और क्या reaction है बे बस का?
Buzz now holding the corner of Kai, able to find a headshot. The knife is absolutely.
क्या reaction है बे Kai का? बोला था कि नहीं मैंने?
Red Bull clutch from Kai gets us tied up 6-6.5.
Absolute madness from Kai. 13-8 now. He has been a huge impact in these last couple rounds.
Absolutely.
I'd like to apologize.
Was present there on Lotus where the rest of the team is not. My God, Kai.
Match के पहले
On a heater once again. We'll see you guys on the other side of this halftime break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
इसी पे टिक है, गेम के अंदर मत घुस जाना. इनके अगर कुछ लेफ्ट राइट होता है नेक्स्ट जॉइन करना. T1 हम शर्मिंदा है. एक्सक्यूज मी. साल भर का अपोलोजाइज लेटर बना ले तू. लैंग्वेज अच्छा कमबैक मारा लेकिन लगा नहीं था मेरे को फ्रैंकली. रीजनल अपडेट जस्ट चालू हो रहा है.
Far cry from what we were witnessing on that first map. We are now tied up 6-6 at the
Game
half.
चालू हो रहा है boys, चालू हो रहा है.
Rallying back, coming alive. Can they start this half off right? Can they get that pistol and take us over to that final map?
It's going to be tough. This is generally the better side of the map for T1. with this comp. They went 8-4 against Talon, 7-5 against DRX, 5-7 against Gen G, but then they went 0-6 on their defender side, so it didn't go so good there, but this is generally where they're going to be doing their damage, where they're going to be finding those combos, where they're going to be able to TP into sight, hit you with a bunch of util, do some timings that make things really, really challenging. Obviously with that double tap leading the way, sometimes makes it so hard for opponents to know when they can challenge a fight and when they can't. Things like that really come into play here, but for Trace Esports, they started to come alive. A lot of it is on the back of Kai, who once he gets that op and those blades in his hands, Stack's gonna eat a stun. I don't think much will become of that. He's got a Sheriff in hand, but isn't gonna challenge the long A angle. Instead, gonna try to push his way through short. Meanwhile, it's a B hit for T1.
Smoke into that C connector, double peek over towards A, but Punk going for a timing, he's able to find one. Sylvan fights back, finds a kill, Stacks trying to go on this K-bait right around the corner.
Delay की वजह से punish हो सकता है क्या?
Does he go for it? Oh, Stacks. This is the first shot, but he covers. He's all right. That would have been devastating to the mental state had he missed that one, but now TV forward, dash forward I should say. Kai able to find one, but Dizu's just sat here on top
blind
of the box
थोड़ा
in the
सा
corner.
left right हो गया.
Mo's down 2. T1 get
Blind थोड़ा
themselves
सा
a
left
third
right हो
pistol
गया.
win in the
कोई blind
series.
नहीं हुआ.
Tremendous patience from Stacks. Maybe a little too much there at the
मेरे को
end.
लगा था करेगा.
It worked. It's fine. It's still a great idea. The way he
मेरे को
plays
लगा था
that off
करेगा.
the rip. Eats the stun, sticks in the smoke.
वो
Repushes
दूसरा बंदा
down.
ढूंढ रहा था.
It wasn't an ascent A.
मेरे हिसाब से अगर heavy lead पे रहता तो कर देता.
Don't gonna call anybody out. Didn't quite get that bad. But for a second there was there was some scares.
And Sylvan played that really nicely there. Trading immediately off the first kill and then being a bit of a bait for Izu and Meteor. We're on the other side of the site.
It's tough.
I'm just gonna make a quick push in towards
Eastern
C.
versus 7 sensitive fire.
Camera to check for this push out in towards the ramp, but it's going to be a fallback here for Trace Esports. See if they try to push the tempo a bit.
The issue is one player that has a weapon that can do a little bit of damage. That Marshall. And this guy's still going to be working his way across the map. Buzz does get taken down. Scraping forward into the smoke. Gets himself a third as Sylvan runs out of bullets.
2-2.
Coming up with 3 and Kai still hasn't even arrived. The spike is dropped. Izu swooping around will know, should know, that this just leaves the garage. 45 seconds, some time to play with. He could reroute. Just the Sheriff in hand. Odds certainly stacked against him as tries to jump up into the window, but it's going to be Heipe getting himself a 4-piece as Trace doing to T1 what T1 did to them at the start of Lotus.
Absolutely, this is kind of Trace Esports calling card. They're really good in ecos. They have been for a long time. And not just against EDG, who is notorious for throwing against ecos, but they're very, very good in these scenarios. And it's the timing that they use here to push through to the site. And they catch T1 a bit off guard. T1's pushing into smokes when they really shouldn't be. You know that they're going to have close range utility there, or at the, you know, they're right-clicking with classics. They just kind of walk into those smokes and pay the price. Great stuff by TE, though, to get ahead of that plant, to never even let it come through. It's a couple Sheriffs and a Guardian. The only buy-ups for T1 on this round. Not even outlaw for Kai. Assault rifles the rest of the way through. A bit of a, yeah, I was going to say, Stacks is in trouble. Meteor.
Flushed out Meteor, able to find one. Double tap available, forced away there by the fault line.
Oh, यहाँ पे Omen को मार दिया तो लग गए.
Across the opposite side. Loking, just spawning up with these players. Dodges the paranoia, steadies the aim. Will find one, but Buzz with that Sheriff puts him down, picks up the gun.
Guns भी मिल गया, plant भी सक्सेस हुआ
right back to him.
Post plant भी खेल सकते हैं.
Fantastic coordination though.
Lurk भी है, HPs नहीं है
leading
लेकिन.
a charge. Buzz able to tuck into the other side.
एक अच्छा कि Kai के पास वो है outlaw.
Basically no HP here. Stiff breeze.
वो backup दे सकता है.
Buzz and Meteor down to the floor.
वो को सिर्फ garage देखने का defuse करते करते हैं.
They got those upgrades.
Pressure here. on this flank is there's a swoop in. The headshot going to be found. Meteor comes back around the corner, sends out the wall, rushes, sees one on the right, swoop in. Kai, that second shot able to connect. Buzz's position, but Izu's gotten rid of Hebe. The jump in, the shorty. We'll get the connection, but the time is just not really there. Kai, he'll just play for the kill, but he's not going to have it. The Thrifty coming through from T1 off the back of getting Thriftied. I feel like I'm casting Gen G from last year.
This is just a wild back and forth on this map. You can sense some of the discomfort for both these teams in a way. I mean, this map hasn't been horrible for T1, but it hasn't been great. It has been widely avoided by Trace Esports. It's just some great teamwork that gets them over the line. It's some really good individual play. Meteor there, getting the kill and then backing off immediately. Izu found a great time. Step in, find a kill. But it's that pick they find early to get a rifle into hand and being able to carry those into that site.
Oh, but Kai on a bit of a walkabout trying to find somebody caught unawares, but T1 right now are dialed in.
Shadows traveling.
Looking like he's going to try to do the same, but Sylvan has his sights turned back over towards the garage. He fully anticipates it, reads it beautifully. The kill comes in, the shock dart not deep enough. Meteor pushes up into the smoke, finds Beyond K. That just leaves Fung Fung on his lonesome.
यार मेरे तो ध्यान नहीं है यार.
Now position is confirmed. Swing out, and that's going to be a flawless here for T1. Once again, separating themselves away from Trace. Up by 2 rounds, looking to hit double digits.
Great anticipation here. Expecting Kai to get aggressive. Meteor's right there, ready and waiting. Double tap available. They're just doing a great job pushing and pulling together here. Sylvan watching the flanks. Just good comms, good coordination. For T1, sometimes it's just the fundamental things that they really need to do well to kind of beat their opponents. There's so much talent, there's so much firepower on this squad. If they're just kind of insane, generally it's going well. A lot of what they do isn't necessarily based on big set executes or things like that. Sure, they've got that on Lotus to control that space, but it's like the combo plays, the two-player plays that really set T1 apart. That's something they've been doing pretty well here, especially on this map so far. It's been a lot of the coordination that's been getting them some of these rounds. Trace has punched back as best they can. Kai has been heating up, but still, T1 is resilient. They're hanging in there.
Now, one away from hitting that double-digit figure.
Second round जीत गया, अभी tension नहीं है.
Deadly this attacker side can be for T1. I mean, at a glance, makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Ultis आ जाएगी, 4th round जीत जाएंगे, 5th round को जाएंगे, दोनों भी 5.
This is where they're going to thrive.
Exactly. And now you've got a kill contract. So now you can kind of take your time, work out the map a little bit, so you can find that target, isolate that player on C is kind of generally what T1 likes to do with this kill contract.
We can't watch it, not now. If we go
that site, and then just try to get the free plant
deeper into the
long
round.
Distance post plant set up.
He'd gotten it, but Hammer didn't take, so has to just improvise a little bit. Sends him backpedaling, giving up quite a bit of space here on the site.
Attacking map for a reason, buddy.
Cam cleared out.
Attacking map for a reason.
Reset is, yep, there's the grab onto Fung Fung. Ball's falling. Fung Fung wins it out.
That's
a huge kill for him to find. Hasn't been the cleanest map for him so far, but that kill is huge. As is number 2, Sylvan Buzz both going to be taken down. Spike planted, but stacks now. So here in the site is Izu. Tries to lurk forward. Smoke dissipating. Catches a glimpse, but Fung Fung arrives from garage and absolutely dominates the round, start to finish.
It's such an important win there in that kill contract. Completely changes the dynamic of that. And Beyond K finds 2 on the backside.
Language!
Nice work with that Phantom. Just spraying through, just spraying through. Saw the spam, went forward himself, and then Fung Fung on the lurk. I mean, this is just a brawl.
Yeah.
It's who can outdo who.
Yes, this should do.
You know, Trace Esports has kind of just said, let's just go at him. Let's just throw in everything we've got. Our tournament life is on the line. Let's go out with a bang if we're going to go out.
Cleared on both sides. Dimensional drift now coming through. Buzz just chasing
Great
forward.
power comes great responsibility.
Which is a glimpse of one. Wants to make sure that that sewer is going to be cleared here. Drone now
Ah?
coming out. Oh, he's just going to jump out right in front of him with a shorty in hand. And Bianca cannot react
Never
fast
have
enough.
ever. अरे मैडम आराम से मैडम.
Drafts over top of the trip. Camera here in sewer. Should be able to catch a glimpse, provided that he's actually toggling in, but now Buzz is finding another one.
Short गया. अयो.
Going to be taken down.
Long जाना था.
Side to side here with the camera. There's the ping reveal. Stacks. Not a lot of time to try to react to it. Kai comes away with that elimination. Meteor going to be taken down off screen as well as Lil King able to find one. Paranoia going to be sent through. Sylvan at hell tucks back, but Buzz is taking over. Not going to be rewarded with an ace. Tries to bail it out, but it doesn't know. Easy position.
अपने टीम का दिन
No one had caught a glimpse.
वहाँ पे अपोलो ने एक्सेप्ट नहीं होगा.
And
Sorry.
he is there to save T1 in
Love
this
you then.
round.
Bye. नहीं हार गए डिस्क.
Once
again up by 2.
It's just the little things there for Trace Esports. That early pick on the Bianca, thought he was safe, thought he was far enough back that he could drone. The whole time they're playing to give up sight and play for retake. And you can see their retake is good, the timing, the coordination there. Kai is just a step ahead of where T1 expects him to be when they check that cam. And Stax is already too far down the ramp where he's in a bad spot. He gets caught out. Back over to Kai, who's got knocked out. They're going to be able to check it with the drone. It's a good piece of work there. Buzz has to TP out.
He's just going to have Meteor refill that space. The aggression is catching them off guard. Skate Crash now coming through into the back. The Paranoia there. Buzz takes the TP forward. Hunter's Fury gets the ping reveal. Opened up, dueling Hunter's Furies. BMK is going to be able to find one, but Stacks will equalize as he finds Funk at the same time. And now Buzz planted here at back plat. Gets rid of Hayday. Easy holds down Garage.
अगर वो मारते तो टू तो था.
BMK snappy headshot to get himself a third, but it'd have to be an ace clutch to get them this round win. Both players full HP, full shields. He's down to 46. Gonna have to effectively just be headshots the whole way through. Has some isolated fights if he can swing this corner, win the first one here. But Izu has just been on the money here today.
That one, I really thought Bianca was gonna have a shot with T1 giving him the isolated fights like you mentioned. Literally what I was just thinking, what a creative play there to use the TP to bait for Meteor. We can just walk in, the double tap activated. And Buzz holding the back line there. Even though he goes down to Bianca, this one right here, ooh, that's good. Ooh, that's good. But set up positions, yeah, a sigh. You could feel the pressure mounting for Trace.
That's kind of the problem is that this map here, so many of these rounds, including the previous two, close but no cigar, just can't quite get through that last player or two. Dimensional drift already online here for Buzz. Spotting out a hell of a lot here. Now just keeping in behind over at Hell. Kai up over the top with the knives, is able to go ahead and shut him down. Stems the bleeding. Keeps him in with a shout. The jump peek.
Oh.
भाई Kai कैसा जिंदा है भाई?
So good from Kai.
Okay, able to find that one. Needs to flick here on a Meteor. Meteor able to find two. Okay, still alive. Still dancing around the box, but
अयो ये क्या डेडली किए लोग ने?
keep them afloat and they get T1 up to match point.
God, that would have been such a good round for Trace.
हो गया मैंने तो
Feel confident
और
with
बोला
Kai,
था मेरी बात.
blades in hand. But Buzz, great TP there, great reaction from Kai. Then I love the movement to move around that smoke, to dodge the entry from T1.
क्या के बीच में Kai सेंटी आ रहे हो?
But then he can't find Meteor. And Meteor just starts breaking him apart. A 3K for him. Izu there to clean up. Great aggression off the back of that dimensional drift, and Buzz is fired up, man.
And he is. Now, Trace needing 4 rounds in a row to take this to overtime. Double tap popped, Buzz leading the charge. It's a kill contract about to come through. It's going to be a grab here on the BNK. It's the weapon out, looks for it, finds it, refreshes the shield, and is right back in along Kai here. Needs to try to slow things down, tucks it behind the box, is able to find one. It's a hell of a lot more, but Buzz finds him.
Hey, sound दिया.
That's just going to be a fire squad opened up here in the blink of an eye. 13-8.
Team Bianca is there. गया रे तू
They
गया.
send Trace home. They send them packing. It's been
क्या stream को like करो.
since the duo of Stacks and Buzz missed out on a playoff when they got eliminated
clean
in the
round,
group
clean
stage,
round.
and they say it will not be happening again on this day.
Unbelievable stuff today from
पहुंच गए ना
T1.
प्लेऑफ में?
The
नहीं,
coordination, the
एक और खेलना
execution,
पड़ेगा शायद
the
प्लेऑफ में
aim,
जाने के लिए ना?
much more on
I
point
think एक और
than we
खेलना
saw them
पड़ेगा ये
against
लोग प्लेऑफ में
Vitality.
जाने के लिए.
And Trace
They need 2 wins
really did
before
put up
2
a much
losses.
better fight on Haven. Obviously Lotus was
एक
all
और खेलना
T1
पड़ेगा.
the whole way.
T
For
बार
Trace
yes
here, a big
sir.
round of applause, well deserved.
एक और
Team
खेलना
that can do
पड़ेगा.
damage.
This stage
T1
मतलब 2
though,
win पहला चाहिए, 2 losses
this
से
team that was
पहले
put
मतलब.
together to
2
win
loss
championships,
पहला
to
हो
win
गया,
trophies,
तो बाहर
trying to
2
find their
win पहला हो
form,
गया तो
trying to
अंदर.
find their footing, and this could be the first step towards something even greater.
भाई
I wonder
T1
what the
बंटल है
sign
क्या?
says.
I don't know. Is it gonna
What
be?
could it be?
Is it gonna be?
And oh, Stacks just lost
Well,
his
we'll
bonus.
never know now.
Man, we won't know. Stacks is no. Let's just bow. I want to celebrate.
Wait,
Yeah.
guys, try again.
We'll
We've
deal with
got
this
to. We've
later.
got to get the bundle. Get the bundle.
अच्छा बंडल है.
There it is.
Okay, okay.
अरे बराबर.
I'm shocked.
ये.
So save it for
Finally.
the photo op. Let's get the bow in front of the fans
Finally.
first. But they
Enjoy
managed
तो
to
कर
sort
दो तो
themselves
जीत
out.
गए.
Fortunately for T1, the coordination in-game was a lot better than it was trying to get the banner. But for the fans here,
चैट सीन ऐसा कि हमारी टीम की थोड़ी सी कुटाई हो रही है, तो अगर ऐसी कुटाएगा तो शायद नेक्स्ट गेम में और विम्प बाय को जाना पड़े खेलने को. ठीक है, कौन नहीं खेल पा रहे परफॉर्म, वो लोग कल्टी करना पड़ेगा मैप 1 के बाद. वो लोग खेलेंगे आगे, लेकिन कैसे हार रहे मतलब देखने के लिए मेरे को अंदर घुसना पड़ेगा, ऐसा लग रहा है. मेरे साथ भी हार गए तो फिर कुछ कर नहीं सकते. आई विल टेक द ब्लेम, बट 2-7 होना अगेंस्ट अ टीम जिसमें से मैं एक भी बंदे को नहीं जानता इज अ लिटिल कंसर्निंग. जस्ट अ लिटिल, स्पेशली हर लोगों का करियर बनाने का है स्पोर्ट्स में, तो इट्स अ लिटिल कंसर्निंग. क्या देख सकते हैं फिलहाल तो कहाँ नहीं देख सकते. चलो मैं थोड़ा स्कोर और फॉलो
Going
करके
into
आया,
stage 1.
फोन चार्ज करके आया क्योंकि मेरे फोन में बैटरी नहीं है, और चाय
second
लेके
lease
आया.
on life with the road
सेन
because of
का मैच अगर वो हुआ क्या बोलते हैं, अगर ये लोग बहुत बुरी तरह हार गए तो मैं फेस कैम करके स्ट्रीम करूंगा. मैं पीओवी नहीं दिखाऊंगा क्योंकि मेरे को इतना भी प्रेशर नहीं डालने का है कि अगर कोई बहुत गंदा ही खेल रहा है तो सीधा करियर पे इफेक्ट पड़े उसके, कि गाली गलौज तो होने वाला है. तो फेस कैम करके हम स्ट्रीम करेंगे ताकि तुमको मेरा एटलीस्ट आवाज़ आ जाए और मालूम पड़े कि जीत कैसे रहे और हार कैसे रहे. ऐसा कुछ करेंगे, ठीक है. क्योंकि पीओवी स्ट्रीम का मैंने परमिशन लिया नहीं है तो मेरे को पता नहीं है मैं कर सकता हूँ कि नहीं. वो भी मैं पूछ लेता हूँ. अगर मैं पीओवी स्ट्रीम कर सकता हूँ तो फिर मैं 1 मिनट डिले के साथ कर दूँ. ठीक है, मैं पूछ लेता हूँ सब कुछ. मैं सब करके आया है मैं. रुको यार तुम लोग, पैंच लंड दिन जा रहा है आज का. रुको, लाइक करो चैट.
โอ้โหขอบคุณมากๆนะครับผม What an amazing crowd ตอนนี้นะครับผมก็มาอยู่กับ Stacks นะครับผมซึ่งผมก็มีคำถามอยู่เหมือนเดิมนะครับ2คำถามเริ่มจากคำถามแรกเลยนั่นก็คือว่าผมเนี่ยสงสัยเหลือเกินว่าทำไมถึงต้องเลือก Haven เนาะเนื่องจากว่าประสบการณ์ในการที่เขาเล่น Haven มาเนี่ยอาจจะมีความโคลงเคลงอยู่บ้างนะครับแต่ว่าวันนี้เขาดูมั่นใจมากขึ้นและอยากรู้ว่าไปทำอะไรกันมา Alright, Stacks, first of all, congratulations. I would love to start with the first question. And yeah, the first question is pretty much about the second map. I really want to know, and I think a lot of the players did not expect you guys to, pick Haven as well, given the recent performances. Yeah, could you run me through what was going on through the decision making for picking Haven?
승리 축하드리고요. 사실 많은 사람들 그리고 상대 선수들이 T1이 헤이븐을 픽할 거라고 예상하지 못했던 것 같아요. 최근에 약간 흔들리는 모습을 헤이븐에서 보여주기도 했었잖아요. 그래서 헤이븐 픽의 이유가 궁금합니다.
저희의 이제 퍼스트 맵은 이제 항상 헤이븐이라고 생각을 했어서 상대방이 이제 열어준 거에 너무 감사하게 저희가 픽을 당연히 했고요. 저희는 이미 준비가 돼 있었고 그리고 저희는 왜 그렇게 대중들이 생각할지 모르겠지만 저희의 첫 번째 맵은 헤이븐이라고 생각합니다.
제일 강한 게 Haven?
네.
We actually think the Haven is our strongest map. I don't know why people would take that as a surprise. I mean, I do really think and believe in our Haven. And yeah, and also for the first map, we thank Trace for picking it too, because it's one of our strongest maps too.
Oh, alright ก็สำหรับคำตอบนะฮะบอกว่าก็งงเหมือนกันครับว่าทำไมบางคนถึงสงสัยว่าเราถึงเลือกเฮเว่นนะเพราะเนื่องจากว่าเรามั่นใจเฮเว่นมากที่สุดแล้วเนาะเช่นเดียวกับแมปแรกเหมือนกันก็งงว่าทำไมเทรสถึงเลือกเป็นแมปที่เลือกไปนะครับเนื่องจากว่าเราก็มั่นใจในแมปนั้นเหมือนกันว่าง่ายๆก็คือมั่นใจหมดนั่นแหละถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมเลยทีเดียวมาถึงคำถามที่2นะครับผมนั่นก็คือตัวของเขาเองนะสำหรับ Stacks เองเนี่ยรู้สึกว่าเจอทีมจีนทีไรแล้วมาทุกทีเลยอยากรู้ว่าวันนี้เข้ามาแล้วมันส่งผลหรือเปล่ากับการเจอทีมจีนของเขาถึงเพอร์ฟอร์มได้ดีขนาดนี้นะครับผม Leading to the second question you have always been known to do very very well against the team from China so I really wanted to know in this case does facing Trace Esports today does that have any impact on you?
섹스 선수 중국팀한테 안 지잖아요. 오늘 트레이스 e스포츠를 상대할 때 그런 자신감이 좀 많이 도움이 됐을까요?
그렇게 생각해 본 적 없는데 그렇게 얘기를 해서 일단은 처음 알았고요. 그리고 아마도 이제 저를 알고 이제 저희가 스크림에서 많은 이제 이펙트를 많이 줬기 때문에 중국팀 상대로 아마도 거기에서 조금 저희 아우라가 나오는 게 아닐까 생각합니다.
I never actually gave it much thought, but now that I think about it, it comes more from scrimming a lot of Chinese teams and us leaving a lot of impact on them. So maybe they're intimidated by us. So that's why I do well against Chinese teams.
Amazing ก็บอกเลยว่าเอาจริงๆก็เพิ่งรู้เหมือนกันเนาะว่าแบบมีส่งผลอะไรอย่างนี้ต่อทีมจีนด้วยเหมือนกันแต่ในขณะเดียวกันก็มานั่งคิดดูเขามีการสกรีมหรือการซ้อมกับทีมจีนเนี่ยเยอะมากๆอยู่แล้วนะครับเลยอาจจะฝังลึกลงไปในเหมือนทีมของฝ่ายฝั่งนั้นด้วยเหมือนกันว่าฝั่งเราเนี่ยค่อนข้างน่ากลัว and that would be it for now thank you so much Stacks congratulations on the next round thank you Jen for the translation and guys we'll pass it back we'll be right back don't go anywhere and that is it from the stage
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
डैड पिंकी के साथ खेलने के लिए एक बंदा चाहिए पिंकी पार्टी कोड देगी इसको खेलने का खेलो आ गया विकेट भाई अभी मैं देखा जस्ट 151 for 2 अभी जस्ट देख के बंद किया मैंने। तो भाई एक बार डॉक्टर के पास जाऊंगा। मॉडल हो कोई भी जाओ पिंकी देगी शायद।
Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of Masters Bangkok and our second elimination match. It's Team Liquid taking on Sentinels. Both teams bounce back in their kickoff runs, but only one will have the opportunity to do it here. I am your host, Binks, and I'm joined by Mimi and Ender. Welcome back, you guys. That first elimination match was a little bit one-sided, but we're expecting things to be a little bit closer in this one.
I'm not gonna lie, production is feeding into the Twitter fan cam girlies with the edit on these arrivals.
That's crazy.
The slow-mo, the jump cue.
Yeah,
Basically,
it was a wild first game though. Incredibly dominant match coming out from T1. Good to see them bounce
Sorry,
back.
attack बहुत चुत्ता था।
Yeah, and at the same time, I think it's sad to see Trace go, right? They had so much more hype coming in and to falter at the end.
I mean, it is sad. We're going to have to send one more team home now. It is going to be even more sad, I feel like. It could be Team Liquid after the way we saw them play against EDG. So talk me through some of the things that you guys saw that you don't want to see again today.
There was some vintage Liquid rounds in this game.
There
was also a lot of rounds with potential, but I think we got to talk about the stuff that was wrong that ended up losing them this game. Start off on this round, which starts really good idea. They're fighting really heavy towards heaven and then going back into the retake, and then they just miss the suck onto Chichu. Camo's TPing away. He can't run back. I'm thinking of a different round. This is the one where he TPs away and can't run back. And then this, I think, is that other one as well.
Yeah, there's so many of these like just crazy rounds. I mean, Chichu putting up a fest on him there, but yeah, that's the
guys.
It's unfortunate too because I thought TL ran a super cool round in that one where they just sent the Yoru in to plant the spike. They're fighting through their Astral up in heaven with a super late flank, and it's just a misplaced star that tosses the round. So it's not like it was just a mess. There was a lot of cool ideas. And
yeah, it was the same with Pearl, right? Like they had so many good moments that match, and then they get in the second half, they make a questionable decision to force buy with 3 pistols, and then they lose the chance to close it out.
Well, let's hear what Nats had to say to Mika Fabs ahead of this match.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Nats, the IGL of Team Liquid. Now, Nats, Team Liquid has defied expectations before. Like you guys did it at the EMEA kickoff. I'm wondering, where does this resiliency come from within the team, and what enables you guys to just pull through such unexpected matches and like defy all expectations?
I think we were just making a good decision after the losses, but overall the rest of the boys like when with people is not expecting us to win, but I think they just enjoy around that. But we're just trying our best.
Underdogs can be an advantage, right? Sometimes. Good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, you heard it from Nats. That's the mentality they had back at kickoff in EMEA as well. And they ended up making a final. The good news is the rookies, Kiko and Camo, had a great debut on this stage against EDG.
Absolutely fantastic, and especially in that first map where they're pushing EDG into multiple overtime. So to have these guys come out on the stage, play up against some of Valorant's finest, and absolutely pop off, it's a great sign.
It's great to see him thrive on this stage. Won Ascension 2 years ago, playing the whole season with Liquid in 24 that didn't go their way. But I feel like he's really found his own on this roster in 2025. And with Camo also stepping up big time, it made you think that they could have won this game. They very much could have. It was a close OT. It was a split. There was only a few rounds away. If they hadn't lost those key rounds we showed earlier, this could have been a scenario where Team Liquid was off in the 1-0 games, going la-di-da towards the playoffs, but now instead they have to lock in for this lower bracket.
We have seen this before. This is how they managed to make a final back in EMEA. I think it bodes well for them that the rookies were not nervous. The rookies didn't feel the pressure on stage, especially considering for Kiko, and this is his home crowd. He is the only Thai representation. I'm gonna put a because we have a very special content segment we're bringing you guys here because Mimi was joined by Narrates and Kiko for a time taste test. Take a look at this.
डिस्प्ले का आवाज बंद कर दूंगा. टीममेट्स का भी आवाज नहीं आया.
Hey there, welcome. I'm Mimi, and I'm here with Sentinels and Team Liquid's Kiko, and we're going to be trying out some Thai food today. Got a couple dishes queued up, and pretty excited for this one. I know you were talking about being super excited for your first global event, getting to come to Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to be here. I think that, I mean, I really like the weather because in Germany right now it's snowing. Here's really warm. And I've got family coming to watch me, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, you're half Thai, right? So your mom's going to be here, your family's going to come out and get to do that?
Yeah, and my mom's going to be here for the first game, my grandma and her 3 brothers.
The blue bay.
Alright, we'll keep talking, but I want to dive right into the food. So we're going to give the first one to you guys. This is a stir-fried chicken dish, which I believe
legal to play between the match changing the player. It is legal if you play after first map.
Yeah, I can't remember
Match
what we
के
had.
बीच में player change नहीं कर सकते, but map के बीच.
We're getting like a little bit of Thai food, but we have a habit of just going to get like Japanese food or something, always for no reason.
To be honest, the Japanese food here is really good too.
Sanjay, thank you for the membership.
Spicy, good, kind of basic stir fry.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I think that when we first landed here, I was like telling my family, like, the first thing we can eat, I know we're going to eat like some fried chicken. That's not Thai at all. And that's the first thing we did. We went to this Korean place called Bonchon, and we ate like just fried chicken. Everyone wants to eat fried chicken for some reason. No one wants to eat Thai food. I was like, right, whatever.
Narrate for you, kind of second year coming to global events in Valorant. Last year you were playing against this guy in EMEA. Now you're in NA with Sentinels. You guys get second place for several events. How's it been? What's different playing in NA, playing with Sen versus your year last year with KC?
Well, I mean, obviously the biggest difference is like, location. Berlin is very cold, like city, especially like in the winter. It's very just
dark,
desolate.
Sunset at 4 p.m.
Yeah, it's very dark always. LA is all year round. It's just perfect weather for no reason. Like, it's actually annoying like how perfect the weather is there.
Blue, refresh.
When I went to EMEA, I didn't know a lot of the players. I just kind of was playing. Whereas in NA, I know all the players. I know how they play. I know, like, you know, their tendencies. Even just like
0.2% packet loss.
So that's the biggest difference. Is, you know, I'm just playing people I know.
I want to grab the next dish here. We have a spicier one. This one is a yellow curry dish. If you want to just grab it, you can go ahead and dig it. I'll let you guys finish the other dish after. Let's take a peek. That looks pretty good.
Actually, looks good, no?
Do you eat a lot of Thai food at home?
My mom's a chef.
Your mom's Thai. Does she cook a lot?
Yeah, she's a chef, so she makes a lot of Thai food, a lot of like Asian sort of cuisines.
Next map क्या होता है? अगर ये लोग हारेगा तो
flavors. Like this one, it's like medium spicy.
लेकिन नहीं हार रहे, heavy comeback.
Spicy?
No? Okay. Maybe it'll be a little harder this one.
I don't even know how to eat this. Like, I've never eaten something like this, so.
No?
Well, it's like shrimp. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's like prawns in the curry.
Okay. I don't even know how.
बाप रे, इतना बड़ा shrimp?
A bit of a struggle to get through it.
No, yeah, I mean.
All right, we got a spicy dish.
Sit closer.
I want to ask you, Narrate. You've been known to be a little bit of a trash talker on occasion. Do you have any spicy takes? Anything for this event?
Everyone is horrible.
Everyone is horrible.
Yes, including us.
You think he's horrible?
Including us.
Yeah,
I mean, this guy's nice. He's too nice with the rock.
Everyone
is horrible. We're horrible. You know, all. I mean, to be honest, all the teams are very new. So
like,
the quality of games like this tournament will definitely be a lot lower than later in the year. Just because
it's kind of always how it goes. New games, new meta, big changes to the maps.
And definitely this tournament, there's not a lot of teams that have been together for a very long time. So we'll definitely see a lot of like improvement mid-tournament.
मेरे girlfriend छोड़ के गई तो शायद आज उनका भी comeback हो सकता है.
After
most overrated team of the tournament.
Overrated team.
मत बोल, sorry.
I'd say EDG.
EDG? Yeah. You think they fell off from champs last year?
तू खाता है
I think they had a really good run in champs. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do the same. We'll see. Maybe I.
Audition कर ले नहीं. Permission नहीं है तो बकचोदी करने का नहीं.
Spicy stuff for you guys. Hope you enjoyed the food and thanks so much for joining me for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you.
I hope you really enjoy the food as well, Mimi.
Yes, and that EDG take aged like fine wine.
Yeah, they seem to be very overrated right now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of some things that haven't aged super well, Sentinels, their opening game, what did you guys make of that against the
I mean, they got absolutely rocked. This was a shock compared to expectations for both of these teams, but DRX came out with some really good comp changes, and they just rolled Sen, their attack side, on this Lotus. The Yoru was hitting the C site every round, and Sen could not find a solve.
Yeah, and you know, definitely DRX should have been the favored team heading into that matchup, but I think people had a lot more faith in Sentinels to put up a strong fight, potentially have some upset fire there.
Too tough for
me,
Sentinel to qualify.
I sort of felt like Zekken was absent. The form of Zekken that you'd expect to see from him, especially in that first map, didn't see much. And
W tracks,
he's gotta be a player that has to turn it around if this team's going to have a chance.
Yeah, underperformances from him, from Zelsis, from the
That
guys who
and
truthfully, it's the whole team, right, that like wasn't really stepping up. But really, usually when it is, you know, who's going to be that guy, it's usually Zekken.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And then on top of that, there was just synergy issues across the game, players not swinging together. It was the Sentinels that looked completely out of sort in that game.
Yeah, but Bang had a banger. He was pretty consistent. He looked good. And, I mean, you talk about players having to step up. I feel like he already did in that game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is Bang one of the new additions onto this roster, right? Massive shoes to step into with Thames formerly in that team. I think Bang's a phenomenal player. Like, this is one of the
You're
best.
his number one fan,
I'm actually Bang's number one fan. Like, I think his site anchoring is elite, and he'll do it on his own so consistently. Like, he doesn't need assistance coming in. You don't have fast rotates or util to help him out. He can just do it all on his own. So it was great to see, even in the loss, that form is still shining through. For the first time, he's stepping onto an international stage in a Sentinels jersey.
But he had to step up because of how much the rest of the team was struggling. You think of the Lotus, he was put in a position where he's like solo retaking late towards C when his teammates is dead. He's in so many clutch situations. He's a great player, but you can't just rely on him to be winning games. And it was clear with how hard they got shellacked by DRX in that opener.
They lost the game.
Oh, for now, let's check in with the Vibe Merchant and hear what Zelsis had to say after the loss to DRX in this Omen player moment.
Hey guys, I am Zelsis. Losing to DRX in the way we did, I mean, it was just an embarrassing loss, to be honest. I felt like they just kind of walked all over us and we didn't really play well, considering DRX in the past. They kind of just stuck to everything they did and everything they know. So they learned how to adapt, which is good for them. It's a very strong thing to do, especially in such a short time. Switching 2 comps like they did on 2 maps is not an easy task.
Where to watch? You cannot watch.
Considering the schedule that they've probably had in the last couple days. So kudos to them. I mean, second map was a lot closer than first map, thankfully. We didn't just get swept. I mean, we usually start slow in our tournaments and in our series with map 1s, so it's not like a surprise to me.
Towards the back, going to be cleared out by Bang. Zelsis far forward, and Bang is absolutely ready for it. Gets the shutdown, Kevin on the floor, shots into the smoke.
Like, there's so many scenarios that could happen, you just have to take it each day. But when you're in an environment like this, I think everything comes down to team play and comms, so that's a very important thing for me to help the team focus on, in my opinion. Whoever we play, I mean, you're in the same boat as us, you're 0-1, we're 0-1, so if you doubt us, just know you're just the same team that we are.
Tell us how you really feel, Zelsis. Tell us how you really feel. But they will be going up against Team Liquid in this scenario, of course, in the elimination. But let's take a look at this comp that Liquid were playing back in EMEA. This was their permaban until it got to the best of 5s, where they kind of had to show this. Do you guys think that this is something they could bring out again today?
No, I know I was like hyping up like some solo queue comps and agents working on this map, but the Reyna is one step too far.
Yeah, I agree. I think that in the club, it was a gimmick comp that didn't really pay off at the time. If they do want to show Lotus, I expect them to have something prepped. Sen got owned on that map, but they're not a bad Lotus team.
Hey, it worked against Heretics. They looked very good the first time they played
everything worked against Heretics, to be fair.
Oh, that's sad. That's sad. But for now, let's get into this elimination match even. Send it down to the stage and bring out your teams. It's Team Liquid and Sentinels.
Walkout bolte.
Sentinels, Hopka, Team Liquid.
Team Liquid and Sentinels, they are no strangers to the pressure of elimination, but only one of them can survive today. It comes down to the teams, one of them that won the first global tournament of the year back in 2024 in Madrid, and the other one that has their answer to every single person doubting them in
13-10.
this community. It is the ultimate do or die.
Both these teams had very mirrored paths in their respective kickoffs. Rough starts, going down to the lower bracket. But they both recovered, went on massive runs to make it to their respective finals. And now they both have that same task here, but only one can continue.
Sometimes that pressure, you can just use that as fuel to just go on a run to make a serious dent in a tournament. And right now, both these teams
yes,
gearing up for the most important match of this tournament for themselves.
Yeah, and very important map veto as well. The reason we showed you guys that Lotus comp is because Liquid, it was their permaban, but in some situations, they banned the Pearl, they let the Lotus float, and this is one of those situations that I can see that happening because I wouldn't want to play against Sentinels Pearl.
Yeah, it's pretty classic too, right? EMEA teams banning the Pearl away against America's
We
team.
have never beaten America's on Pearl, never.
You don't want to match up there, so it wouldn't be a big surprise if you see
here
it.
we go.
Team Liquid take Pearl out of the pool. Sentinels want to start off on Lotus.
So I think Lotus has to be a new comp for Team Liquid. I will be shocked if they are going back into a Clove, Reyna double duelist comp here at a global tournament.
I think this is a trap. I think Liquid want Sentinels to pick Lotus.
I
think they played them into this. And again, the last time they did this to a team, albeit maybe you didn't like the comp, but they did perform really well and they were prepped.
Absolutely. And for Sentinels here,
my
my one kind of difference to that is that I think this will be the map that was under the most scrutiny for them in these last 2 days after getting cooked by DRX here.
Yes.
To go back, figure out what went wrong and make improvements.
And that's right. Coach Kaplan loves to get zero sleep at international events and watch
I don't know
those
if he
balls
loves
on
it,
blue.
but they make him do it.
He has to suffer through that. But truthfully, what it means for this team is they learn so much in the losses. This first map is going to be really, really exciting, especially depending on what Team Liquid are going to rock here.
Here we go. This is so interesting. What do you make of this?
Yeah, thankfully they've made a change and they are playing a very good composition. You're up against Sen, who's playing the Vice. You basically have to be
go!
For camo, and you're pairing that
Paid
with
race
the
combo
It's just a good honest combo.
Yeah, here's the thing though, in terms of the agents themselves, Nat is the only person here that really has threats of playing Cypher on this map. Paddy has never played Breach on Lotus, Kiko has never played Omen on Lotus, Kamek of course never played Tejo here either.
Yeah, and to be fair, there is a little bit of a learning curve, but at the same time, usually this map is going to come down to big team fights around Rebel space, around C space, so surely they put in the work to know how to fight together with these new agents.
Sen, though, lost to a very similar comp for DRX, so they're going to be prepping for a very similar comp to this one. I imagine they expected, at very least, that Yoru to come out from TL.
And in Americas, they played against basically the same thing in G2 on this map, except it's a Viper instead of the Cypher, so very similar ideas when it comes to those brawls.
I'm looking to see how Sentinels changes the way they're anchoring scenes. Celsius got kind of exposed by DRX consistently on that one. So I want to see how they're changing up, how they're solving that side of the map, coming back into this.
Yeah, and also for Kamek, there was a lot of question marks. He looked a bit shaky, but his Tejo in EMEA is one of the best. He's very, very good, very reactive. I just want to see him play with a little bit more confidence.
Absolutely, and the other guy I'm looking at is Camo.
Let's go, Sentinels!
Elimination match, yes, sir. I love him on the Yoru.
Yeah, the Yoru is looking so sick, and again, you've got so many ideas to combo with your teammates when you've got the ultimate going down with the breach, all these different ideas, the fast rotates as well to sort of help out your opposite sides, your weak sides of the map. This is going to be a very new look for Team Liquid coming into the match today, but I think they've got some serious chances even on this opener.
Yeah, this is what I talk about when I said preparation, because even though they were perma-banning this map, they were all telling us, you know, talking about how they actually had something cooked. You know, they knew what they were doing. They just didn't want to play it. But for Sentinels, how do you react to this? How do you react to some of the changes that we just seen?
I think this is likely what they expected, or at very least the comp they're familiar playing against. So I almost turn more towards like individual player confidence. I'm looking at Zekin. He is a big game player for this team. He was one of the biggest reasons they won in Madrid. They went on their run in America's kickoff this year. He's got to be better than their first game.
Yeah, he's got to be an elite duelist for this team to make a dent here. And go for a deep run. It's also interesting that we just haven't seen him take the Yoru yet at this event, right? He's played the Jet. This is going to be his second game on the range.
Pink mein dikh raha hai kya apna londa?
The agent, but I've got to see more from this guy.
And I also want to see the vibes, you know, a little bit better, because against DRX, when we saw them on stage, it was a little bit muted. There wasn't a lot of screaming, a lot of BM. I want to see more of that from Sentinels today.
Yeah, you heard it from Coach Kaplan in the interview after losing that map 1 to DRX.
Nats
He felt like the team's entire vibe was up. Players weren't clicking. It was something that really went wrong on every front. But the vibe is what brings games for Sentinels, and you gotta look at Zelsis to bring that up.
And of course, John QT versus Nats. This is such an interesting IGL head-to-head.
It's the ultimate old versus new. Nat's such a classic player, but IGLing still a new role for him, having to prove himself here at Masters.
I'm so sorry. Let's send over to your casters, the completely unbiased duo of Bren and Sideshow.
Absolutely. Streaming नहीं चालू है ना, by the way, but yeah, let's get into it, man. It's do or die for both of these teams here at Masters Bangkok. Situations that both of these teams have been in before, actually. Low bracket runs is something that they've got frequently at the back of their minds. They know that they've got experience doing it. Liquid have done it. Sentinels have done it. But here, on the global stage, a different ask entirely.
Team Liquid have basically copied DRX's homework to try to shore up their map pool here. One of their weakest maps, Lotus. Remember, they stole the homework of Sentinels to shore up Pearl. And so can Sen fend off the copycat comp?
We got to see learnings from Sen. Off the back of that defeat, I mean, it was brutal when they played against DRX. Everything was going wrong for them.
Pretty much the same pistol round. And here's that TV.
And here it is, an adjustment already. John, the smoke on top of it. The anchoring is tested. With Zelsis and John side by side, shoulder to shoulder, make short work of Team Liquid.
It is crazy for Team Liquid to try to run the Mako double TP.
Same play.
The exact same play. You know that Sen have looked at that in the VOD review and gone, well, we're never going to let that happen to us again.
Yeah. Team Liquid going back to the old walkabouts, but Nats is cleaned up momentarily, and it leaves it just a Paddy Tech in a 1v4. An open side over towards A, might be able to get a plan, but...
Seen magic from him before at international events on this map. Pulling out low HP, insane clutches. This one, though, stretched too far as soon as the door opens as well. They even have a flash to try to slow him down. It's going to be difficult for Paddy to do anything other than just get the plan here and get some extra money for the team.
Going for it, he's trying to force the fight nice and early here, and Zeka does want to square up, takes his head clean off.
W round, पहला round, W round,
Pistol round win on Lotus. We're already seeing adjustments from the last time they played Lotus against DRX. Yes, comms, as you already mentioned as well.
Yeah, and the idea here is that you go for the teleport and then use the stun to be able to TP into the back corner. Mako did it twice, actually. Once on the bonus and once later on in a rifle round as well. Sen super ready for it this time. I'll give credit at least to Team Liquid. At least they didn't do it on a bonus. They did it on a pistol. They tried to make it slightly different. But you're going to have to wake up a little earlier than that to catch Sen.
All missiles away. Oh. Good chance to set the tone, I think, for Lotus for Sentinels. All grouped up, though. Pack mentality from Team Liquid. Will hopefully get the plan down onto B. That's what they're going to be wishing for. John catches that contact. Bullet to the head, too.
Are you spike?
Much damage. Hold on, they're just swarming themselves in as well and out and through, potentially. Taking control of Orders extremities in the lanes. Here, Paddy wants to try and take him, right? Tango up top, but no Snakebite pushing them back. And a little bit of unawareness there. John getting caught lacking. Lance down. Sentinels are going to try and do this one with a bit of discipline. Cleanly at that. Damage is done to a variety of them, but that's just back and control of Heaven perched up. And he's now got the Bulldog in their hands along with that Outlaw. Good spot, though, still for Team Liquid themselves. They need kills. They're leaving it just to Nats in a 1v2. That's a safe defuse from the rate. He knows he's got that peace of mind.
But that's an astoundingly expensive conversion. It's not like Team Liquid forced into that one. But Sen only managed to keep an Outlaw and a Bulldog going forwards. It's not going to be the best bonus in the world. They were pushed there, and one of the reasons they were pushed is because Zelsis either forgot or didn't get the comm to pop the Thorns as they were going through into B. Normally, you want that Thorns to be popped, and that should shut down, basically, an eco rush like that. I mean, look at how bad this bonus is.
Yeah, just Sheriffs and a Ghost, right? To supplement the 2 weapons they're able to save as well in a rubble of fight. Nice and early.
Sees
out through the back, long the snake bite. They just shoved absolutely everything into the fray, and the Salvos, well, they just clean up second like that. Goes through as well, a bit of spam. Alongside it, Team Liquid
क्या मस्त pionade मारा है.
Taking the bloodbath. Here's the rate here, an off angle. He's got to try and make a play here, but what can you do against the rifles? Not too much. Folds with ease. Leaving it just down to Zelsis here. It's inevitable at this point for Team Liquid.
Sen couldn't really put up too much resistance. And there was a chance if the Season 8 had caught perfectly onto Kiko, maybe they could have snowballed it forwards. Zelsis not able to land the shot there onto a player that would have gone down in a single bullet. But you don't want to keep the outlaw either.
No.
भाई जिससे अब से clean round हुआ है ना डर लग रहा है.
He spotted out. So flawless here from Liquid.
थोड़ा सा डर लग रहा है यार.
That's the closest to ult though. So you're not at a
Perfect
danger
nade
necessarily of
हमारा
a large ult snowball forming off the back of that bad bonus. See here, the rubble fight. Now, if you think about how DRX played this composition that Team Liquid have stolen, they actually didn't opt into rubble fights very often. It was Hyunmin that went over there with his teleport, with his gate crash, to try to bait out trap plays and then escape. And it looks like Liquid are opting more into it. I wouldn't have said, honestly, that this would be too successful. You see that gate crash going all the way over to the door.
Second, just trying to use the cover of his own smoke as well. Gate crash, as you mentioned, as well. So Hammer's making sure to cut up all the available angles. And I'm happy to concede up the space over towards A rubble. Meanwhile, Nats, peekaboo. No player's going to be meeting eye to eye with him. Still, doors opened wide, and that does apply a bit of pressure out of Sentinels.
Paranoia already used as well. Bang was often trying to hold on to that one to re-clear through tree, but this time invested it in the rubble fight. So how do you root Paditek and Camo out of this spot? Camo has no escape hatch. Bang and Narrate are thinking about recontesting. There's 4 players over here, but what's the go button?
Doors open again. There's a flash into the face of a few of these players. Seizes narrowly dodged and juked as well. Meanwhile, fight taken, but Johnny's got way too much to overcome into that spot and full evacuation. Team Liquid, they got 5 players surviving, holding their ground for now, but now again, okay, so a bit more proactivity from Sentinels.
Nats could find the timing on the lurk. Just realize there's no thorns here, obviously no wall as well. No vice wall, I suppose I should say. And he's taken deep information. Sen know that this is a possibility, but do they think about Nats being quite this deep?
Being very cautious themselves. A lot of contact plays. Make sure that they can hold all the angles. Adjusting to the side of the smoke and bang. Sniffs that something's up. Can tell that there's something odd about this situation. They know that Heaven's not going to be cleared out. Send themselves grouping up now for retake. Now, it's explosive at that. Team Liquid looking to try and dominate this one angle up through Heaven as well. They can take away this space and makes it that much harder. But Sentinels just paving a way across the site. They've managed to get themselves access to it. And Kiko just dropped onto 10 HP and a Dreamian still. Dreamers might be made manifest, not quite. Falls in the end there, so Sentinels...
Well, अब नहीं आ रहेंगे भाई, अब नहीं आ रहेंगे.
And crucially, winning important duels. That's another thing that was going wrong for them in the game against DRX. DRX were on fire. Individuals, like Hyunmin, for example, who we've already talked about, were sparking Sen out. In this round, Narrate hits 2 big kills. Managed to take down Camo, then Kamek. And even that fight that we were watching up in Heaven, even though Bang got pressured in a 2v1, he still managed to take Nats with him. So important duels going the way of Sen to put them on the board in a retake over at B. Here's another rubble contest from Team Liquid. Currently not playing the composition, apart from the pistol round, in the same way that we saw from DRX.
6-1.
All eyes. There won't be any contestation though from Sentinels. Happy to give it up. Fawns with a reveal. That's a bit of spam through the wall on top of it. Bang with the Guardian in hand.
Attacking best hota hai na? Yes sir.
Doesn't have an ability to go deep into tree. And Bang saved the Paranoia this time, so they've saved quite a bit of util to go for maybe a re-clear over at Rubble, but the personnel isn't necessarily there.
It's going to be challenged though, potentially. This is all in, very much so. Trying to lead the charge. Gate crashing to the back. Where's that all going? Onto the top of the box! Blind as anything, and Bang just couldn't stand the test.
Bang heard the ultimate, but he must have assumed that it was in pit instead of being on top of the box right behind him.
Yeah, a bit of confusion there. Here, Team Liquid. Don't want to give up any sort of space whatsoever. Look at that, Norofet reveals all Zekin. Just lit up, and now rolling thunder right into spawn. Try and hold your ground down, but stunned up once more. Camo is taking liberties and taking names.
Liquid dominating over towards A right now. We're not seeing Sentinels be able to win rubble duels against them. We're not seeing Sentinels be able to go for reclears. They're playing passive, reactive.
In defense of Sentinels, that was a great play. That was a great play.
Really aware of the ult coming up behind
It was a good breacher.
Like I say though, he should have been able to hear. You know, LAN is different in terms of the noise cues. It's possible. Loud crowd, loud white noise in your ears. Possibly missed that. But throughout this map, and the previous one played by Sen against DRX, I just haven't been a fan of Sen's ideas on the defense. This is new though, this is an idea.
And he's very all in, but already you've seen a dimensional drift and maybe getting a bit of value indeed. It's a fault line. Just playing, pop the targets, pop the heads if you can with the rifles. Wait a second,
Stop second.
Yeah, got his head on it. Drop down to just 61 health though. We'll have to concede a bit of this space here. Team Liquid, full access onto the site. Man down on top of it. No real weaponry for Sentinels to work with. Maybe if they get a pick, they could think about offloading results, but very unlikely.
Yeah, getting back in here is going to be more difficult in a couple seconds. Kiko with the smoke. They already have a trip down. He's not going to go for it, actually. He just wants to keep rifle out.
Walked up most of the way.
Yeah.
Destroyed. Fall anyway, so 4 surviving from Liquid now. Bank is starting to boom.
In terms of these rifle rounds, it's been remarkably one-sided, and Sentinels are struggling. This is not the same dominant Sentinels that we saw at the start of last year. The one that won kickoff, came into Madrid, storming forwards. They've actually, if we're being real, I think Sen have only played 2 great matches all year. They win against MIBR and then they lost, actually, in the grand finals to G2. They were playing some really good Valorant. Before that, they weren't happy with their performance, even though they were winning quite a bit. And after that, at this event, they haven't been happy with their performances either, and it's a rough beginning here. I know the score is tied at 3-3, but that's because Sen countered the specific set play that they had seen before, and it got them the pistol in the follow-up. That's 2 out of 3 of the rounds that they've won.
Team Liquid have been running away with the gun rounds. That's what the time has for, as you mentioned too. And Sen do have a lot of ults to work with in this particular round.
4-1 up pe bhai. 4-1, 5-1, 6-1, 7-1.
They're giving Team Liquid full mount control or full rubble control, whatever they want to go towards. And they're not mixing in enough punishes for that. It's okay to give your opponents rubble if you're going to occasionally mix in some massive re-clear strategy where you catch them with a paranoia and you jump on top of their heads and there's a bit of a wipeout. But it's easier to do that actually with Liquid's comp. Like when the sides swap, you'll see Liquid do a ton of that kind of stuff. Sen right now are just kind of anchoring sights and hoping that that's going to get them the win. It's been a rough game plan for them at this tournament on Lotus.
Haven't switched it up too much compared to when they played against DRX.
This
time they're just like, okay, let's just try to stack 4 players and win a fight over here with ults.
And actually just try and brute force it! Come on!
Wow!
That head-to-head between the superstars though, it's all Zekken.
And that's a massive first pick. They've stopped Team Liquid taking rubble control, and now Sen can kind of sit back. This is the spot where you're happier playing a bit more passively.
The player advantage.
Huh?
Leaves the
Nards ने अगर वाइस को मार दिया ना clean, पूरा map खुल गया.
Some sort of play grouped up over towards B main.
He's realized that he's been able to find a timing into B in a prior round.
It's fake pressure from Team Liquid over towards C the exact same time. There's no recipients from Sen, so they're not going to be calling this. The idea was to show a bit of misinformation, but now the door's open wide.
And Nats has actually spotted Zelsis over towards B, pinged out his location, and they're thinking it'll be easier to exec C if the site anchor isn't there. It's possible that John could be here. Sometimes they do have the Viper anchoring. We're going to see a double die.
Yeah, okay. TP up onto the box on top of it. Kamek. Hold up. Wall. Double jump over. So full committal now by Liquid. Thorns have popped off a little bit prior, and Nats is going walkabout. This guy! Oh my! Happy to find the gaps in the defensive plays by Sen.
Oh my god, and they're going for the contact walk through waterfalls. Zelsis has no idea. He's about to get close.
Oh,
that's masterful calling from Nats.
And this is what they do best. Team Liquid. Put the squeeze onto you now as well. So many unknowns circulating around Sentinel's mind. Still, no one's ready for the Heaven Peak himself.
दो मार के चला गया वो.
Straight back at you. Now disadvantage the Team Liquid.
Enemy remaining.
Backs to Zekken, Nats left alone. Only 33 have to do it in a 1v2. There's a nade to dodge, and Duke 1 HP can find a fair fight.
ये क्या है?
What a hero Bang is there. Gets the 2 kills that open up the round completely and allow Zekken to get the timing and finish the round out.
भाई क्या लैंग्वेज है ये?
But it's Bang.
यार 3,300 लोग देख रहे हैं, लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को पट से.
To put Sentinels ahead. That round, from a macro perspective, was all Team Liquid. I guess apart from the Rubble fight at the beginning, because that really was Zekken being able to get the better end over Camo, set them up in a nice defensive position. But after that, you saw Nats mid-rounding beautifully. And it felt like it was Liquid's to win.
7-1 होना था.
Sentinels still have 5 ultimates.
10 के लाइक्स कर 10 के नहीं है यार उधर.
Have to use any there.
Saving them for a rainy day, apparently.
Might be raining right about now.
Yeah, it's a lot of
भाई
presence.
trap plays होने वाला है. Trap plays.
Team Liquid grouped up here. There's no pushback, not from Sentinels. They're happy to play this one a bit more passively with this Nightfall. It's primed and ready.
जैसे ही दरवाजा खुलेगा.
Who's going to be playing off of this? That's my question. Nightfall coming through as well. There's a drone in the face though. You're suppressed up. It's still Decay. Maybe kick it in on top of it. It's a showstopper. Where the hell are you sending that one to? The moon? Paddy, he's got 2. And tipped out with the rifles. Kiko Kamek making sure work of these Sentinels players. Celsius 1v3. He's had a difficult time of things recently. Trying to anchor, played his vice position and role. Ups and downs in terms of his performance, but now he's left to do it all. Discipline, name of the game here for Liquid. Look at him. Not going to give him absolutely anything here. Paranoias.
He's going to ult.
Waited. There's a steel guard committed, but there's salvers in your face. There's a flash in your face. Kitchen Sink's going to be coming next. Best of luck to you. Because again, no open fight, Team Liquid. There's no mistakes here with the way that they're playing. Double face up into heaven.
He's throwing good money after bad there. That ultimate towards the end is almost never going to get you the win in the 1v3. They've just got perfect control over the site. They still have util to be able to use.
Again, यार मैं कैसे देखूं सब कुछ?
Which, as you said, went into orbit. When he was trying to punish the player, he sees that a little flare towards the back. He's trying to get a bit of splash damage on somebody at back rubble, but it looks very silly, doesn't it? And there's the war chest expended. 3 big ultimates, Nightfall, Showstopper, Steel Guard is gone for naught.
Missing links, I think, into the play that Sen were trying to go for. As you said, bit of a refight. Hold the phone. Zekken go for that peek and camo. You're brave to get back posted onto the angle. TP by Bang, yeah. Didn't even hear that one. So happy to pluck camo out of the picture here. And Team Liquid left scrambling, all grouped out. They don't really have any map control here. They wanted the pivot, but they're going to go for the reclear themselves. Aftershock salvos up for the round. Smoke into the face of Zekken. He's spamming, spraying, praying. The Sentinels, no one's hearing them.
ठीक है Zekken भाई.
Still 3 versus 3. TP up into the spawn. What the hell's occurring here, Kiko?
Oh, this is wild. Is he looking to try to get a timing on John? Is he just trying to pull players towards him?
John's only got a judge, just sat down into the pit.
I mean, you say only got a judge. I wouldn't want to walk in there.
That's very true, but
they're going to try to pinch by the look of things. Kiko's calling the rest of his team back over to this pit. They still have drone to work with. They have drone. The drone can inform a stun from Patty. And Kiko
just going for it.
I don't really like going for it before the rest of the team's in position to help.
So split up there.
This is so slow from Liquid.
Yeah.
Tally-ho in mound, guys. You gotta go forwards.
Might be going right into the maw. John QT, Judge in hand, salvos. A misstep, a gap, but they're spamming it. Almost the expectation of it. Only 13 seconds left. They're going to try and get themselves into this. Highlighted and turned into paste.
The snipe on the snake bite at the end. What are they doing? Why aren't they Tejo droning that?
Yeah, it's.
But how about you just ulti and then Viper has to come out of the ulti and then ulti pe ulti पीछे से ulti and culti.
On in Liquid's comms there. I think that is a hit the red button moment. Kaplan's like, yeah, well, we'll take those, I guess.
We'll take it.
We will take those. All right, so Team Liquid are going to hit the panic button. As I said, they've gone for a tactical timeout.
Language buddy.
I don't think the overall ideas have been too bad from Team Liquid. They've generally speaking been able to scrap over towards rubble. I'd say they've ended up getting the better end of it most of the time. Here they missed the teleport from Bang, but were still able to get into a 3v3. But that is a crucial one for Sen to be able to win. They came to that round with a Judge and an Ares. That's one of the first Ares purchases that I've seen in pro play for so long. But Narrate was gunning with that one, the poor man's Odin, to try to keep Sen's head above water.
Won't lie though, shaky game from both sides.
But it's expected to be shaky from them, because this is the very bottom of their map pool. They ban Pearl, although if they play it, they're going to steal Sentinels comp. And then they're either going to ban Lotus or they're going to steal DRX's comp by the look of things. So those two maps, we know, are at the absolute bottom of Team Liquid's map pool. And so they're expected to be shaky here. The fact that it's dead even, basically, is actually a worrying sign for Sen. They need to be putting some clean air between them and Team Liquid on this map.
One's not quite broken here. Nice setup. Over towards A, Zelsis. Going to be praying that they walk straight into this one, but it's just Camo as well, trying to absorb a bit of it. Thorns are down, so it reveals the hand that the setup has moved around, drifted. 5 players grouped up. Team Liquid, they don't really have anybody they can pivot into in case things do go wrong over towards the A hit. Oh my god, they're trying to jump spot and bait this wall out. Narrate and Zelsis have stepped up.
First time that this defensive setup has been tested with the Vice over here towards A, and it works perfectly. John's also there, ready to collect this pivot to B. And all of this information allows Bang to push out. Sen playing this round very nicely.
Yeah, and the wind is taken out of the sails of these Team Liquid players. They were hoping for faster tempo up, and again, back to the drawing board. Old classic and old reliable, which is contacting all the way. And speaking of contacting Bang,
love you,
question marks across the map. Barrel spotted out, but I think he's just missed the mark on that one, and yet Camo is going to be missing his head too. This is Sentinels putting the squeeze onto these players, and they're just making it look like child's play.
Clean.
Oh, Narrate on an individual level has been having some rounds. There's a player that if he steps up could make all the difference for Sen. I talked earlier about how Sen are not the dominant force that they were in 2024. But one of the reasons I think is that they're still trying to find their rhythm with this new roster. They're trying to settle people into roles. Narrate's looked his best when he's been playing the Fade. He's been looking decent when they played Lotus in the past. But you can get more from this guy. I know you can. I've seen it before. And if he plays up to his potential, then that could add a real extra bonus to how Sen are performing.
Yeah, maybe the narrative of Sen heating up over the course of these tournaments. Waking up from the slow starts might not be a fake one.
They need it.
They do. A bit more spread though from Team Liquid. Last few rounds have been all in over towards A rubble.
Fake rubble control, fake mount control, sorry, here. So Camo, he trips the trap. This is perfect information for the rest of Liquid. They can start accelerating over towards A. They're going to know that the Vice setup is over here, and they've already interacted with it in the prior round. So there goes the Clone trying to bait out the wall.
Do just that. Going to be triggering it. Up and away we go. Hold on, that cage. Probably not intended for the top of that one.
Not where that was supposed to go.
Now we're seeing it. Rolling Thunder. It's going to cleave its way in through the side. Narrate is cleaned up momentarily. He felt like he had to take a fight there. Smoke on top of it. How the hell are you whiffing that one? Almost the open sightlines in time, and the Armageddon's going to be clearing them all the way out! Zelsis! He can't even escape it! Not the ire of it! And the advantage now lies into the hands of Team Liquid. One player up. Forward into the position, Satchel up on top. It's a high ground perch. Potentially the play around here and still unable to win these fights.
Where we can see Disneyland match अभी नहीं देख सकते हैं, अभी qualifier चल रहा है ना, पहला
shines through once
later on
more.
शायद stream होगा, अभी के लिए कोई
face
plan
though
नहीं.
disrupts the play. And still no swing from Paddy. He's waiting for it, but straight through the smoke.
Discipline तो है.
IGL.
That's how Team Liquid's composition is supposed to work. You see that when DRX run it. They have the Yoru play on the opposite side of the map to the rest of their team. Walk forward, disrespect, and if there's a trap there, if there's any danger, you teleport out and you trigger a reaction on the opposite side. This time, they did that mount trap completely, and this Tejo ult is fantastic. Look at that. It's almost impossible to dodge if you're deep over there. I guess you could run towards Pit, but that's exactly where the rest of Team Liquid are hoping that you go. Lovely round from Liquid.
Right back into this final round of this first half. Dimensional drift that was earned, so Camo's getting a lot of info, and again, that fake pressure, fake presence.
He's
out of two players.
He's going to see this is the same defensive setup as before.
Line stun connected onto him, I think, actually, and Camo's going to be falling. Defense was necessary from the rate. Protects his teammate's life.
But it's another good call from Nats. They put a load of pressure over towards A and just walk in B. They're not going to think about this timing.
Well, John, he's got his crosshair trained on it. Yeah, expecting it. At this point, Team Liquid, you know that they end up trending into that. When the going gets rough for them, a lot of walking around, but they at least have a plant down onto the B side, but these retakes from Sen in particular have been pretty nice and simple. We've seen at the nightfall. He's going to set the stage and a bit of spam as well. Augments this push coming through. The Haunt just cannot be dealt with. It's all on the shoulders, and that's too much to overcome there. So 7-5 is a finish for this first half. Sentinels, the question is, are they happy enough with it?
They certainly cleaned up the play. Those last few rounds were actually pretty good from both teams. But Sen with the advantage because they won the pistol.
Sen changed the comp from
I think another one would be really nice for them coming into the next.
Sen better with Lotus. मेरे हिसाब से Fate is good. Much more info than Teho. Reveal is info, two Prowler are two different info.
We got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three of us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Teho with breach is nice. If there is no breach, only Teho is thoda sa cute kutu. अरे रिवर्जिंग से कद्दू नहीं आ रहेंगे रे अरे पॉजी गाली देना बंद कर फड़वे 8-4 अपन लीड पे बेंच जीत गए हैं आरआर कर रहा है भाई एकदम मेडिटेशन वाला म्यूजिक है भाई ग्लिच कभी ठीक होएगा ये हेडशॉट परसेंट का अपडेट नहीं हो रहा वरना आएंगे ट्रैकर वाले 8-6
Both these teams almost head-to-head in terms of that scoreline. I mean, 7-5 is narrow lead being held here by Sentinels. So we've kind of been prompting these questions as well because we wanted to see something better out of Sentinels based on their first game's performance. Liquid are playing on a map that they don't opt into. It's one of they either ban or avoid entirely, and they're playing a completely new comp as well, and they've still managed to drag it to 5 rounds. So the next pistol round, all focus going to be on it.
During Sentinel's game against DRX, on their attack side, they ran a mount setup. So they went 4 players over the mount with Zelsis lurking B. They tried to just hit onto a C. Here you see Team Liquid anticipating what looks like they're thinking this round's going to be a B exec, I think. They've got 3 players, 4 players in that kind of area, ready to run a trap. Yeah. This might just be to find the lurker, though. Because Zelsis was alone at the outside of B, they might be just looking for whoever's alone, and that is Narrate, but they've missed the timing.
Yeah, and just giving up on it entirely now. Kamek. Ooh, wait a second, he's missed a few of these players. Gate crash. Instant reposition here by Camo. Seem to have realized at least that this is going to be leaning over towards it, especially now with the drone being utilized. So, getting a bit of a move on. Rapid approach up through the top, but there's a gap into the side of the smoke, and Kamek head clean off. Plant now down. Not to dissuade this one, not to push this one back, and Camo even traded into the process.
Good trading, good teamwork from Sen. The thorns are very difficult to get through.
The jump spotting here. Sen have got full control over towards Heaven. Essentially the entirety of the site. Fault lines of connection. Hold on. Paddy swinging wide. Nats has found his own. And got away with murder.
What is that from Nats? He's sat inside the thorns. Bang swings around the corner and goes through a right click. Rough.
And if you're Sen, you can't be losing that.
No, the utility was great though from Team Liquid. But you're right, in the sense that it's a 3v4 and they have full post-plant setups. But Zekin completely got caught. Patty managing to find 2 without a trade. We were just talking about how good the trades were, and then the better end of Patty, who took down John Cutie at the back. I was all ready to say Sentinels might end up winning this map off the back of double pistol, but here we go. Got a very serious game. Team Liquid again with another kind of trap setup.
Map किसका है? ये
Over
Liquid
towards
का
the
map
C
है?
orb this time. They had paranoia, they had stun ready.
Bloody hell, what a misplay. What's
Sorry,
going on
sorry,
there?
I'd
I
like
mean, the
to
trip
apologize.
just
Then
tangled
come
up
back
all
here.
of these players, and the goal for Sentinels was really just to get onto the B side. Nats, though, shoring up the gaps. Double face in the end, and it's a beautiful shot from the raid, at least to return that fire, but not going to be so lucky that
close
time. Definitely did some
थी.
damage to Team Liquid, but my God, bit of a
पढ़
scramble in
सकती
the
थी
beginning.
बे.
Heavy damage. I mean, it's actually very similar to what we saw in the first half, where Sen came into their attacks, the defense bonus with a low amount of weaponry. I think that's going to be pretty similar here again. Just an outlaw and a bulldog save. So decent shots from Sen.
Grandmaster invite
Team
no.
Liquid again gonna go for another trap. They're kind of just
क्या
picking
हो
an
रहा है
area of
मैच
the map
बैंकॉक में?
and making it impossible for Sentinels to go there. And it's a complete gamble for Sen. They don't know where the trap is. It could be rubble right now. And Bang might end up getting caught, but in fact, as we can see, Team Liquid stacked almost everybody C-mount.
Deep mount controller from Team Liquid with the drone and the push through. Gives him a lot of info, and you can see Camo's like, okay, well, I'm going to be making sure to reinforce
क्या हो
over
गया?
towards the
काहे
A
लड़
side.
रहे हो?
Here comes Zelsis re-clearing.
And he doesn't. Oh, wait a second. The time is kind of missed onto this one. And in the danger zone, Zelsis! Oh, I mean, he's just picked to pieces. Bonus round
Binks की
conversion.
chat शाम से
Highly
वाहियात.
likely at this point for Team Liquid. They are in full.
Binks की chat शाम से वाहियात in IGC. शाम से कोई सीन नहीं
Slow this one down, and John.
Exam के लिए best of luck बेटा.
Potentially. All the setup's going to be going down. Camo, blind as anything. Snakebite at your feet, flashes around a horn, too much to deal with here, but he has been lit up, and there it is, swarming into the positions. Everything accounted for. Wonderful salvage of the operation here from Sentinels.
शाम से खा लो friends.
Straight onto the clone. Get
Yeah,
it.
take that.
Cover going out.
बेचारे को मेरे को सब्सक्राइब करना पड़ा यार ये लिखने के लिए.
Don't think you're going to be finding.
हाँ? Indirectly मेरे को support करके वो गाली दे रहा समझ रहे हो? W.
Much willing to give up a lot of this space here. The C's is going to be missing. Dodging,
Subscriber
juking.
mode on है. Love you यार.
All eyes on Kiko.
शाम से खा लो friends.
Too many players to really try and take down. So they're very getting cheeky. It's a three-piece into the round for him as well. So it's an ult earned.
Live score का देते live score नहीं
He
देते
is
map
currently
end होने के
being
बाद.
the X factor for the team. Yeah. Zekin gets caught. Zelsis misplays this situation pretty badly, I think. Just completely running forwards there. I think he must have anticipated he was being pushed from B. But Narrate saves
How many
them.
more years
He's
of
15 and
Alabama?
9
Probably
currently.
one more.
Almost top fragging in the server, only Nats above. And he's bailing them out of situations. He did a bunch of damage on the previous round to keep the economy honest of Team Liquid and now helps sail it through.
Attacking map है, map उनका है, form में है, 8-7 lead में है, Sen is gonna win this shit.
He's going to be taking that bullet to the head, but back now wants to try and take that fight. Takes down the counterpart while he's at it. And a Nightfall now, clearing the way. Even a potential path into the A side, but as that nade rebounds, Carrick is going to be forced to respect it. Slow down a little bit. Patience inserted, but still the shots landing. Carrick wins it, and that defense is in order here, but still backs to the side. Zekin
बोलते, एक और UC
Two at the stand
बोलते.
here for Liquid, trying to get in here a bit fast and loose, and even the armor getting committed out towards the tail end.
Friends को miss करो हाँ
Choked
ना.
out to the site entirely. This Team Liquid.
POV when your haters hate you, but indirectly supporting you.
Face, bit of util to help him with the push, but it's all being watched for.
शाम से खा लो friends.
No missteps.
And a save from Kamek by the look of things. He doesn't want to go for the 1v3. He doesn't want to charge up Zekin's ult any closer. Huge double kill from the fearless entry player of Sentinels. But also, from a team strategy perspective, this is the first round where we've
बच्चों की तरह माल माल करते रहते हैं. रुबिक्स भाई आप इतने बड़े होके मेरे चैट में क्या कर रहे हो? कुछ काम धंधा नहीं है लाइफ में यार. हाँ? शाम से तो नहीं खा रहे हो?
early. Kiko goes for the paranoia, but he doesn't throw a one-way rubble. So when he takes the duel, it's just a straight-up fight. He's
इतना
not
बड़ा
advantaged.
मैच्योर इंसान आया है अपने चैट
Ends up
में.
losing it.
यार सब लोग मिलके माल दे दो उसको.
So if that's what Team Liquid look like when you go into them, maybe you don't have to be too worried.
कल से वो भी करेगा
seeing as well, I think the difficulty for Team Liquid, you can copy a comp, but in terms of the amount of actual work you can put into it in a short amount of time, it's going to be next to nothing, right?
बेचारा आयरन
The small
कुछ कमा पा रहा है
details
यहाँ
make
से
all
तो
the
दे
difference
देते यार
with comps at this kind of
समझ रहे हो?
level. And you also just need match reps to figure out kind of how you slightly adjust something to counter what your opponent's doing. Now, another player to focus on, if you're looking at the difference between Team Liquid on this map and DRX when they played this map against Sentinels, is Camo versus Hyunmin. Hyunmin was absolutely dominating Sentinels. And Camo's at the bottom of the scoreboard with only 5 kills across 16 rounds.
Struggle for him.
So that makes a match.
जॉब के लिए जाएगा ना जब जॉब ढूंढने वहाँ पे इंटरव्यू वाला पूछेगा रुबिक्स भाई आपने क्या किया है लाइफ में मैं सर एक्चुअली मैं ना एजीसी में ना सबका चैट देख रहा था मैंने रेटिंग दी है सबको वाव क्रेजी सामने सर बोलेगा बहुत सड़ी
Liquid as well. You can take a look at this map, Lotus. Normally, you're going to be shrugging this off, but there's still chances for them to come back into this one, so they're not going to want it.
आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया सामने से
You can see Sentinels gearing up. A bit of an A-Rubble fight, clash and a brawl. We will be getting it. Blood will be spilled. Fault lines, snake bites, absolutely everything needed in the corner. But Zekken happy to lay claim to that space. Paranoia delayed a flash. His dodge satchel out and away. And the bullets flying forwards. How the hell is Sen surviving?
एक ये लोग का लड़ने का तरीका.
It's a reaction from him. He's taking risks on it. He's going to be hearing it. The scurry of footsteps. Buying info and time for Kamek, getting into position, but he's got the util into his hands and the stun. At least with that connection, the response and the peeking out of the smokes and the angles.
Hey, can we wait for
crumbling.
Here comes Nats.
From the side, picked up a gun in the process. Anybody watching this one? Oh my! Had to be snappy. John's just right to make sure that there is no funny business occurring.
Liquid are
trying to fight at the start of the match instead of working this A-Rubble as a re-clear setup. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're not having as much success with it. Of course, this was Nico as well.
Over 2 losses. 2 match wins.
Trying to bait Sentinels in a little further before triggering off all the utility. Save the fault line, save the salvos. They might be able to catch Sen. Because these rounds were destroying Sentinels in the match against DRX. Second one away from getting his ult online. So that may end up being a serious focus for Sen here.
Liquid going for a push straight down, up the gut, in through mid. That's a fault line to trigger, but that was off of Kiko's contact, and he's already fallen. Camo, you don't want to overstay your welcome here. You've got the get out of jail free card. Sen can be happy with this one. Slow it down a little bit. You're in control.
ये राउंड अगर अच्छा खेल लिया ना सीधा मैच पॉइंट है भाई 4v5 को जरा एडवांटेज में लेके थोड़ा मजा आ जाएगा
It's going to be
John के पास भी और बल्टा
they want to fight forwards before Zekken can get in position.
Potential. I mean, just body spotting out wide. Flash is dealt with as well. Camo, oh my, he's doing it all. Still showstopper in the hands of Zekken, but he's cleaned up. Tried to sit nice and pretty into the cage. You can't escape the eye of Nats, and that neural theft is going to be pointing it all out.
The spike is committed. Sen have to go for this. Does Nats even realize?
Didn't even connect. What a shot! Bang to be the savior in that spot. Picks up the spike. 40 seconds left to play with. Kamek is left reeling.
It's a 1v2 where Kamek does not have very good information. And John, if he gets the plan, can play around the Viper's pit. It's a bit of a weird spot. Like, you don't know whether you necessarily want to commit the ultimate. And Sen are taking a risk here, but just because of the time they have to run into A. You can't clear all of these angles. If Kamek was tucked in some corner and had gambled correctly on the A site, maybe this could all be
Very lucky here. At this point, there's going to be, what, 10 seconds left. There was Sour in the back pocket of Kamek. If he was here, could have just single-handedly won the round out, but wait a minute. Hold on. Is that going to be a kill confirmed? Not quite. A little bit too slow when Kamek was that far away, and the pit's even just being used to try and secure this round, but Kamek's all the way into their faces. Decay damage kicking in, but he needs to isolate these fights, and he just can't get it done.
Sen get to 11.
Total 8 teams रहता ना 4 teams qualify होता है playoffs के लिए 2 team already qualify हो गया जो 2020 जीती है
Zekken catching a glimpse for a moment of party tech there.
4 team रहेगी जो 1-1 पे रहेगी
just getting roasted inside the snake bite.
उनमें से जो 2-0 होएगा
kind of the final hour here for Liquid. They've got bad economy. If they lose this round, it would be over.
Toilet mat karo re.
But they've got enough to be able to get rifles at least online for this round. One final hurrah to try to defend and keep things going.
Members
Very much all in.
members only Discord nahi hai.
Last hurrah sums it up nicely. Full committal by Liquid. Paddy has to hold down B!
Clean.
Crosshair placement is just impeccable! Second is rinsing him, man.
Clean, baby.
Steps wide up with the Guardian in hand. I mean, it's just wild sprays at best. Team Liquid.
No
being
idea.
cut to pieces.
They've been hit with a haymaker at the very end. What an entry from Zekken. That's the kind of quality, that's the kind of form you want to see from this guy. Camo, Nads, trying to save. But they haven't even got Phantoms and Vandals. They're saving Bulldog and Guardian. It's rough.
It's the bottom of the barrel. The only chance they've got to try and maybe scramble back a couple of rounds. But this is going to be sent up to 12. Money flourishing, man.
Couldn't find a better round for Zekken to get the double kill on the entry. He was so sharp with those shots. That's the kind of stuff that Sentinels have relied on ever since he joined the team. He's an incredible player in those spots, those moments.
Second going hunting.
तनक अगर हार गया तो हो गया.
Gun away.
P6 में हार गया तो चलेगा.
One step closer
अपन नया टीम बना लेंगे अगले साल. तनक अगर हार गया तो बेचारे को सुनना पड़ेगा.
Weapon of some description, Bulldog Guardian, something like that in the hands of Team Liquid. In fact, I mean, we can see the eco here, but Kiko looks like he's going to be going into the next round with no armor. So that's the value of this final kill that you're watching. On top of that, Sentinels on the attack side have Visol to be able to work with. I mean, Cuba is feeling good about that one.
Here it is, a Team Liquid again.
चलो GG, बोलो का बाय देखो.
And once more,
बोलो का बाय देखो, दो गार्डियन है भाई.
Utils
भी नहीं बची,
आधी
utils गई.
This mount control.
Patek is solo pushing up
Delcis के
here.
पास हेवी वाली ult है.
Teleport away.
Wait a minute, he's the breach! And well, listen, opening kill for them. He spotted out the information. The Steel Gardens even keeping a couple of these Liquid players tethered to the spot. It's a mad dash though, running around and
Missing
a lot of chaos being
not gonna lie, more than 10 now. I'm missing 10.
Making it feel like it's A, it's C, they don't really know, it's twists and turns.
Aura hai, 10 jaisa aura.
He's forced to offload this ult just to get the information. And now it's all going to be revealed as well, made to look like a fool. Still, setup is here. It's playing off the side anyway. Salvo's up and through. No one to play off this one. Primed and ready are Sentinels for any sort of attempt to the flood attempt. Actually, say that, they just leave a massive gap into the back still. Doesn't matter. All the players are Liquid toppling in the end. Decent show of things from Nats, but nevertheless, here Sentinels. 13-7 finish on Lotus. We needed to see the step up. I think we at least got a glimpse of it.
I would definitely say so. I think considering how close the first half was, Sen really did manage to pull ahead there. 13-7 finish, only 2 rounds gained for Team Liquid on their defense side. Sen at least showcasing they can win on Lotus.
We are going to be going to a bit of home territory for Liquid. Abyss is coming up next, a good chance for them to answer back in the series.
क्या स्कोर है देखते हैं.
Whoever touched my shirt stretched the shit out of the neck, bro. Look, you can see my hairs on my chest.
Yeah, it's alpha. That is alpha.
You have hairs? What'd you say?
Hey, don't say that to your teammate. Do not say that to your teammate. I have it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off.
भाई वो लोग का जेट अच्छा खेला बे, सामने वालों का जेट. La 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 la. La 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 la. ग्लैड तेरा 0 एंट्री है, हंस मत, तेरा ही नेक्स्ट टर्न है निकलने का। जीत गए 2-0, ये डब्ल्यू। सनक की टीम फर्स्ट में हार गई, कैसे? कैसे देखें लाइव क्या क्या मैचेस चल रही है? क्या है उनका? DXE ना? DXE का फुल फॉर्म क्या है? .exe क्या है? .exe सनक। सुनो सनक भाई, आई एम प्रसाद से हारे हैं, जस्ट सही। गेमिंग नेम आई एम प्रसाद ने सनक को हरा है। हो गया भाई सनक का। कितने जजमेंटल लोग हैं ना यार अपन। हाँ, मेरा भी हो सकता था गेमिंग नेम आई एम मिथुल करके। साय कैरी नॉट गonna lie, साय में है बेदम। 15 और एक और के हिसाब से एक किल मारता है गेम में, समझ रहे हो?
Nice half to start on. It's usually very aggressive, and we're having some fun today. We're trying to be loose, and I think it's going well so far.
Is Qbert okay?
You know, he puts the job first, and everyone had a lot of frustration they had to let out, and he's a real one, and team first for Qbert. Not that he has any choice, but, you know.
Okay, holler if you need help, Qbert. Anyway, thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
I think Qbert, alongside all of the other Sentinels fans, had a great.
भाई सिर्फ स्कोरबोर्ड देख के मेरे को मालूम नहीं क्या हुआ, लेकिन सिर्फ स्कोरबोर्ड देख के अगर मैं बताऊँ तो आई रियली फील सनक को ज़्यादा मारना था, क्योंकि ब्रीच के पास 14 असिस्ट है, ओमेन के पास 11 असिस्ट है और थियो के पास 6 असिस्ट है। मतलब उसको एकदम डॉग स्टाइल सपोर्ट मिल रहा था उसको, मतलब एकदम क्रेजी सपोर्ट मिल रहा था उसको। बट आई थिंक दे आर गोना कम बैक सेकंड मैच। लेट्स सी। वीएलटी का 2-0 नहीं हुआ क्या अभी तक? वीएलटी का सेकंड मैच चालू है।
This team is execing into B, and then they choose to like walk back.
एक अच्छा माउस सेलेक्ट करो 120k.
His attention is turned, and there were a few rounds here where Team Liquid had fantastic macro, but Sentinels just stole.
सुनो, 120k है ना, डिस्काउंट में एक अच्छा सा माउस तुम ले सकते हो, जिससे मेरे जैसा खेल पाओगे, और जो पैसे बचोगे उससे तुम मेंबरशिप अपग्रेड भी कर सकते हो, समझ रहे हो? फिर भी और पैसे बच जाएंगे, उससे डिनर पे भी जा सकते हो किसी को देख के। 120 का ऐसा नहीं, मेंबरशिप अपग्रेड करके भाई को सपोर्ट करेंगे।
The classic angel TP back towards
Thank you for the 18 months मेरी जान के टोटे अंकित भाई।
Island inside of this pit. And you see the util they're using to clear missiles going in. They're even trying to spam this corner, but they miss out on the spam, run into the pit, and the Team Liquid players all fall down, and Sentinels steals that round back.
It's crazy because I genuinely think Team Liquid could have run away with that first half had it not been for the individual rogues of those players you saw, and Zekken especially stepping up so massively compared to the first series. He's here to play in Bangkok now.
Yeah, the second half for Zekken was just unreal. He was lights out throughout this one. definitely the guy that Sentinels needed to be contending yet again.
And the vibes are good, right? We wanted to see them smile a bit more and get into it, and we did see that energy on stage. And that brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment. This goes to Team Liquid on round 5. It wasn't a bad start to this map.
No, not at all. I love this exec look. The important one, Kiko with the Omen ult. So as they speed up into this site, first teleport gets broken over into tree, but then Team Liquid, as they go for the second phase of the hit, absolutely bully bang in back sight. This is a thing of beauty here as a drone comes in, the smoke, and now that ultimate. So there's going to be an ultimate up on top, then the second teleport with the Yoru. This poor guy, he's stunned, he's blinded, there's nothing Ben can do.
Yeah, it was really beautiful from Team Liquid. I think it's important to put this map one in context for Team Liquid. This map has historically been their permaban. It was their first time playing a new comp, and despite that, their attack side macro looked absolutely on point in this game. The issue came in that second half, and them crumbling there. But there's a lot of series left to be played, and already I think that this is a Team Liquid that, yeah, little silly there.
Jump QT out of the air.
Yeah, I mean, they had to pick their poison, right? There's a reason why they didn't want to go to the Pearl. It might have been a similar result if they did end up going to the Pearl. But Abyss is up next, and I'm going to show a bit of my EMEA bias, but I do not see a world where Liquid loses on Abyss. They never have before, and it's not just the fact that they never lost on this map. Every time they play this map, they look like the best Abyss team in EMEA.
They're just so honest on this map. They play a pretty old composition, but they just play it well. It's great coordination between the players, so definitely a good opportunity for them to reply this series.
Yeah, and I wonder what Coach Lohan had to say ahead of map 2.
We're here right now with Lohan of Team Liquid. I just wanted to get your overall thoughts on that map. Why did you think the momentum slipped away, especially on that second half?
I mean, I think we don't have enough reps on the map. I mean, we didn't have enough time to prepare. I think we had a good plan going to the map, but unfortunately, we lost a bit of the control on the city side. And I mean, it's up to them. They played better, to be honest.
And you're finally in a jersey. What's the occasion?
Honestly, it's too hot to be wearing a suit right now, so I have to go with a jersey today.
You are so real for that. Good luck.
I'm so glad Mika asked that because he's always been the suit guy, you know?
He's the most dapper coach in Valorant.
Yeah, he looks great in it as well. But he admitted that they were a little bit less prepared maybe on Lotus, but they can't have the same issue on Abyss. Then it's going to be really, really dire for them.
Yeah, obviously Abyss, a very comfortable territory for them. But I think the really interesting thing heading into Agent Select for me is that both of these teams are Jet players on this map, where basically every other top team in the world has transitioned over into the Yoru. It's been a couple weeks since we've maybe seen the map, but I'm curious to see if that sticks.
I have a funny feeling they probably will stick for the side of Liquid. They
For
have
Liquid,
no reason
I think it could change for
Oh,
Sen,
there you
but
go.
no.
It doesn't. So Sentinels, they had some struggles on this map in the finals against G2. I really love their attack side with the double smokes where they can constantly pressure into mid, force their opponents to reclear. But on defense, they struggled quite a bit with G2 abusing mid lurks of their own when Sen is playing no Sentinel. And I'll look for Nats to do the same on this Cypher. I think his lurks could be so impactful.
Yeah, it's synonymous with Nats at this point. He's going to be abusing that. But Sentinels too, I think what they need to show on their defensive side is a lot more mid-fights, right? Throwing those smokes into the space, taking that territory early so Nats can't just walk them down in that space.
It's do or die for Team Liquid, and I'm really looking to Camo on the Jet. That rookie player has been so good this tournament thus far, and he's got to show it again here.
Team Liquid have only ever been eliminated from one tournament where they didn't win a single map. Sideshow and Brent, I don't want to see that again. This is do or die.
Certainly is here between both of these teams. Now, Sentinels have got that buffer of the first map win, but you got to think and imagine, as the desk has been talking about, as we have been talking about, this Abyss map is going to be a bit of a comfort zone now for Liquid. You know, Lohan was talking about the fact that they had a lack of reps on Lotus with that particular comp, which you can imagine and understand. And here, off the rip, just an early glance at the mini-map, this is going to be a brawl.
Team Liquid going to go for the flash and dash setup. So you flash, you recon, you smoke bottom mid as well. And the idea is that Camo should be able to get kills through the smoke onto Sen. Zekken can try to counter this by getting into the smoke as quickly as possible. And I said they were going to do that. Actually, they're contacting down
Good
mid.
set up, man, and blood is going to be pouring and taken. Sen managed to salvage it ever so slightly, just stopping it, but still, Paddytech is hard committed into the corner, and look at that, head on a swivel, there is that defense in order. And return on a fire there by Team Liquid. happy to supplement the fight.
Different setup, slower setup as well, but it also probably made Sentinels feel like that space was safe for them to walk into.
Yeah.
If there's going to be mid-aggression with 4 players, 5 players in there, you'd expect it to be off the rip, not 6 seconds in, meeting them in a brawl like this at the bottom. What a great start for Camo. He's someone that did not get online at all in map 1. He got destroyed. In terms of first duels, he was 1 and 4 as well. I think part of that is just going to be
काम करते-करते मेरा
not as
दिमाग
comfortable
हट गया
playing Lotus.
Yeah,
और मैंने चाय फेंक
not
दिया
being set up properly as well, because as they mentioned,
तो मैं
you have a lot of reps.
थोड़ा लेट हो गया
right?
मैंने
You're
वापस
expecting
नया
him to
कप
look a
क्या
lot better
बनाया
here in the head-to-head against second.
क्या हो गया पहला राउंड में
Signs of
देखा
life
नहीं
here for Sentinels,
माफ
though, it's
कर
all
माफ
in.
कर माफ कर माफ कर
Towards the A site.
कॉल आ
There's a
गया
lot
था
of
माफ
plans
कर
as well
थोड़ा
to keep the
छुट्टा हो
money
गया
flowing at least. And they've got open access to the side.
आधी
at least
कप
off
चाय
the
थी
bat,
मैंने
so
फेंक दी
John will commit and stick to the plan, but they don't have guns. Don't have a player advantage either. Time fight to be taken, but yeah, I mean, Nayak just not quite ready for that one, is he? Swinging around here, both players locked in towards the back of the site. Sen quick to crumble, but it was an eco.
कॉम्प देखते हैं
This is the
एशा
first time that we've seen
के
the follow-up round after the pistol, though, be clean for either of these two teams.
ठीक है
So Liquid are going to have an opportunity to do something potentially aggressive on their bonus round. Try to catch Sentinels off guard. And there's plenty of places that you can do it. You can do A main aggression, you can do B main aggression like we saw from Kung Kung in the finals of Champions. You can do that flash and dash with a recon play that I was talking about. I thought they were going to run the pistol. Tons of different places that you can try to get set up to throw a set play out of the strat book.
Deep dart, Camo looks like he wants to maybe walk up off the back of it.
I think this is going to end up being like
But
they're faking some kind of mid-pressure.
This is technically
and trying to walk out A.
cup.
The dash is active early from Camo.
Yeah, dashing into the vent after they break it. I haven't seen the team do this before.
It's interesting.
Volume full है.
Roundabout way of potentially taking heaven control.
Short
Mid,
generate.
great. Obviously aware of it.
He's been so good with the first duels today. 4 and 1.
दो suppress हो गए फट
I
से
think
भी
make
फट
that
से
5
भी
and 1, I assume.
रोटेशन आ ही नहीं सकता
Racking them
टाइम
up here. The picks, Sentinels. Bit of a scurry now. Maneuver over towards the B site. Stars down. Orchestrates.
डब्लू बे क्या
Hit
रन
over towards
किया
it.
है
The drone spots it
भाई
all out. So getting the information off and the counter spam. Picture perfect, isn't
रेड
it?
बोल दे
Sure,
Valorant भाई
is
लैंग्वेज
going to be held down.
इसमें शुगर वगैरह
Sen
कुछ नहीं है
here.
नॉर्मल से है
John's 2 away from having his ult online. He could be the player to go and try to hunt for a kill or something.
Celsius. Off flash into his face. Luckily, anti-flash
Language
decisions played.
written by
It's really nice positioning actually from
Sen
Celsius. You're
जीतने वाला है
anticipating them going
लेकिन
aggressive
मेरे को
through
आपकी
that
2000
smoke.
नहीं चाहिए
And so he's trying to tuck him close
I
to
don't
it.
gamble
If they're ready for what Team Liquid are throwing at them on this map, this might really change the feel of what we're
Narrate
expecting on
round था
a
ना?
bit. Because I got to admit, I'm coming into this one expecting dominance from Liquid. But credit to Sentinels,
क्या
they have
मारा
been able to
बे
get wins on Abyss. I was surprised at their success against G2 when they played it domestically in Americas.
नो सेंटिन सेंटिन नो सेंटिन खेल सकता जब भी दो
Balls that being the
इनिशिएटर रहते हैं
case,
ना
Camo now managed
तो लो
to put
इन्फो
big
बेसिस
moves
पे
there.
रोटेशंस
Money
और
for it. Not a lot of options for
Gaps
Sentinels to
fill
deal with an off.
Now that they're running the Tejo rather than the Sova.
Yeah, normally you'd have that Sova drone.
You all knew तूने एक नूब को
Excited
सब्सक्राइब
to-
किया love you यार
Looking to try to
round.
clear places
गन पे
out,
आपने
maybe
कहा है
break a
सम
trip
से
as well. Nats has also showcased in some of the regional games on Abyss an idea of running a
क्या
deep
कहा है शाम
camp,
को नाश्ते
kind
में
of
सम
where
से
Camo
खा लो
is currently playing. So they have multiple different ways that they try to hold on to mid control and mid information.
Away, now
मत
getting a bit of
ना
a move on. The second few bullets just tagging on to Zekin, slowing him down, and that dart is not dealt with. So Kamek, good value to be had. Drone now going to be offloaded, but Sentinel's not trying to slow down here. They want to try and brute force into the site. It's going to be hard. Same could be said about the retake of Team Liquid unless they get a few more kills. Still, they have that player advantage. Sambo's in through the back. That's going to be flushing one of the players out, but no one was ready actually for that. Zelsis. Challenge going to be incoming potentially any time now, and there it is. Got a lot to do. Stun, good connection, slowing these players down to a crawl. These Cloudbursters cannot save you there. Locked out of the
किधर
side.
गया सिक्योर किससे वाला है
Combat!
नरे
Two heads taken clean
Nare.
away. Kiko No choice but to scurry away.
I'm Immortal 2 in Bangalore. How can they
very
pursue
prepared against Team
Esports?
Liquid's retake style on this map.
Grind for Radiant.
We already
Every
saw
ad
in the
to
prior
be
round,
Radiant
Zelsis tucking close to a
consistently.
smoke, anticipating
All
the flash
doors
through.
will be open
This
for
time,
you.
John with stun out, just ready completely to counter Camo.
Immortal 2
as he was
में
trying
there
to
are
get through the
10,000 more
back in
players.
spawn there. I like that. Good positioning from
the same
Zelsis in
skill
both
set.
rounds, tucking up somewhere aggressive. And another factor to all of this that's been present all day today, Narrate is the X factor right now. He's the player that's turning up bigger and better than what he's been able to demonstrate before. He's really struggled playing Omen on this map. Even when the team has found success, he's had, you know, when we listen to the comms at various times, Narrate has sounded frustrated. On the defense side, his job is to pick up this weird mid-gap that he
Bhai,
really
mera banda
struggles with
kidhar hai?
occasionally. But today, top of the scoreboard, 6 and 3, he's lighting people on fire.
He's frying on. I mean, listen, when it comes
You're
to
no
mechanical skill,
cause
right,
in well
he's got it in spades. The only thing that really goes amiss for him sometimes is,
Then
you know,
maar le
that
re
bit
bande
of
ne.
mache mental, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be upfront about it.
Roll
It's,
रहेगा तो चलेगा,
yeah,
fun
it's
fun
no
के लिए खेलो.
secret. And you can tell just by listening to the replays themselves, but
ये
when he's
defensive
turning
map
up,
है या
he's
attacking map
firing.
है? Attacking.
It's a difference maker for Sentinels. It's forced Team Liquid onto the back foot. Immediate timeout. This is round 5 because they're going to be losing.
रात को stream.
I mean, if you count the bonus as a gun round, I mean, it's 2 back-to-back gun rounds. The economy's going to be weakened now for Liquid as well.
And Liquid's ideas haven't really been finding success either. Of course, the walk down mid on the pistol round was
अगर ये stream में 5k
exception
likes
to that
हुआ,
rule.
then
But
I'll come back
otherwise,
live again
when
at
Sentinels have been
8:30
able to take site and push them out, they've
How
got
about that?
pretty good control. So that might
How about that?
influence Lohan to be talking during this tag timeout about not playing so much of a retake
Then
heavy
के लिए
setup,
जितना worst
maybe
है,
giving up
GTI
mid a little
DRX
bit more,
next है,
playing
worst
with
के
Nats,
जितने बढ़ेगा हार गया तो घर पे
trips
जाएंगे वो
towards
लोग.
mid and trying to hard
Worst
anchor
case
sights perhaps. Get Kiko or Camo in those kind of positions to either fight extremities or play inside smokes on site.
बहुत सारे लोग boot camp में
We
नहीं
won't
हैं.
see the adjustment for this round, but keep all of that in
अभी
mind as we
trim
go
करेंगे
towards
हाँ
round
रुका
6.
watch party खत्म होने
Team
के लिए.
Liquid here. It's weaker money across the
कितना
board.
likes?
but he
5k
does
likes,
have the
5k
hero
likes.
rifle. Might be getting what he wished for, honestly. A lot of players running towards him.
That
आज
teleport
साइबर
from
के साथ
Narrate is
खेलो
a
नहीं
really
नहीं
good
ज़्यादा
counter
इज्जत
to
देगा ना हवा
the
में.
flash and dash recon strat that I was talking about earlier. So if they had gone for that in this round,
अभी कैसे इतना
Narrate's
और
already
में था वो थोड़ा हवा में था.
teleporting in inside the smoke with a flash.
Finally उसको हाँ बोलना पड़ा.
That's
पहले हाँ
not
बोलता
intentional,
तो.
but doesn't matter. Zekken will do it. There's no
No,
danger here anyway.
Might have been faking it out, I'm not too sure.
I think he missed it.
Yeah, well.
I'll give him the credit though. Yeah, he was faking it.
Yes, of course.
Rest लो भाई, rest is for me.
Control up towards heaven. That flash in your face. Got to respect that one. Backing away. This is Sentinels just hoping they can poke and prod. Find a few stray pieces. Team Liquid themselves, though, moving up for the fight.
भाई must shot तो मारा Nats
5
ने
HP, but as
125.
long as he stays alive, a lot of danger is going to be removed from this round.
Zekken's got to make sure he doesn't fall.
Spike planted.
Oh,
Into the spawn.
I don't know if he knows, but he's found the perfect timing there past those players. But
Chips in the night.
they've also passed him.
Oh my goodness. And it's all quiet. There's no sound cues to try and signal. This one still grouped up, lined up, and Zelsis mowing them down. Camodo responds, but he wasn't expecting that word, eh? Stabbed in the back.
W बोलते
Second in
हैं.
the spot. John QT to finish.
W बोलते हैं.
And into the next round, really key rifle round.
Immortal 3.
This one coming up is
Radiant
what
करो भाई,
Lohan
मस्त
took
esports
the
में
tactical
घुसो.
timeout for. Team Liquid
कौन सी
need to
platform पे
stabilize
होगी?
here after
Northern
3
में
in a
बाद
row
में
from
होगी शायद
Sentinels.
अभी
And the
नहीं
problem
है,
is,
अभी early stage.
Sen have got the ults. They can just decide to charge forward here with some kind of null command setup. Armageddon for post plant. This is really difficult for Liquid to hold on. What's the adjustment look like?
BLTB
Not
2-0
really.
जीत गया chat.
They're not playing for mid, but they're not also putting the cam in mid.
13-5,
So
13-4.
there's going to be a little bit of a gap there potentially.
Easy हुआ.
But it's more heavy anchoring kind of setup from Camo and Patatek on B at least.
Salvo sent flying.
Sonak बचा है
Purpose of
बस
that's just
अभी.
to break the doors.
And also Nats in spawn, the purpose of
Sonak
that to
कितना
avoid the no
traded
command
था?
for
Sonak
Zelsis,
क्या
but he's
traded है?
basically out of the round, isn't he, until this KOL gets used.
सबको नहीं मिलता वो opportunity यार.
Really consider the Tejo salvos being used like that, but it does essentially force Kamek to keep a watchful eye through mid. The door's broken right off the rip. Flash through to re-clear through
Where can we
main.
watch score? VLR.
One home from Team Liquid, but they have players towards the back of the side. Now that no command, Armageddon.
पता कैसे चलता है attacking map पे करके खेलते खेलते पता चलता है ना map देख के पता
Not
चलता है.
anticipating it. What a beautiful position to
Oh,
play by
दो
Kiko.
मारे
Nats
थे Kiko
is
ने.
straight into the fray, dropping down and away in the reaction. And distraction is all that is
भाई.
needed.
Heavy दो मारे
What
थे
a great
उसने.
adjustment there. What a perfect play coming out of the tactical timeout.
Okay.
Instead of playing that retake style, they flood in, they get aggressive, and Kiko, even though he wasn't able to use his smokes, he plays around the opponent's cloudburst, tucks in.
Perfect position.
Isolates the angles. And Zelsis, he thought he was clear. He's wandering in with util in his hand.
Just streaming karna hai yaar. I love to stream. Report player.
And that's what we wanted to see.
Year round crucial hai. Year round jitna padega Liquid ko.
Straight back to it though, and Sentinels not slowing down whatsoever, are they? Drone to lead the way, up top, Blade Storm in hand, Zekken slices and dices but finally gets his target. Drops him down, 70 HP left, Paranoia connects, but a lot to deal with here. Wait a second, still the open box with a cloudburst into the back. That signifies absolutely everything. Return to the fire, Paddy's there. Equivalent exchange, but still with that player disadvantage for Liquid.
Alone
onto the site here, giving it up almost entirely.
बीच में दो जन को मार के आए बे और यूटिल सपोर्ट देखा क्या? Tube का stun,
bit of bait for them. Maybe
Astra का stun.
From Liquid.
रुका के रखा बे वहाँ पे.
Smoke as well to play around, but Nats is fully aware of this one with the shorty. Yep, skipping a hop. Straight into his face. Still, only 2 players left alive now, and Team Liquid have got a lot to do. They're up left again. Revealing positions, but everybody dropping. And speaking of dropping, Nats with a perfect lineup. The damage done. Softened up the rate. 4-piece for Nats. What a beast! What an absolute beast!
हर बार कैसे कर लेता है? 100% success rate है इसका.
His calling's been spectacular on the attack side. And all year this year, he has been pulling out multi-frag rounds just like that. He hits him with the Red Bull clutch in a spot that, I mean, the double kill.
Nuts is nuts hai be.
Out of the back of the smoke dissipating is pure vintage Nats Phantom Spray control with 2 targets lined up. I think he was anticipating the trade coming earlier on. Eventually takes down Narrate. That's a round to pull out.
Yeah, that's beautiful work. Right when they needed it too.
Head scratcher for John. How do we lose that? And Sentinels are going to take the tactical timeout after the Red Bull clutch. It's interesting as well, just if you think about how these 2 teams have been formed. John used to be a Sentinel IGL as well. Nats is the only Sentinel IGL at Masters Bangkok. The meta has moved completely away from that, and yet Nats is still having so much success calling around himself on the attack side with his Viper setups or his Cypher setups, and still being able to perform wonderfully. In this map, Sentinels don't run traditional Senti, but on the others, they've kind of shoved Zelsis onto that role as John seeks better pastures to call from. But you only have to look across the stage to see an example of somebody doing it superbly.
Yeah, and he does do it all quite well.
This goes here.
Haven't seen too many examples of it in this series, but you know he does adjust his setups for really aggro information with his camps sometimes on the defense.
Man, you have to take it seriously.
Given that edge, I imagine, with his calling overall, but no change in play for Sentinels. They want to run it right back at Liquid once more. That's okay. Well, Cloudburst went miles up and over here. Suppression across the board onto a multitude of targets. Team Liquid, it's all been slowed. Causing a bit of concern for them still. It's a flash that's really quite connected to the replay. It's sublime! Team Liquid!
ये मैप 3 जा रहा है. भाई क्या रुका के रखा है भाई? क्या रुका के रखा है?
That's a brawl. That's a team fight. Sentinels thought that they'd managed to get an option in there. They tried to double swing. Zekken came around, danger there, around the cliff at the same time as John swung through. But there wasn't really any utility going back onto these guys. The rest of Team Liquid were able to fight with 3. Caught them in the crossfires. Kaplan is not happy about that one. I think he'd be expecting at least a flash to come out from Zelsis to assist them.
I think it was. I think he missed.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Brutal.
A little bit too far back. Past the box where the players are perched up, but for now, look towards round 9, and this is different from Sentinels walking forward.
2 players holding that on their own.
This trip has been here pretty much every time, but you don't have a shock dart to go up and break it.
The downside. For it, but TP up top.
Kamek has been inside vents basically every round.
Chance for a fight. It's Kamek and the Rate, they spot each other out here.
They're very solo, Sentinels.
Yeah, into the danger zone here is individualistic. Updraft the movement. Second barely alive. Shredded to pieces in the process. At least he didn't give up the kill, and now putting the squeeze onto these B players. But as you said, it's individualistic and a little bit uncertain from Sentinels. Paranoia sweeps forwards, nade. It's going to be rebounding. All blocked off, but well, the gun just wasn't out. Couldn't have anything to play around here, and Camo, he's on a bit of an island. Doesn't really know where these players might be. Still damage done. The Rate from the side. That's a bullet to the temple of Camo.
Kamek's on the flank though. He's coming around deep from B main. I don't think they're thinking about it yet.
They made the call though to flip the site entirely.
So
about this one. If they can try and force that fight out, and now they're going to be aware of it. Paid the price in blood with Bang going down, jumping through, and the gun, well, Utah was just pulled out there, so it's an instant trade of the Rate. Wins his most important fight that he could possibly do. 6 bullets left, and the dad is dealt with. They know where the last player is. It's planted for him on top of it. Kamek, defuse, sticking.
Narit bolte, Narit bolte.
And a Red Bull clutch at that.
He's been so good today. It really makes all the difference for Sentinels having him come online. We were looking at a Smokes v Smokes matchup here, thinking, well, Kiko, he's been on fire. He's been a top 5 player, arguably, heading into this event. But it's all narrated right now in terms of the Smokes' impact on Abyss. Not that Kiko's having a bad game either, by the way. But it's just narrate. He's finding them openings, he's finding them clutches. He's helping keep Sentinels in a game where Team Liquid otherwise are pretty favored on this map.
Also going to run this one back again. This time they have an abundance of ults. All going to be utilized here. So Armageddon's going to be forcing Camo out of the fight here. Salvo's up through Heaven as well. There will be no swing occurring. What just happened? How has that happened? What just occurred? Team Liquid gifted a lifeline, but Senna trying to batter their way back into the round.
You can't win a round where 2 of your players jump off the cliff.
Gotta see a replay after that, but still, they're fighting tooth for nail. They don't want to give this one up. What a blunder. Or possibly an outplay.
ऐसा कुछ तो हुआ.
Yet to
Blind
be
and body block.
seen. But the round has been slowed down.
But the round end करो मेरे को वो replay देखने को, please.
It's got to have been a blunder. They must have body blocked each other. They must have body blocked each other in midair. There was no assist. There's no trip there. There's no bullet tag. I think that's just a straight up beef.
Mad dash here from Zelsis. Trouble is, Nat's full setup, still active, still alive. And a double push down mid. John might not be long for this world. He's making all the noise into the world and they're creeping forwards. Can't even isolate a fight. Leaves it to the 1v3.
Casual trap.
Zelsis has been tested.
Jet killer trap है वो.
Pushed in positions before, but
कैमरा नहीं था पूरे ब्रह्मांड को पता है कि वो यहाँ पे.
Pass has been a rarity for him, but he needs to isolate at least one of these fights. Team Liquid are not giving him anything. Cam was still up, getting that info, and yeah, instantaneous is the trade. Reciprocated. And I gotta see that replay, man.
Yeah, we've got to see what happened.
I gotta see it.
I mean, what just occurred? Sentinels lost not just 1 player, but 2 right as they were about to run their execute. What is going on here?
Oh no.
They body blocked each other. They must have done. Yep, they both went for the jump at the same time.
No.
And that's brutal, man.
There's a wry smile on the face of Narrate, but he knows what rounds like that can mean.
Yeah, I mean,
the suppression coming through as well. Zekin couldn't even use the updraft to save himself in that spot. How do you pick yourself up after that?
It's a gift from the gods for Liquid, isn't it? Mana raining from heaven, along with 2 Sentinels players.
इसका टीम का नाम क्या है? कैस्पर के? बोलो कैसे?
Similar play seen from Sentinels before, but last time it was individualistic. Here's a no command. It's going to be emanating out now.
That's caught the timing.
Paddy from the side, and that's still active, still kicking, and so is Camo. In through, they cannot get this guy out of here. Finally removed from the fight in the fray, but again, open sightlines up through the top, and that's a wide swing. It's relentless from Liquid. They can sense it. There's weakness in the air from Sentinels, so they're just putting out right now. Team Liquid happy to stamp them out.
Well, guys, this is the worst half we can get in
Brilliant
the attacking map.
identification from Nats.
8-4.
As Sentinels ran basically the exact
Sen
same
is
round a
cooked.
couple ago. Ended up in
Sen
that
is
B
cooked,
split.
mere hisab
Nats
se.
identified that this round was exactly the same as soon as they broke his trip. I mean, he's taking this timing around behind Narrate super quickly and calling for the full road into the B split. This is what the difference looks like when you know this kind of hit is coming. That's what prep looks like.
It's rapid once more here. There's no slowing down. Last round of this first half of Abyss. The send hit. Really brought to a crawl. It's a dart up into their face as well. The dash. Oh, he's just trying to find usage out of it. I mean, Deck being forced into the fight once more. Out through into
John
lane.
Mara!
Up from the side. Oh my. It's on to them. It's scraps from Sentinels that they managed to bring into this one.
And it's a great teleport from the Ray. Deep onto default, getting himself into a position to use the judge. They've salvaged this.
They have certainly still. Ray hasn't found a rifle into the process here. He's got a judge out back. Heaven's not watched for. Yeah, he has to just jump out wide. No one was watching his back. That's why it felt like he was forced to make a fight. You cannot drop the ball like this. Nats, defuse, sticking, smoke in his face. He's got that safety here. Right clicks with a classic, but Arm's been hurt. 5 bullets left. Bang! He had to deliver. And he certainly did when his team needed it most.
What a sick way to end the half there for Sentinels. They managed to recover this round with bad weaponry, and it all looked like it was going wrong up until the end. Bang, what a demon.
Similar scenes to that first map that we've seen, 7-5, but listen, can Team Liquid drag it back to stay alive in Bangkok?
They are out. Both teams are out.
Red Bull gives
Hello,
you
match किसके against था? Punish next gen. किलवा पता है? आपको तो नहीं पता.
Creo que estoy haciendo.
हेलो कॉम्प अपग्रेड क्यों नहीं करता यार कॉम्प अपग्रेड क्यों नहीं करते लोग अब पुराना मेटा काहे खेल रहे हैं
Just shy of 2 rounds here. Liquid are going to be holding on to that lead. They're going to hope to just stretch it that much further as well. Onto their comfort pick of Abyss. Sentinels.
Thanks, bye. Prediction NHK. Just kidding. Good morning, my bye.
They made it competitive.
They certainly have, and credit to them for
yes,
that.
Sir, my bad. I got the $5.
We saw a pretty similar occurrence. It was 7-5 at the half, and then Sen ran away with things. Team Liquid were left with only 2 in their pocket on their attack side. So maybe there's an opportunity here for something similar, where we see Team Liquid's attack. Remember, if you think back to even the games where Team Liquid was not playing as well in EMEA, they were slaughtering people on Abyss. Yeah. And a lot of that was just how clean their executes are on their attack side. If they find a weakness, they are going to hammer one of the sites over and over and over again. And right now on the pistol, there's nobody B at all.
Side here, and up through mid. Around, no noise made. Maybe an attempt to catch Nats here with the trip going down. Actually does signify quite a lot, and they want to double face him. Yep, Sen cleaned him up. IGL out of the picture, but that fast reaction is called for, and Team Liquid are going to be taking the space. Towards the B side, getting that plan down. No pushback, and another player themselves. Team Liquid, they understand the necessity of risks. Your player down, try and take the fight up close and personal. Camo, he's got the one, dash forwards and back and around. Camo, too much to overcome. It's nice in the micro. Sen getting a bit of a move on. 2 left to stand. Kamek, Kiko. What can you do from this spot? Finding your ones. Tapping away with a ghost in hand. This is it. Discipline and aim at its core. But it leaves it down to that 1v1. John QT, just 10 HP to work with. Kiko, jump spot. Shot doesn't land as well. It's an impossibility. And Kiko somehow just finds that light at the end of the tunnel for Liquid.
That's a monstrous clutch. The two players doing so much. That's the kind of Kiko that you've been seeing all year in EMEA's kickoff. I love the strategy from Sentinels. I think they came out with a really nice anti here on the pistol. Hardcore punishing the normal Cypher default that a lot of the time Nats is going to be doing on the attack side. But, I mean, Liquid, this is individualism towards the end. Nice team play as well, covering angles for each other. But mostly just shots hit.
Call is made. Eco round strats for Sentinels.
Pretty
quickly realizing that this is going to be an open A site.
It's the wildebeests crossing the Serengeti here. They are stomping through the spawn from west to east. It's going to put a little bit of pressure on Kamek and Nats.
Definitely will. It's going to be broken here, but yeah, awareness from Liquid, and they make a call, a reaction of their own. They want to flip the site. The trouble is, Plant is not really there for them. It's main and heaven.
But also Sentinels have anticipated the reaction, and now they're going up towards heaven. I mean, they might end up just trying to die to Spike here.
This likely, doesn't it? Yeah, it's going to be a slow round.
Listen, at that point, though, just throw yourselves...
Number one wait is about
time.
Quite.
But
I mean, they're waiting for Zelsis to try to play some exits at the moment.
See if they can get at least the one. Not quite. Okay.
Imagine dying to the spike on Abyss. Like, why?
I know.
Go base jumpers.
Dragging it out.
Maybe they're scarred from accidentally throwing themselves off the map earlier.
Yeah.
They don't want to relive the same thing. Second and narrator, like, I am never going down there again.
Headshot.
Okay. Clean round by Liquid. Potentially handed to him, yeah. But the spam one.
जीता पहला मैच जीता कल दो मैच.
Personal potentially here. A reminder, it is do or die for Liquid though. Strong start to Abyss. They've kept it going.
Ace play super fast here, actually.
It's going to be applying quite a bit of pressure now onto the Sentinels players. If they can push them back, it was a knife thrown back and doesn't really deny the drone from sweeping through. Liquid have got that space with an anchor smoke. And how do you get through this one? Nats wants to leap right in! Bang! Bang! It's a three-piece! Can't quite manage the fourth, but honestly, it's a miracle in itself. And it leaves it just down to Kamek. 1v3 scenario. Plant stuck. This wants the money for his troubles. The drone's going to be spotted him way out there. And he's removed from the picture.
If Sentinels somehow win here on Abyss, they'll have Bang to thank, I think. The 2 rounds that Bang has given them have been massively important. Got them round 12 to make the half doable, and then has stopped the bonus round in its tracks there. Nats makes a call to jump into the smoke together. I think Camo was not only just a fraction late, but I think he also got caught by a flash. And the timing just didn't work there. It was a nice call to double up into the smoke. But slightly delayed spacing, and Bang tears him to pieces.
Where can I watch video?
Even footing, round 16. Guns in everybody's hands.
I'm wondering if at some point here Team Liquid are going to call a bit of a slower round, because one of the biggest problems that I was seeing with Sentinels defense in America's kickoff was this gap over towards mid. They don't have the Sentinels, so there's no trip, there's no cam, but also they were just leaving Narrate to just kind of hold it as he is in this round. And if you pressure Narrate out, it creates a lot of timing gaps. Sen was struggling with that, and I feel like Nats is the perfect player to either call around it or just find his own lurk timings around it. He's one of the greatest lurkers we've seen in the game.
और women blind भी needs भी आ जाएंगे contact में, मतलब
bit of pressure
full support to Zekan भाई
है. Away over towards B, Team Liquid, hoping that they've pulled players.
लेकिन ये लोग का recon भी आ रहा है 7 सेकंड में full execute
make the B side a little bit
भाई
more weak.
फाट लग
A lot
गई
of
मेरे
util as
साथ
well. Yet to be expended, and now okay, trying to send it, but right into the bullets, and the open arms here of Zekken still. It's exchanged. Good return of the fire there by Nats. Instant TP though. Let's see if they can see this fight occurring. Nats is the one who's trying to take point and contact right into the fight once more, spraying it down. John! My God, man! Still tries to retreat, tries to escape. Walking straight back in, picks off Kiko. Kamek once more left in an almost impossible scenario.
क्या must blind दिया बे?
Stay.
Dead even that round though, up until Zelsis was able to get the win against Kiko. That's a massively important duel that you would honestly normally expect to go the other way, right? Kiko's just been so good for those 1v1 scenarios, and Zelsis comes out on top. Every time there was a kill though, immediately traded. Like for example here, they barely spot a glimpse of each other, but Nats manages to get that one out. The double kill from John as well though deserves so much credit. Oh yeah. And Team Liquid have bad money now.
No time out.
This map has not really played out how I was expecting. I seriously expected Team Liquid to be getting a bit more of an advantage in these fights and causing a lot of pressure through mid on their site execs. SEN have done a great job holding on. And now they've got a chance to make a serious game out of it. Tie things up.
Exactly. For Liquid, there's no slow spread of players here. It's very much all in over towards the A site. All grouped up and they've been slowed down once more by the knife. They've got a lot of players and a lot of bodies ready to receive this one. Open arms into the fight that has taken place, and a flash into the face of Camo still. Hunter's Fury. It's going to carve and cleave its way into the side, but Narrate hears that TP. It's going to be calling that there could be a playmaker inside that smoke, and almost adjust the aim in time. Spam was necessary. Zelsis able to clean this one up. Paddy rifle picked up into the upgrade, but so much to do. Not enough resources at his disposal. This is Sentinels now, essentially in full control.
The last 2 rounds, Sentinels have had a 3-player stack on the site that Team Liquid has gone for. They're getting the right read on where the exec is going to end. And they're also rotating very quickly to reinforce these positions. I think Team Liquid need to get Nats activated on the lurk. He's following them in the midst of the site execs. You see him here, entering. He's got to be lurking.
Nice, let's go!
I think that's got to be the way that you punish the fact that Sentinels are stacking the correct area, rotating, don't have the Sentinel utility.
We're close to 5k likes. 800 cuties चाहिए. कोई cuties है तो like कर दो.
They're just playing things fairly straight up, fairly standard, and it's not throwing SEN off.
No, it's all in from Liquid, praying that the execs will at least pave a way to success in some of these rounds here, but either the util's been disjointed or, like you mentioned, I mean, Sentinels have just been able to stack bodies and defend it. Necessitates the timeout here from Team Liquid because they've been losing a string of rounds at this point. Got to try and get something back on your side of things here. Momentum is on the side of Sentinels. And it's elimination. There's no second chances. Might have the lead for now, but it's been slipping away.
And if SEN win this one 2-0, they're going to be feeling primed to go forwards. Feeling great for their chances to be able to make it through the playoffs.
It's early days yet into this round, but just from the glimpse of it, Kiko hold on to the paranoia. Will be able to use that anytime soon.
How many caught there?
Bracket
2, 3?
Whom are you supporting?
Got
SEN.
Seen, so maybe only
map 3 जाएगा
Kiko and Camo.
Liquid का map है.
They're expecting something through mid. I mean, they are thinking ahead already. That out of the tactical timeout, Nats is going to try to be lurking mid. There are 3 players watching it.
Bang. Isolated as a result of it. Here it is, TP's off and around to the side here. Bang! There's the challenge flashing up and over. There's a dart on top of it. It's too much to overcome here. Players weren't in position, as you mentioned. Sentinels were anticipating big play.
Time के
now though, Zekken with the operator in hand.
Backside blind हो रहा है, recon हो रहा है.
Unless he's gifted one, which he is. Deep peek by Kiko does not come up with anything at all. Team Liquid, it's an aggro hold out towards the back. And god damn man, I mean Zekken, he's not slowing down. Alongside his team, the blades whistled away. Kamek with a chance, potentially to contest.
Oh!
It's unbelievable.
One round.
Liquid. Nats earlier on and Kamek now. They should not be able to find the opportunities to do this kind of stuff.
That is what they needed.
It felt like the operator had found its value. The trade from Zelsis late. John with a bit of a whiff and Narrate was not in position. Both trade timings too slow. And look at the frustration building over there. And that's only from one round being lost, by the way. Sen, other than that, still pretty much in control of the half. And their ideas worked. They read the fact that Nats was going to go for the lurk play. Here, do they read this?
Oh my, the dart reveals it. Kiko steps forwards. It's coverage. An equalized, at least by Zelsis, up and over the shoulder, but you've removed Zekken from mid. Leaves a massive hole in the defense of Sen. They are seeking to reclaim a bit of information, a bit of space, going to be gathered, at least with the drone being broken. And Narrate, time to shine, son! Armageddon is the cherry on top. Not quite necessary, but listen, that was primed and ready before he got the three-piece.
And they did just lose a 1v4.
Surely.
Then there's nobody looking. He is not looking this direction.
Camo, snappy. Good adjustment with the spray, but now he's revealed his hand and the position at that Narrate. Backing himself around here. To pull and a flash. Spike is in no man's land. So many things that have to go right, and it's just not happening. Not tonight.
The side's completely flipped there. It's Team Liquid that come out with a really good set play. Their macro ideas, brilliant to be able to open that up and create the gap in mid. And individualism, the multi-frag round. On the side of Sentinels instead. Narrate, the player that's been, in my opinion, performing the best for Sen so far today. Streaking out ahead with a really important round. Just as he was looking frustrated coming off the previous one too. Yeah. Not allowing his emotions to affect his game, or at least negatively affect his game. Powered by rage.
बहुत अल्ट है, मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा ही अल्ट है.
Slow going by Team Liquid here. The money's not good.
Yeah, the eco's
terrible. Up and over. This signals the hit's going to be coming through. Oh my God, Zekken, he just couldn't quite survive there. Put the dash out to the fight, but Camo locked on. Player potentially spotted here. There's Bladestorm still, and he's hopping, skipping up and around, and Narrate finds himself another one. Paranoia sweeps back and away. TP to safety, buying time for the rest of his team to get back in. John, he's perched up onto the high ground, and Kiko rips his head clean off anyway. Decapitates from that position. It's a 3 versus 4. The gun advantage for Sentinels, but that might not matter at all. As long as Team Liquid start hitting these shots. Hard committed up onto the side. Team Liquid already one step ahead, trying to play around the Cosmic Divide. TP up and away. Panitek, he's got walkabouts. He's running straight into the Amazon rivers. A Biden moment potentially, but listen, Sen are all over this site. He's grabbed right behind him, and the Classic cannot get it done.
Fuck! अगर clean मार दे तो
Sentinels navigate the chaos to draw us level at 10-10.
हाँ?
A difficult round. Team Liquid made
अगर
them
clean मार
sweat.
देता भाई उसको कुछ तो पहले कर
But as the
देता था ना
rifles come back on board,
जाती.
I feel like this map has been constantly both teams making adjustments to what the other is running. And trying to anticipate what the adjustment is going to be before they even go for it. We already saw the round where they took the tactical timeout. Team Liquid and Nats went for the lurk. That was caught by Sentinels.
We're doing it. Let's go.
Bit of self-belief. Nats is in mid again.
No emphasis placed though by Team Liquid to try and get a lurk going. Slow going for the first 10 seconds. Right from the back, and it does tag.
3 players ready to fight this. The Team Liquid keep going into the stacked site. They have really struggled to find the weak one.
Great spots it. We'll get the damage in, but okay. Well, dashing forwards into the smoke. Can't really survive that one. Too much spam occurring. Hunter's Fury. Kamek, he's desperate for the connection, desperate for a kill to potentially help his team out. Well, okay, flash up and over. Bang trying to play off it, but we'll be going straight to the grave as a response.
Spike planted.
Delta's peppering away.
He
can get a few of these tags onto these players.
To Cliff, and the salvos are going to connect.
And here it is, pushing them out wide into the open still. A lot to account for, a lot to contest with. Sentinels leaves it down to second. And with the tap.
Oh, close pass.
Smoke and evasive Palytech, not to be denied that kill. Just these players in this server, man, are taking time. Oh, I mean, taking their own turns to turn up.
Yeah, that's a massive 4K for Palytech. He had 6 kills before the start of this round. He almost doubles them here, playing in a really difficult situation too. The ideas were not bad from Sen. They had a flash there for Bang to try to swing out, and then they knife to see if anybody's cliff. And because they are, they double salvo. That puts Team Liquid in bad positions. But Patty still delivers. Gets the 4K by tucking around behind the salvos. Liquid take one more step further towards sending us to bind.
Praying for it. Bit of spam, Zekken. Dash to get the hell out of there, and a speed up called for Team Liquid. Want to hit the go button.
This is the weak site, finally. Nats has discovered it. They're not
getting through.
It's all right, that was just a teleport.
TPs, but you're right into the sight line of Zekken. Tracking the money, he's lucky enough to do that damage as well. He's found himself his team an advantage.
You'd expect Team Liquid to go for some kind of post-plant aggression here. They've been doing it every time they're down players. Does anyone follow the drone? Oh, they're all just playing off-site apart from Kiko. I mean, he has got to be the hero here for Liquid.
Knife tags one. Knife tags one. That was Kiko. Tucked up onto the site. Immediately dealt with 3 players left to stand here. Liquid once more are going to need a miracle. Util already expended, and this is it. Sen a swarm in the site. Full control up and over it. Bang. Sticking onto the defuse now. Dart. It's barely even a warrior to the back of their minds, and the bullets need to rain down and find that connection. But it's a little bit too much. Sen just raising up walls in front of Team Liquid. And look at that string of rounds and timeline, man.
Why not?
Sea of green for Sentinels on that defense.
Sen ko isliye support kar raha ki Tens ki team.
God, the opening kill on Camo is brutal. Team Liquid needed more ideas in the post-plant. They just ended up falling back, and Sen are super happy to play retakes in those situations if you give them all the time and all the space. 11-11.
Put the Nikes on.
But main for Zekken.
Very chill, very cool there. Nats and Paddy have only got classics, Sheriff to be able to work with, and they're finally doing something through mid. Team Liquid have not done very many of these slow, defaulty kind of rounds. Not exactly sure why.
Bang. It's caught in transition there.
Round Liquid
pick for the way a Team Liquid drone. Paranoid up! You're taking a peek and a wonder. Narrate very much alone.
I mean, this is going to be a thrifty here.
I mean, it definitely is. Zelsis now is entirely isolated and he's going to be squeezed at a moment's notice. They picked apart the defense.
This was too easy.
As
soon as Team Liquid put a couple of bodies in mid and tried to split, they've destroyed Sentinels. Stop doing the execs, guys.
This comes back to...
boys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
It brings them to 12. Weird map of Valorant just in terms of where the momentum's lied. It felt like Sen just had it in full control, even though Team Liquid were
play ka read bhi tha, matlab wo karne padega
by a few rounds, thanks to the pistol rounds they managed to pick up. But with this,
we were actually thinking, if you want to take things back to what we were discussing on Lotus, we said a lot of Sentinels need to be good here. They need to have some clear air between the two of them because it's their map pick. I think the same could be said here. The fact that Team Liquid are getting pushed so close on a map that they're 4-0 at, and Yinzi was talking on the desk about how Team Liquid looked like the best team in EMEA on Abyss. Well, there's only one round in it right now, and we're in the final round of regulation. We might be going OT. And Sen have a chance to 2-0 this.
Is it Roy?
Most important one to play for. 12-11. There is that frustration.
It's a tactical timeout for Sentinels. I think you've got to anticipate some kind of mid-play and a split again. Because it worked so well in round 23.
Easy 2-0 hota tha.
You're telling me Nats goes back to just running a B-pop or an A-pop with no defaulting and no information? I can't see it.
I feel like if you're tackling this moment and you're thinking about a strat, it's got to be to do with very close to 5 likes,
with,
boys.
You know, Zekken taking a deep line, trying to do a walk down mid, do some kind of collapse onto Nats, assuming that he's going to lurk. That's where my head would be going for a defensive game plan, to drag things into overtime.
Is at a heavy advantage.
Because Zelsis has also got the null command for the retake, so you're not as worried about trying to, you know, find it difficult to get back through the post plan.
Both are around
no util.
Sen ke favor mein.
Team Liquid, they should be set up, primed and ready for potential map 3 to bring it all the way as well. chance for that second lease of life into the tournament that is Bangkok
Narrate
Masters.
sexy mara na lekin.
You don't want to exit early. Sentinel side of things, they are scrapping together a bios, thinking maybe they wouldn't be able to get
एक और मैच
sort of buys going together. But
नहीं
Zelsis, he had money for a rifle of himself. He gave it over to Narrate. Don't blame him for that. Narrate has been frying, opts into the Stinger himself.
There are 3 outlaws on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, okay.
But only one player has regen armor, and that's Zelsis.
Revealing area.
Knife out, sliders of jiggles. Be seeing and hearing the drone, knife, sweeping forwards, going to be cancelling that one out, pound for pound.
Kamyak ko देंगे क्या? Orbs?
I didn't quite see, but I got to assume that Team Liquid also have rifles that they can go back to here, right? It was just the start of the round. But they got, yeah, here they are. Okay. So there is a hidden arsenal back here that allows them to play with some better weaponry.
So reaching the mini mark. Tension in
they वो तो starting में कोई push करेगा
देखते They don't know what the defensive setup looks like here at all, and Nats is not going to go mid. The drone fully clearing out mid. They're going into the heavy, strong side of Sentinels again. These are the kind of rounds that have not worked for Liquid.
Pass up and over, dash forwards as well! No way! The race is a menace to society! And he's put a stop straight away to the funny business that was that exec. We're going to OT!
Narrate को कुछ तो हो गया भाइयों.
Team Liquid were banking so heavily on the fact that Sen were going to do something aggro in that round. 3 players posted up with outlaws, and then they just decided to go into a pop, pick a site randomly, and decide to go into it. The execute heavy style here today has not worked, and the deeper we go into overtime, the more I'm feeling like Sentinels are going to get into the groove. Narrate has nearly dropped 30 kills. Still outperforming the Omen on the other side when Kiko's putting up a great performance of his own and has been all year.
This is all in by Sentinels. It looks like it, and Team Liquid are going to be stacking this with 3 bodies of their own. Ready to receive. Salvos primed. Contact most of the way. Paddy's going to be holding on to that knife now. The Salvos clearing the way, at least to a degree. That's going to be suppression across the board.
पूरा push रुक गया, वो लोगों से spam करना है.
Been slowed down here.
पूरा push रुक गया, अभी वो लोगों को reset.
Play by Team Liquid.
30 सेकंड अभी वो लोग सिर्फ देखेंगे कि क्या करना है करना.
You have no prior map control.
सबका utils खत्म. ना गुस्तान दे second, ना second.
The cloudburst at your feet, Camo perched up high and mighty, and a crossfire is elite. Bodies topple and fall, and John, not long for the world there. Once more, Team Liquid, they find themselves on the brink of getting to map 3.
We'll see whether they can convert their second attempt at a map point. The re-hit here from Sen, they got completely cancelled out. They were hoping that the rest of Team Liquid had spread out around the map, but there were still 3 players here.
Okay, time for a break.
Nats had his Sentinel utility over towards A. They double-cleared mid.
This is a nice spot.
Zekans picked up the op here in what could be the last round of Abyss.
Map 3 करना है तो जल्दी कर दो ना.
He's hoping that he's going to be able to find Nats.
He लेके जाना जरूरी है.
A smoke last time he brought the op over here. That's so lucky.
लेने नहीं है मतलब क्या सी?
No, is that there's no shot. That's a lineup. Is that a lineup?
It's a lineup.
That's crazy.
We can take control potentially of mid. That's insane
Wait,
work.
That's so nerdy.
All's quiet though. Once more bang. He's been a playmaker, but what a timing to take! And surely that's it for Liquid. Celsius. No hope in hell. He's trying to spray away, but running out of bullets. And Tekken now forced to play the retake with the op. Now listen, he's done damage with this into the pass, but up close. Flash into the peak. Bloody hell, even a reveal on top of him, but Camo still can't quite claim it. Spam countered up, but the rifle players just can't get it done. They can't remove this guy. Surely this is it. Tapping away, rifle aim on point for Team Liquid. And they've dominated all the appropriate angles. Kiko falls though, taken out. Heaven still not dealt with. Player up top, Zekken. This is precise. Dashes forward to escape that ire. Camo spamming away up on top of the ropes. He knows the damage has been done, but it's shortly. But time ticking, time ticking.
Oh, what the fuck?
John!
What the fuck?
Oh!
Hello?
I got panicked there for a moment.
Are you squeezing
But
me?
they still had nearly a second on the clock.
Yeah.
I thought that was about to be a dagger to the heart of Sen. But they did an amazing job there on the retake.
ये क्या
Camo
round
was so difficult to root out
निकाला?
of these spots. But the rest of Sentinels came swarming forwards and picked
ये
up
क्या
all
round
the rest of the
निकाला?
support staff.
Thank
How's
you.
John managed to get these final two?
सिर्फ
Paddy
एक
was
दोनों
shooting him
को
in the side
cover
of the
किया
head.
इन लोग ने.
Couldn't get it. John's on his feet.
बाप रे.
John performing like a beast was one of the reasons that Sen ended up getting to where they are right now. He had a tournament in kickoff on an individual level, even when
That's
the
a
whole
massive
team dynamic of
valorant right
Sentinels
there,
was
boys.
not quite working. And now they're going to take a tactical timeout, reset, try to calm down the adrenaline that must have been rushing after that round. If you're Liquid in that spot, you think you've already won.
You're kicking yourself, man. You're kicking yourself.
And
That's
also,
some
they're going to be thinking
fucking
back to those
massive
kind of
right there,
situations when they
Mike.
reared them at their head against EDG on split, the missed Astra pull, a
मजा आ
similar
गया
kind
बे,
of
मजा आ गया.
situation around that you're supposed to close out deep in overtime.
मजा ही आ गया बे.
And you
क्या
don't.
ही 2v for clean भाई.
Snowball to absolute disaster. Team Liquid.
अभी ये राउंड लिक्विड को जीतना पड़ेगा क्योंकि अभी मोमेंटम शिफ्ट हो चुका है. अगर ये राउंड लिक्विड हार गया ना एकदम से.
We're talking up Liquid like they should be
समझ रहे हो?
heavy favorites when we headed over
वापस
to
मिड टू
Abyss.
भी
It's
जो लोग के लिए वर्क किया है
13.
वो कर रहे हैं. Sen
like
is in a
Sen
good
playing with
spot.
house
It's
money at
gonna
this
be a
point.
fast mid to be.
There's only been one blowout half in the map so
Yep.
far. In the
Let's
match,
go.
sorry, so far.
W दबाओ, कोई pick
Second
नहीं
half
ले
for
रहा है कहाँ
Lotus.
से.
Senna, super fast up mid here.
दरवाजा तोड़ दिया
They've
है.
done this before and it ended in a B split. They broke a trip that was around
Chalo.
here. Zekan realizes it's not been placed this round.
Salvos might have been used. I'm not too sure where they placed them, but
जीत
I
गया
mean, there's
लिक्विड.
double trips over towards A as well, so.
Let's go.
not like
That's
paranoia
just
early anyway.
Please get
This is
Liquid
putting
in.
pressure. Potential squeeze, but it's called.
I think this is a fake. They're faking the B split to try to trigger the same reaction out of Team Liquid, and they're going to end A.
Zekan, he's hunting, hoping. Can't quite pounce on the opportunity that was that kill in Kamek. Stands his ground, wants to hold it down on top of it. It's a fake dash forwards into the smoke, but supplementary util narrate is up in the face of a potential player, and that IGL up through into the smoke as well. This damage needs to be done, narrate. Still moving forwards here, with Nats crumbling. Kamek off to the side, and the timing's just so damn unfortunate. Sentinels complete control of the site, but Heaven needs to be watched for. And Zekan
Kaiko!
hair onto it, eyes watchful for it.
ये
Flash into
ले.
the face, dodged by Kiko.
यहाँ पे भी क्रिकेट चल रहा है क्या?
Need a steady hand in moments like this.
Huh?
3v4 for Liquids. Pushing forwards.
3v3.
Make it 3v3. Opportunities available for them.
कम्बो बाय का राउंड है.
Flashes and utils going to be used to tap onto the plan as well. It's going to be forcing that reaction out, and the kills flying through. Liquids once more. It's both of these teams, man. I mean, listen, no right winning some of these rounds in the situations that they're in.
एम पे आके मार
Very
के
similar
गए.
to the prior round, honestly, isn't it? Team Liquid just get
एम
given the
पे आके
space
मार
on
के
site.
गए यारो.
I was looking at Narrate to be the player that made the difference in that spot.
और
They had a
मारा
4v3
language.
post plan, ended up becoming a 3v3, and Narrate was positioned at default. He was denied the 30 bomb for Liquid to move forward. Really good work, holding angles for each other as they slowly took space on the retake.
भाई इतना ओटी जा रहा है, ऐसा नहीं लग रहा कि हम थक
And you're
रहे
going to see
करके.
there in the coach camp, Lohan calling the tactical timeout. He's like, all right, we won, that's great, but this is also our third opportunity to close out Abyss, and I'm going to make sure that they have the strat, so that there is no future round, so that we don't need another opportunity to do it.
It's the trouble. Just look at the amount of times it's been match point.
Yeah, like I said, this is the third opportunity for Team Liquid, and they have to grab
आपने
it.
हम तक गए.
They should have won the previous one, but somewhat bottled it. There was a couple of moments where it felt like Paddy should have been able to trade out John, but at the same time, the Sen players were on fire. John hit beautiful shots when they came through for the retake, down numbers. That's always the case in big moments like this. It's not normally just one team choking. It's a combination of factors. You get step-ups in performance from somebody, nerves on the other side. Difficult to control.
Who is the best agile?
In spots like this.
Mera lava?
Players are not robots.
It begins.
Starting to see how much this tournament really means to all of them. Many players in this server with a chance to lift a second trophy. Liquid though, one goal at a time, I suppose. Staying alive seems to be the first priority. They're doing a good job of it, but they got to convert here and now. It's a high-low setup. A lot of damage done here to Zekken, and now turning up the heat. Straight away forwards. The raid! Sky not willing to give up that space still. The trade is intact. Let's just spam straight through. Flash even connecting. Zekken has got a lot to do. 9 HP though. Narrowly avoiding depth. Slight dodge maneuver. Players maintaining control of all of this, and that's been cleaned up. Spotted out for mid. Crosshair placement. It's perfection from Zekken.
He's just played a difficult situation so perfectly. Kamek, he won a 1v4 earlier. If he could get a 1v3 to complete Abyss, his team
pretty already. The net tightening, and Zekken just plays the round to perfection.
That's masterfully done. He's on such low health. 9 HP the whole time, playing around this spot. Naray also has been in every anchor position, playing a beautiful game. But the amount that Zekken was on an island once the other two fell makes it particularly impressive.
14.
Notice how Nats is actually taking super late timings if he is going through mid.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Because he's worried about being cleared, as he has been in previous rounds. And then when he takes a super late time, he's got to win the fight.
There be like,
he just doesn't quite there.
Enough of the throws.
It really hasn't been the value on their attack side that I was expecting. And Sentinels pulled out a really beautiful mid take into the B fake, into the A split. The last time we saw them on the attack in round 27. They just couldn't quite close it out.
सारे जगह से पानी पसीना हो गया. Excuse me.
By John. It's going to break open the door.
But they didn't break the trip. I think they're trying to fake mid pressure currently, and Nats is just going to know that this is a lie.
Still, keep one eye trained potentially. Did the door not break? Why is Kamek so hard committed onto this angle?
I mean, Nats is around heaven.
It just seems weird in case they do just contact up past it. Now, okay, here it is. Challenge. Kamek. See if he can stand this test, but okay, no, just backs himself away. It's a bit of a stalemate call from both of these teams, and players working themselves up through B. It's a dash play, fast. At that. Flashes to accompany. Kama wants to try and draw some blood out of some of these accompanying players. Now Sen, they haven't sent a spike this way. I mean, there's 30 seconds left into the round. It's a mad scramble now to see if they can supplement this one. Gain access to the site, but a knife is going to be tagging them. And where are the kills? They have to be found! The rate! Can't quite wrangle the rifle in time to hit the second one, but it's a trade intact now for Liquid. And a plant online for Sentinels. Nothing pushing this one back. Drawn. Minus the pauses. Bated breath from Team Liquid. There moves, and Kiko. He's delivering. It's already 2 for him. Looking to do a bit more damage at that. Smokes into the face of these players and just lined up for all of them to topple. Team Liquid, they can spam the last remaining players. Elsis did not stand a chance in hell here.
Thank you,
How many more times the Team Liquid going to be finding themselves on map point?
It was a smooth, controlled retake. And Sen were very late to get the spike over here. This brawl over towards the B connector, it had to come out with an effective player advantage for Sen, otherwise the round was going to be chalked. But I think your question is the perfect one. How many chances does Team Liquid need?
फिर से advantage है, फिर से attacking side पे.
In the air.
फिर से उनका मैप
One
है.
attack round is all it's going to take
फिर
for
से
Liquid. And they've just
कौन सा
gone,
वीडियो? ऐसे
by the
तो
look of
वीडियो.
things, for the gamble A pop.
Only presence through A main is just that cam. The knife. Oh, that's a tag onto
Gives it away.
2-3 players.
Does anyone try to rotate though? I mean, Bang wants to just keep holding mid.
Chat, we are close to 5k likes. जिसने like नहीं किया
So
अभी
these
भी
players
stream
on A,
पे
they are
फट से
alone
like
for a
करो.
while.
Now here it is. See if they can find kills that they need here. Paranoia up into the face there. Zelsis cannot stand it down. Attempt to hold it down.
spam खाएगा.
Knife gets the information.
And no salvos. Suppression.
Exactly. So no denial of this plan coming through. This is Team Liquid now primed, surely. Hunting and hoping for map 3. Paranoid sweeps. That's a dash through straight into the back on top of it, but Bang has already been dropped outside into it. The kills might be flooding through. Feed does feel. It's up a little bit of this teal. Narrate off to the side here. Still, it's a post plan that needs to be played by Liquid. A tap. Let's try and force that reaction. Double faced up. Zekken.
Oh.
Landed. Smoke's finally online with a one way.
Oh.
Swinging. One.
Nice.
Enough in time.
Nice.
He's the one to do it all in that spot.
फिर से nice.
Binks out.
मेरे रेस्ट के लवड़े लग गए.
It took everything for Team
भाई
Liquid to
लेकिन
get that
मजा
one over
आएगा
the
बे.
line.
मैप
What a play for
3.
Nats to finish it
हम
up.
मैप 3 जा रहे. अब भी सेन भी घर पे जा सकते हैं, लिक्विड भी घर पे जा सकते हैं. समझ रहे हो? It's very crucial for them to win. Very crucial. कोई भी घर पे जा सकता है अभी. हाँ? बाप रे. क्या लगता है भाई? मेरे हिसाब से मेरा प्रेडिक्शन, अगर तुम लोग मानोगे ना, माय प्रेडिक्शन, यू कैन क्लिप दिस शिट. माय प्रेडिक्शन इज 13-7 Sentinels. That's my prediction. Map 3, 13-7 Sentinels. Liquid is going home. That's my prediction right there. It's a 100% prediction, Shima. 13-7 Sentinels. हो जाए. हो जाए. समझ रहे हो? Clip it. भाई नरेट बाप के लब. नरेट बाप के लब. चलो चाय तो नहीं पी रहा, मोबाइल चार्ज कर लेता हूँ. हो गया बेबी चाय. अभी सीधा चाय हम पियेंगे रात को. रुको मैं मोबाइल पे हूँ चैट में. मोबाइल पे चैट लाइक करो.
At my first match, to be honest, we started well. The first map was going pretty good. Unluckily, some few unlucky moments happened during the game. It went to the 4 overtimes, maybe even 5. Pearl Dino went well to us, and I think EDG had a moment also after winning such a hard map. It's also interesting to play against them because they kind of play different Valorant from what we see in the EMEA. People play different, and here they actually have an interesting play style, and I think for last time when I played against them, when it was Master Tokyo, they changed their play style fully. It was good to play against Kankan and Chichu. This time they won 1-1 on international events then.
Up towards heaven, and Camo still causing all sorts of difficulty. Here's it, the rumble, the footsteps! My God, man!
I mean, we're gonna have the same preparation. I'm not gonna let anyone give up, even if it maybe felt on the second map for some of the people that we gave up. We came here to try to show the best Valorant, to try to be the best team. Maybe we're not gonna show that up, but I definitely can say that we're gonna be fighting. At least we will give all of 100% for us for next game, and you can trust in that.
As I said, full trust in Team Liquid to win Abyss.
Yeah.
It wasn't even close.
Yeah, one of the cleanest games of Abyss I've ever watched, personally.
One of the longest, that's for sure. That was crazy. Like, how do we get to that point in multiple OTs where the defense side is the one that's winning every single time? Whenever a team was down in numbers, they were just clutching up with individual heroics.
Yeah, that game 3 5v3s were lost. I mean, constantly teams going down when they had advantage. It was a ridiculous, I mean, it was just like a highlight reel of individuals. That's the point, but Team Liquid got out the better of it.
Yeah, and a highlight reel of Nats, because it feels like not just on this map, but every map he's played so far in this tournament, he's been putting up numbers.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful that he's the one to secure the last kill of the game and win in OT, because from the get-go, he was having so many highly impactful rounds in this first half. This one especially, getting that second kill on the collat with the transfer, getting a 4K to secure the round. Like, so many of these rounds that Team Liquid stole back was off the back of Nats.
He had some really impactful lurks in the second half. In the first half, Sentinels playing this double smokes comp, which blows up mid-control. I think he did a good job of not only having his util there to support, but sometimes with a camera, setting up trap plays or reclears in that area of the map. It was very good individual play from him, and, well, the overtime was extremely sloppy from both teams, very individualistic. I thought the calling was pretty solid, especially on the defensive side for Team Liquid earlier on into that game.
I would like to see something else on the attack, especially when we go on to Bind, maybe something new that they prepped. But also we have to, you know, laugh a little bit at some of the more whimsical mini boo-boos that we saw on the side from the side of Sentinels.
Well, my question is, there's a certain round where two players fall off the map, jumping and bouncing into each other. Do we even have OT if they don't fall off here?
No.
Like, genuinely, Zekin and Narrate both jump at the same time. It's just absolutely heartbreaking that this ends up happening.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh no.
I love the laugh into instant depression.
Yeah, just falling back in his chair.
We're jumping
you have to laugh about it.
Yeah, you can't do anything else but laugh that off. But yeah, honestly, if Sentinels had won that round, they could have snowballed that attack side a lot more. And also, by the way, it's all coming back to me after long overtime.
Slow down, one at a time.
They almost won that round after two players
They
fell
did
off.
almost win that round.
They did. Every round that looked like it wasn't winnable, they somehow managed to win, and it was vice versa for Liquid as well. But as we head to Bind, this is where I get a little bit worried. For Liquid, I have a lot of faith in Kaplan's prep when it comes to, you know, these kind of situations.
It's a weird one, right? Because we've seen Team Liquid play the Bind, but the only time we've seen Sentinels play Bind was in their very first match of kickoff versus 100 Thieves. That was a win for them. Narrate on a Gecko, they were still playing some tail.
अरे कोहली भाई का कॉल आया था भाई, एक रन चाहिए करके हर बॉल में, मतलब आराम से जीत सकते करके। मैं अब भी जाऊँ खेलने, बताओ। भाई अगली बार मैं फोन नहीं उठाने वाला।
Elimination game here. Loser goes out in the first round. Sentinels was just a few rounds, one round away at multiple moments from being able to go into the playoffs cleanly. And now they're going into somewhat uncharted territory in Bind.
Yeah, and honestly, I know, Yinsu, you're not loving TL's chances on Bind, but the more I think about the way this series has gone, the more I kind of like them if you ignore the history of Bind as a map for them. Because if you think back to Lotus, I thought Team Liquid were playing fantastic macro, especially on their attacking
side. I think Bind is a map where Nat's going to slow things down, try to exploit on the lurks and make things happen. And also, it's a very brawl-heavy map when it comes to the execs. And Team Liquid, while it was a little bit back and forth, I felt like had the upper hand when it came to that last map on Abyss.
Yeah, I do agree with that one. And for Nats as well, obviously, this is a map he's always been incredibly personally comfortable on. His lurks are absolutely iconic on Bind.
Everyone knows what he does. It's getting to a point where I think you can even read into where he puts his walls, especially on the defense.
You said the same thing about Abyss, and you were right about Abyss, but they still got away with a lot of the stuff. And
yeah, but it was a clean win for Liquid, that's why.
Of course. Don't get me wrong. I think I recall you telling me that Nats said that he does play the same way, but he doesn't need to change it.
Yeah,
it's still good.
It's not Nats that the issue for me here on Bind, at least. It's, you know, some of the ways that they play around the sky as well. The way that you can kind of read into what they want to do depends when and where Paddy flashes. They like to do the 1-4 a lot of the times, and also, like I said, on the defense, they like to play around that Viper wall. And a lot of the times, if you just watch their VOD, you do the prep the way the captain should be doing, you can probably come up with a lot of really good antis, which we already saw on Abyss.
Let's see what we've got. So Team Liquid... Yeah, okay, so Sentinels, this is a comp change. Narrate had been playing the Gecko previously, and it's just switching over into a Sky.
Yeah, I don't think it's a massive change. If you're playing a like solo flash initiator, there's not great Gecko-Teo synergy, so that makes a little bit more sense to me.
Ab to hand cricket mein 0 पे आउट
followed up with the Teo, but
क्रिकेट हैंड क्रिकेट ही होती है, पैर से नहीं खेला जाता, फुटबॉल होता है वो, पैर से खेलने वाला. खाली दो.
Yeah, because we'd been seeing like all the jet and those types of things. So honestly, it comes to me again about the brawling of these two teams when it comes into the site hit. It's actually really effective retakes from both teams on the last map. Bind, notoriously hard to retake.
And I cannot believe it comes down to this map as well, because elimination is on the line. The winner will get a chance to make playoffs tomorrow one last time. Here is Bren and Sideshirt.
This is it. It's going to be the last time we see one of these two teams here in Bangkok. Elimination. It's all on the line. And Team Liquid, listen, hard pressed, but they did manage to drag it to this third
by Sentinels, Bank, Molly,
ठीक occasionally, but who the hell knows here? This Sentinels core, they've never known elimination in the group stage, preliminary stage, excuse me, of the global event.
Well, here, take a look at the pistol round from Team Liquid. They're going to stack 4 players over towards B, anticipating this. They've got the right read.
They certainly do.
SEN running a very familiar pistol round.
I'm going to fight us with flashes. Gecko flash over the top, Sky flash as well alongside it, but they are walked all the way up. They might just miss the timing here. Team Liquid flash up into the face. Yeah, Paddy, it's not long for this wall. Kamek swinging around on a wide. He needs to return that fire camo over the shoulder. Bit of stray bullets and spam as the smokes are just dropped down. Advantage here for Liquid, they found it.
Got to assume that Paddy Tech there got killed by a player that was full blind.
Contact, double blind.
Nat's going to pop the wall.
That's a trap play,
He's playing the weak side of the map almost all the time for them on the defensive bind. He's got this orb up at default as well that makes it pretty difficult to get nice plants.
3 players up through heaven here. Team Liquid just trying to barge their way back into the side as well, and the fight is going their way. John dropped down to just 11 HP. Bang up and over. Clean shots necessary for Sentinels to stand a chance. They slow it down with the salvos, but everybody's positions accounted for. Team Liquid start off strong here on Bind. That pistol round win.
And what a lovely pistol strat it is too. You're going to see a lot of this from Liquid. Watch out for where Kamek and Paditek are playing. If they're playing on the same side of the map together, they're probably going to try to set up some kind of either trap play like this or a flash re-clear. I think Liquid currently, I'm actually a big fan of their bind. I've been watching a lot of it. I think they're probably the best team that isn't running a Vice on this map. Now the results have not necessarily borne that out. But here they've got a chance to pull out a win in a big moment.
We're getting ankles ever so slightly here, but yeah. All good.
But crazy सा नहीं करना Liquid. Oh, spam किसे नहीं मारा? Come on, man!
Kiko as well. Over to
Come on, man! Come on!
Very difficult to clear out.
मेरे तो गया था. Huh?
All quiet for now. Bang has that showers control. The rest of his team, Sentinel's probably going to be calling for a B long take. No, they're changing their mind.
7 बोल रहा था कोई तो.
Thought they were going to be looking for TP options.
Coming back over towards A. Don't know whether Bang's going to anticipate that Kamik's got his number here.
He's going to be running short, surely, and yet Wall's going to be dropped down. Faced out wide there with the rain. That's a salvos towards the back. Camo is going to be forced to press forwards, and with that by his side, it's all good, no worries.
Flawless.
Look at that setup there again. Another different defensive setup over towards A. Instead of having the orb over towards default, he puts it short. Anytime the attacking Viper wall goes up, he's going to match the same amount of fuel on his orb. And that makes it much more difficult for you to be able to get the lurk timing down short. His Viper setups are very unique, very creative on bind. He's kind of meta leading at the moment.
Beautiful, beautiful. Nice camo.
Just like he was back in the day.
उसको मेरी तरफ से प्यार देना,
But it's
stream पे
been
बोलो
a
मैं उसको
while
गाली
since we've
देता
seen
हूँ.
this creativity from Nats, and I think him now IGLing has allowed him to craft these setups where he calls around them.
एक दिन मेरा गला जाएगा.
Sentinels have got to figure out what the defense looks like. He's got a wall again here, Nats, for Camo to try to take a fight.
Oh, Bulldog, and damage done, kill found.
That's a brutal opener for Sentinels.
Yeah.
One of their drones has gone missing. One of their
Bottle opener सुना है,
players
brutal
in the
opener क्या
series
होता
so
है?
far has gone missing. And it's so easy
पानी
for
का
ult
bottle
cycles to
मतलब?
start forming on bind. It's probably the #1 map for that kind of stuff to get out of control.
देखो technically defensive map है.
Play it down now.
यार तुम लोग deep down जाओगे.
Forcing his contact plays once more. Look at Nats, he's already there with a setup, as you mentioned. An exchange when it comes to the fuel timings. Just up and down they go. Nade to the floor. Bang. Just get the one kill, but Nats, okay, just can't quite retreat there. But there's a molly at the feet, and John, yeah, very ready for that one. So good util from Sen, flushing out these players.
A bit of a mistake from Camo as well. Does Kamik try to find a timing here? He has.
Got away in.
He's worked in way further forward than they're going to think.
They flash through. This is a beautiful timing, and yes, Elsis none the wiser. Bullet to the side there. It's weaker weaponry from Team Liquid, but they're doing decent work with it. Nevertheless, here with man after the back as well. Critical kills need to be found. Bang! Trying to maintain control.
Bang, bang, rat, bang,
and swinging wide. What? It's a molly to the chest and a ghost to the face.
I mean, Kiko launches a projectile like he's using the snowball weapon. And then he hits him with a ghost headshot.
Yeah.
That should be a clutch that Bang is winning every day of the week, I think. The peak timing, there's nothing to fault him on. And then he headbutts a molly. I want to see the final kill from Kiko. How is he so precise? Oh, he just tiny little sidestep. Maybe the molly did extra damage.
Yeah.
That's brutal, though, for Sentinels.
Comedy कर रहे हैं बे.
They lost narrate at the very beginning of the round and couldn't close things out
Comedy
there.
कर रहे हैं.
The timing from Kamik, the right risk taken at the right time. Sen are taking a tactical timeout
after losing the bonus.
After round 3.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things I've loved about having Mini on the broadcast in EMEA, goated coach from Fnatic, is that you get the insight on these kind of timings. I remember Mini saying at one point, you are never calling this for a tactical reason. You're calling it for some kind of, you've heard something in the comms that's gone wrong, you've heard your team's got like a bad mentality or a bad approach to things, like something's gone skew with early. One reason why that might not be the case this round, it might be more tactical, is that Sen actually have enough money that they can force here. So you might be trying to give them an extra round idea from the strat book that they can pull out to just stop Team Liquid's snowball developing. As soon as Camo and Kamik get ults online, this could get out of control so fast.
Might already be
मैं
the
बाद में
case.
खुद का वीडियो क्यों देख रहा हूँ? बाद में देख सकता हूँ ना मैं?
As you said, I mean, Camo, as soon as he gets that ult online, he's 2 away. As it is.
यार जिसने नहीं देखा प्लीज ये मैच के बाद एसिडल का नया वीडियो देख के आओ प्लीज.
Acknowledgement. That's what they were really looking for on Team Liquid side of things. Paddy's going to be getting that
और भी
information.
तुम्हारे पास कोई आइडियाज है जो करना चाहिए?
Here's the dog.
फन होएगा वो आइडियाज कमेंट सेक्शन में लिख देना ठीक है?
B side looking to try and squeeze these players and see if they can listen. Man, Team Liquid.
Oh!
Damage, but Raid and Bang sidestep the damage. The bullets while they're at it, out through the back. They weren't expecting that kind of timing. Nats is straight in the fray, straight into the fight.
Down B.
Running a mockery over all of them. John QT, that's an Armageddon expended, but way ahead of this one. It's a slow ult at that. Isolates the one. But does he know where Camo is? Does he know where Camo is? The answer is no.
Nats has just done the same thing to them in this round that Kamek did in the previous. It's just taking the timing through the smoke. Kamek does a decent job of being able to get one in this situation, but Kiko wasn't able to get much more in this spot. But this play here, as Nats just walks through into backside, doesn't get traded. In fact, snaps onto Narrate.
Nice, nice, nice. Why so easy? Let's go.
ये गया.
Oh.
ये गया. ये
4-0. And Sentinels, they put everything into that previous round. They put attack timeout in there. They forced up.
13 cents बोला था कोई रुको ना भाई.
And that's even before we start talking about Showstopper and Gecko Ult. This is a very rough beginning to a crucial elimination map for Sentinels.
Yeah. It's ringing at the back of my mind is that Sentinel squad, I mean, it's been essentially bespoke built for success. 12 बजे उठ के थोड़ा warm up कर लेना. Short, one way to deal with it. Camo's been perched up on those high ground angles a little bit prior, so I think they had some level of awareness. But how do you convert it past this point?
Toxins going poison orb emitting.
Drone.
Easy bola.
Not broken in time, so Paddy's going to be spotted out
देखो क्या होने वाला है.
Retreat back to a bit of safety.
का नाम सुना
hold
तुम में
this
से
one
किसी
down.
ने?
It's a crash used in response to Taman, I believe, potentially there.
You don't really want to fight it though.
Okay. Coming up close. Might be where these guns thrive with a flash into your face. Rapid fire as he approached from second, but he's isolated alone, and that's just because of the mosh that was laid down earlier by Kamek. Instant TP.
Nats left the site.
And taking the pivot. Yeah, Nats is not home. Able to get the plant down potentially into this spot, but a lot of unknowns here.
They're not going to think about this though, are they?
Sentinel, surely not thinking about it, and yeah, there's no coverage up towards the top. Attempted to trade, Narrate, he's just spamming, right clicks, jumping around!
That's your own wall, Bang! They're swinging through their own Viper wall to try to fight him in the chaos.
And that just puts an end to any chances of Sentinels there in round 5. It's getting tallied up here for Team Liquid. After a tenuous, hotly contested Abyss.
And Nats is having so much value. He's the player that closed it out on Abyss. That got them the attack round when nothing else was working. And his setups and his individual ability are taking them through to a 5-0 scorching lead in the decider.
Hi Kaden, now rank push stream, let's go.
Be blocking off a portion.
And one-way showers, a really standard setup here. And even if you do try to go fast through showers, if you somehow make it through, Camo has a showstopper. So it looks like A is weak, or at least weaker, because there's only 2 players here. But how could you possibly get through? I guess you could take showers and try to pit out, if Bang wants to try that. I think Camo would just have a field day there with his nade and with his showstopper.
Yeah, look at him. I mean, he's just holding util into his hands. It's walking, contacting, called by Sen, but how the hell do you navigate this one? Snake bite drop down as well. It's going to be a nade. They're going to try and get all the way past this. Showstopper going wide as well. And bullets are flying, exchange, the handshake across the site. 4 versus 4 in through the smokes. Drop down, Shorty in play. Spraying down with pellets, Camo. Down, sent straight back to that spectator seat. It's 3 versus 4. Creeping through onto the flank though. Shoulder to shoulder. It's a pit drop down as well, but this might just give them more ins. Kiko moving forwards in second. He doesn't anticipate this whatsoever. Yeah, with a pit in their face, there's no instant trade-off. Molly at the feet as well. It's going to be locking these Sen players out and wide. Sliders the gaps. They managed to get past it, but still they need the kills, and they need them now. Trade in sight. It's a 1v2, and it's just stuck all the way. Nothing to play for there for an 08.
The value from the wingman. He's hopped on it at the end there. Little buddy getting him the 6th. The flank. Same position that Nats won the prior round from, by the way. And Sen did a great job of getting through these ults. A great coordinated play and a sick satchel outplay from Zekken to completely bait the showstopper from Camo. But then a nightmare, like you talked about. The Viper's Pit almost gave them a bit more of an in because the player Lamps couldn't cover short.
13-7,
Seconds, heads on a swivel, the Pit doesn't cover his position, and he's timing essentially. He was looking at short only about 3 or 4 seconds earlier. Senna getting outclassed.
Second timeout by Sentinels. Outclassed is the right word to describe it, man. 6 rounds in a row.
And even when they get part of the puzzle correct, even when they're able to navigate that really tricky ult setup from Nats and Camo, they fall at what should be, if anything, a bit more of a basic idea of just covering the flank retakes. You know that Team Liquid have been pushing out on defense, or at least trying to quite a bit,
my language.
because that's how Nats ended up behind you in the previous round. Sentinels need a turnaround, and they need it now. It's going to be so tough, though. This is the issue with the bind ult cycles.
Binks team
Climax nearly got onto the wingman online. Kiko still has orbitals.
I love Nuts.
Tech's about to get up to Seekers.
Sen is
no
not
point
sir.
Here, really, until the end of the first half, where Sen are going to have an ult advantage.
ऐसा कोई word है नहीं.
And they're running the same strategy that they pulled out in the pistol. Teho drone over towards Hookah. A bit more of a fight towards B-Long.
Next round क्या करना रहता है discuss करते हैं. In general क्या करना चाहिए?
Flash, swing on top of it. Wow, ADS up with a Bulldog. Listen, it's not great even on the best of days. Sentinels made out on the better side of that engagement there. Now you can see the Seeker trying to pave the way. Kiko very much alone when he's trying to make this play here. But John, do you take that peak timing? Oh my god, oh my goodness! Hit a barrel. Just poked through and gave him that perfect timing. Slowed all the way down and it's pulled rotations, and Paddy and Nats, a lot to overcome. It's a TP pivot. They had no control of showers when they made this play here, Sen. There's danger. They could have got caught out, and having to use the drone now to clear out through short. Still,
you can't lose this to Nats. You can't lose this to Nats.
But he is the definition of a ratty player. He defined it, man. Made it popular. No coverage. Inside! Nats! God damn!
Oh my god.
No access to the A site! No access at all! How has he done that? They flashed, they knew there was a player over towards triple, they had the info about it. Why is nobody covering the plant?
So many gaps in the way to set a play in, and no more timeouts. No chance for Cap to hit the panic button.
Nats is 13-4, Zels is spitting out frustrated commands to the rest of them. Sen are going to need a miracle. They need divine intervention to be able to win here, because everything Team Liquid touches turns to gold.
ये तो होना ही नहीं था, bro.
An adjustment to the setup once more. Team Liquid.
Dog solo को पता है कि size city है.
Speed, deep snake bite as well. Blocks off any chance for
Sentinels
Sentinels to get B-Long control.
चार बंदे मिलके एक ही बंदा देखने के.
All in camo.
Oh, Nats is inside another smoke.
And look at this position. Trade. He's 13 HP. They can't even remove this guy. Took tight to the corner, another smoke to replenish. Did they expect him to be gone at this point? The answer. Listen, they're going to be getting the answer soon enough, potentially. Here's a Trailblazer used by Paddy out towards the back, and that's all respect a bit of that space as well, as the smoke will be going down soon enough. Salvos going to be used.
With the orbital strike, they still have an opportunity to scorch the earth of B.
Sen going to be trying to cut this one up now. It's all about partitioning up the sites and winning the fights out, but how the hell? The Team Liquid getting away, but still orbital strike does the job, does it well. Kamek comes it up close into the corner, and Celsius had to be the playmaker. He was that case still, he's brought it to that 2v2 and they're not out. Danger yet.
You just gave Nats a smoke to play around.
Oh dear, 14 seconds. There's no clearance into the site. You can see it. They're fighting demons at this point, and his name is Nats. Creeping round, and my God, he will not be denied.
It's a vintage performance from Nats. Kept in the cellar for a couple of years, but once you cork it, oh, beautiful. An absolute beautiful Nats vintage. And he's home, isn't he? This is, if you think back to maps that you would associate with Nats in his prime, it's Bind. It's the Bind Viper. And like I said, he's back up there. He's creative. He's finding his timings. He's calling the team around his setups and becoming a superstar IGL Sentinel, the likes of which we have no comparison to at Bangkok.
And it's all tempo, it's all pace. Sentinels, my God, Nats! This guy is relentless! They're already dead at this point! For Team Liquid, they don't give him a chance!
Book him a flight! Book them the flight! Team Liquid are sending Sen home, packing a goose egg on the side of Sentinels currently. They can't get anything to go right.
18-5, the scoreline for Nats. Double the next top fragger, Kao sitting at 9. There are 4 players in this match who were hoping, hunting for a chance of a second trophy lift.
3 of them on Sentinels, John, Zelsis second. 1 on Liquid, Nats. 1 little Nats.
Versus the entirety of Sen society.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, नैट्स को मालूम है ये चैम्प्स का फाइनल में चल रहा है?
Camo perched.
हाँ ये गेम जीतने पे ट्रॉफी नहीं मिलने वाली है उसको।
Piling up at this point.
क्वालीफाई होने वाले थे।
Nothing short of divine intervention is what's needed.
ये
He's in the walls, man! He's in the walls! Is done!
10 rounds on the board for Team Liquid. 20 kills in the bank for Nats. He's got a KPR of 2. Every single round he's given you 2.
Unbelievable.
And he's taking these fights, taking these timings. Lohan can't believe what he's seeing. What a gift to have a guy like this on the team. By the way, if you're an IGL, it means you don't really need to frag that heavy.
भाई सामने वालों को टोटल स्कोर 20 नहीं हो रहा है, नैट्स ने 20 मारा है।
Low IGL's quivering at the sight of this game.
Nats doing it all as an outlier. The only Sentinel IGL at this event. It's domination. There's no room to breathe at this point for Sentinels, honestly. I don't even want to talk about
एक राउंड में 20 राउंड वो जिंदा कैसे है वो?
Close. No. The timings are getting missed.
बंदा जिंदा कोई देख नहीं पा रहा है क्या उसको?
And they can't get a handle on Nats himself. As you mentioned earlier, I mean, it's looking like he's in prime form. Rolling back the years to the Gambit times.
If he can hear.
Team Liquid have realised that if they went for a push like that, it's exactly what Sentinels are waiting for, but at some point the clock is going to become an issue.
A पे Nats है, Sentinels go B. A पे Nats है, I repeat. A पे Nats है, मेरा आवाज आ रहा है?
Camo's here to play spoiler. Oh, the rocket denied! It's a beautiful drone. Gets the suppression off, but it's a quick reaction!
Yeah!
Oh my God, blink of an eye.
मर गया Nats.
Doesn't even go down a second, bloodthirsty.
They finally shut down Nats. Popped his pit.
एक
run
बार
down.
चेहरा देखो.
They threw bodies at the problem.
This is by का RNG.
Kiko, I beg you don't win this.
I mean, surely there's got to be no gaps here. There's got to be no gaps, and the swing comes through off of the sound cues
of the century. मैं बोला था उनको ए ही जाना चाहिए. बोला था कि नहीं?
No. I mean, the most huffed up Sentinel scope in the world couldn't give you faith in any level of a comeback here. Because also, once Team Liquid go to the attack side, Nats' setups are just as good, by the way, just as creative. Running attacking walls that nobody else really is.
मैडम तो फुल उदास है भाई. मैडम का हो गया.
Replays trying to be that emotional anchor
मैडम
for
भी
the team.
टिकट इसके लिए लिया था मैंने.
Dire straits.
10-0 के बाद एक राउंड पे खुश होने के लिए.
Spare here for Sen.
They've left Nats to cover the A site on his own.
Madam is done for.
Look to the side here. The flash does not connect. As you said, they've left Nats alone. He's practically a one-man army at this point.
Team Liquid still getting really active.
Oh, no way.
Really aggressive. No. They thought about going for a sun push in the previous round and decided that's exactly what Sentinels were waiting for. But Kiko, posted up here is giving them full information. Do they clear this? Because he could get one.
They do. I think it was the smoke that kind of spelled it out there.
Well, now, as soon as there's a player pushed up like that, you expect the rest of B to be free. Nats does his fast TP play.
Brady just can't win out the duel there, facing too many players. Tango with Plant. Has to go down here by John. No contestation, but it's a rapid play at that. Look at it, footsteps maneuvering. Team Liquid want to get straight back into the fight in the fray in second. Is eager. Drawing blood earlier to set the tone of this round at least. Round 12. Okay, Nats should not be favored there. Hopping up. The playmaker himself, listen, backs to all sorts of these players. Senna just not ready for it right now. Wingman scatters forwards, and look at the squeeze of
Nats again. 2 big kills in that spot. Kamek also controlling the flank. Team Liquid have every angle shut down, every moment. Liquid, with Nats at the helm, dropping 22, have just put a wrecking ball through Sen City.
ये 1 मिनट गाना काहे को सुनने का चालू कर दो ना गेम दौड़े लग गए बे दौड़े लग गए
Too much. I had enough word. I'm on a slide swerve. Enough of the rocket serve. Throw it up. Go get a glass. Pour it up.
क्या गाना ये?
Showing up. Let me stop capping you growing up. Roll with a winner. Betty's mean a sprinter. Ice my neck out like the winner. High like a summer. Do what I say like a runner. Sabi gon' do what she wanna. Hop on a jet. I keep shining baguettes. Fall in New York like the Nets. Hop on a jet. I keep shining baguettes. Fall in New York like the Nets.
Binks, मेरे पे गाना ये. Love you.
The Sentinel side of things, listen, the halftime will offer a critical opportunity for a bit of input on the coaching side.
अब कौन बचा है भाई support करने के लिए बताओ?
The damage at this point is already done. It's 11-1. Elimination on the line here for Sentinels.
After 19 years, we are finally.
I misspoke actually. It's
Apex
Nats who single-handedly delivered it.
क्या बोलते हैं guys?
22 kills in the first half. It's got to be one of the best performances I've ever seen in a single half.
Yeah.
Utterly dominant. And Sentinels, they're on the verge, on the very tipping point, the edge of the abyss. And they are 99.9% going home here. They're still going to try to put one foot in front of the other. But for the 3 players on Sentinels, the core that's going for that second trophy, that started so strong last year, it's got to be gutting to look at the scoreboard.
Hey!
And realize
किसने देखा किसने देखा किसने देखा किसने देखा किसने देखा ये गाइस फाइनली मेरा आवाज गया फाइनली गाइस ये हमारी कम्युनिटी बढ़ चुकी है हमारा बंदा एक वहां तक पहुंच चुका है गाइस लेट्स गो www.
They looked like they had some kind of idea that there was going to be a short push going on. Well, they couldn't stop the double flash play.
2 versus 4. Just can't quite whip the ghost around in time. This is Liquid on the verge. Absolutely unreal stuff. Celsius, time is ticking, son. The hourglass running dry. It is do or die.
That's the case of the entire match today. Elimination games, do or die. And it's not with a bang, but with, I don't even want to say a whimper, a flattening that Sentinels are exiting here. Liquid, look, immaculate on Bind. Every idea that they've had, every timing they've taken has worked to perfection. SEN are going to force. What else can you do in a spot like this? But Liquid are going to be aware of it.
Absolutely have to.
Going back to the normal wall here for Nats. Allowing them to go for double swings and take the fight with a flash. They're so aware.
Putting the wall up as well, just spotting these players out, tucked to the corner. Instantaneous smoke there from Zelsis.
That's not.
Set their sights over to a different direction.
Ah.
Bang jump spotting, doesn't see anything.
ऐसा बाहर नहीं जाना
Liquid
चाहिए
might
यार.
be
यार ऐसा उल्टी करके बाहर जा तो.
sight.
We know that Team Liquid love to contact. Are they just going to try to go all the way up here? Catch back.
12-1 मतलब 13 rounds हो गए, जीत गया ना SEN.
Beautiful.
Not long for the world. And this might be it, the impetus. The first death blow of many. Wingman sent in, Salvos to deny this one, but the plan will go off without a hitch anyway. Kiko follows through, star player removed. Team Liquid able to send Sen City home. Narrate swinging wide, but he's just one man. And it's all Nuts leading Team Liquid forwards.
What a beast of a performance, an all-timer. Classic Nats delivering on Bind with the rest of Team Liquid to support. 455 ACS from the Sentinel IGL. He is back. I don't think he's happy having Chishu steal his thunder.
No.
He wanted to show that he can still be the master.
Chishu's probably watching this game like, yeah, that's my GOAT. Go on, son. Have a chance here for Sentinels. We will be saying goodbye to them, but for Team Liquid, it's that second lease of life. They're not out of the danger zone just yet, but with a win like that, they put out a statement.
They certainly do. I think teams are going to be scared of them on Bind. Only other teams that are super strong in that map, I would have been talking about Trace, to be honest, but we've already seen them go home earlier on. Didn't even get to see their Bind. They didn't play the Vice Deathlock at any point. But Liquid showcasing depth to the map pool.
Yeah.
Definitely. Because even the Lotus and Pearl that are at the absolute bottom of the map pool, they've stolen some good compositions, and at least in one half on each of the maps, they've been competent. The more work they put in, the more time they have, the better and better this squad gets. A reminder that this is the 10th match of this year for Team Liquid. They played the maximum possible amount of matches during kickoff. And here they're going to play the maximum amount again because they've won and then they've lost.
I've heard that storyline before.
But Sentinels on the other side.
Yeah.
And maybe the narrative was just the opposite way around. A lot of the Sentinels fans looking at their squad and thinking, all right, we're the lower bracket team, we heat up, we get revenge matches. Liquid have been quietly doing it all year.
Yep, certainly have.
But Liquid don't remind me of Sentinels from last year because they don't have the big names necessarily. Obviously, Nats is the outlier.
A couple of unknowns thrown into the mix of this team, but they have kind of their own identity, I think, as well so far. In terms of styles, there's no team that does it like them.
No, the contact in plays, the pushes on defense, the timing, the way that Nats calls around his setups. There's no map where you get better calling around Nats setups than here on Bind. They put full faith in him, full trust, and he's delivered. Delivered a masterclass.
25 kills at the end of that. 13 to 1. Not going to see dominance like that every time. Oh my God.
And Lohan might be right.
तुम लोग इंटरव्यू देखो, मैं फट से वॉशरूम जाके आया और उसके बाद हम करेंगे आज भी लॉन्ग स्ट्रीट
certainly is.
It's such an unknown who they'll end up
facing
next.
कंटिन्यू करते हैं थोड़ी देर गेमिंग करके बाद में रेस्ट करेंगे
soon enough as well. We're getting the Verizon post match.
Bro, ये रुक जाओ हाँ देखो मैं फट से आया
Not quite yet. Got some signing to do. They've got to meet some fans, kiss some babies.
It's a great venue. If you're not able to make it, it's a wonderful venue here for the fans to be able to interact with the players. They're so close compared to some of our previous events. The fans very much feeling like they're a part of the show out here. And Liquid, these players can't have thought at the beginning of the year that they had a great chance of being able to make it to these events and put on such a show.
Considering the start at kickoff that they displayed,
yeah,
probably not, but they had that turning point, a resurgence. And honestly, the big question, I think, for a lot of people watching them was, when was it going to run out? When we were going to see the old Liquid, but there is no old Liquid anymore.
No, I think at this point, if you don't believe that Liquid have made some serious permanent improvements and developments, you're just coping and seething. You are just coping and seething. This team is genuinely good. Yes, a lot of what they're doing is based on form, because it has to be when you play Contacty. Yes, a lot of it has to do with pushes on defense.
Well, let's send it down to the floor for the Verizon post-match interview.
Club มาแล้ว Wow, look at the crowd กลับมาแล้วนะครับผมก็มาอยู่กับผมเหมือนเดิมและคีโก้ของเราจากทีม Liquid บอกเลยนะว่าเมื่อกี้นี่คือสุดๆแล้วจริงๆนะครับผมของ Valorant Masters Bangkok นะตอนนี้ซึ่งคำถามแรกที่ผมอยากรู้มากๆเลยว่าเกม2เนี่ยเขากลับมาได้ไงเพราะการที่เขาสามารถชนะได้ต่อชีวิตทีม Liquid ในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้เลยก็ว่าได้ครับผม First of all Kiko congratulations on your win that was an amazing performance by you everybody here is really impressed by it I really want to know because your performance in Game 2, Map 2 really extended the life of Team Liquid in this tournament. So I would just love to know what game plan did you had and what key decisions were there during the intense overtime leading to Game 3?
The game plan that we had was just to play our own game. We knew our Abyss is one of our strongest map picks, so we didn't really do too much anti, and with the overtime, it was more to do with Nats and Lohan's amazing eye-gelling. Eyes had a really good read on the game. We just threw so many touches and so many post plants that, I mean, it was a bit hard, but we pulled through.
Got it. Great answer. สำหรับคำตอบนะครับบอกว่าก็ต้องบอกเลยนะว่าตอนโอเวอร์ไทม์เนี่ยขึ้นอยู่กับ Nats กับโลฮานเป็นหลักด้วยความที่เขาอ่านเกมกันออกแล้วช่วยกันทำให้เรามีคลัตช์ได้เยอะมากๆนะครับผมทำให้เรากลับมาได้เท่านั้นเองก็บอกเลยนะว่าได้กำลังใจไปเยอะมากๆเลยจริงๆสำหรับตัวของคิโก้เองและตัวทั้งของทีม Liquid ซึ่งมาคำถามต่อมาซึ่งผมเองเนี่ยก็มองว่าแฟนๆชาวไทยหลายๆคนน่าจะชอบนะครับผมก็คือว่าเขาก็เป็นลูกครึ่งไทยอยากรู้ว่าการที่เขามาเล่นรายการ Masters ที่ประเทศไทยเนี่ยส่งผลยังไงต่อเขาบ้าง and next question I mean we all know that you are half Thai right and there are so many Thai fans supporting you all the way through and look at all of them look at that can you hear that wow does this have any impact on you being able to compete in an international stage for Valorant in Thailand?
It honestly feels amazing. To be honest, to hear the crowd cheering after every win of the round, and we take a lot of the energy from the crowd, so it's amazing to be here. To be honest, I love it.
ก็บอกว่า เหมือนจะไม่ต้องแปลเลยนะครับผมแต่สำหรับคีโก้เองนะก็บอกว่าคือชอบ energy มากของทุกคนนะครับพลังงานที่ส่งมาให้ระหว่างแข่งหลังจากที่เขาสามารถชนะได้ทุกเกมขอบคุณมากๆแล้วรู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากๆจริงๆครับที่มาเล่นที่นี่โอ้โหก็บอกเลยนะว่าสุดยอดจริงๆสำหรับเกมเมื่อกี้นี้นะครับผม and Kiko of course as you can see all the fans are supporting you but I think that will be it I will leave you to the fans I see all of them are taking off their cameras and they're so ready to just congratulate you as well but this will be it for now. Congratulations again. Best of luck in the next round. I will leave you to your fans.
Thank you so much.
but we are still not done. Let's hope I don't trip over this. แต่สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับเรายังมี draw show อยู่ด้วยนะครับนั่นก็คือการจับสายต่อนั่นเองเนื่องจากว่าเราสามารถหาทีมเนี่ยที่ไปในรอบต่อไปได้แล้ว So please let me introduce you again. Victoria. All right, Victoria, please take it.
Yeah, we have the round 3 of Swiss. This is the last round of Swiss before we hit playoffs. Vitality and EDG already through. We'll see them whenever we come back from Dark Days. We have 4 teams. It's super simple. Regional matchups are allowed, so we can see DRX T1. There's technically no Swiss rematches, but none of them played each other, so it's fair game.
Amazing สำหรับตรงนี้นะครับผมกฎกติกาจะมีเปลี่ยนไปนิดนึงนะแต่ในเมื่อตรงเนี้ยเราค่อนข้างที่จะจับทางได้แล้วว่าใครเคยเจอใครมาบ้างเพราะในรอบต่อไปไม่มีใครเคยเจอกันมาก่อนเลยในการแข่งนี้นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยจับตาดูได้และที่สำคัญนะครับผม T1 ยังสามารถจะเจอกับ DRX ได้ด้วยเช่นเดียวกันนะครับไม่มีการจำกัดไม่มีการจำกัดเรื่อง region นะเพราะฉะนั้นเรามาดูกันครับผม Victoria thank you very much please proceed on to the draws
All right, I will draw the first teams for each match first and then their opponents. So the first one
สำหรับทีมแรกนะครับ
T1.
Seems like they have a lot of people who want to see T1 play.
भाई क्या
The
draws है?
other match will be
อันนี้จะจับอีกคู่หนึ่งนะครับอีกคู่หนึ่ง
T2. All right.
T1 versus G2 लग गया
T1's
T1 के
opponent.
สำหรับคู่ต่อสู้ของ T1
Hey
ครับ
T1 versus G2
ใคร
नहीं है
ดี
बच गया T1 बच गया
Oh Victoria I think you jinxed it
I know. I did.
लग गए T1 के
All right. So last but not least, we will see
लग गए T1 के
G2 TL.
โอ้ G2 ทีม
Liquid
ลิควิ
के
ด
भी लग
นะครับ
गए
สำหรับรอบต่อไปในสวิส
Liquid के भी लग गए
นะฮะโอ้โหบอกเลยว่าเดือดแน่นอน
चलो
Thank you
2-0 DRX 2-0 G2 let's go prediction king is back let's go W चलो एक काम करते हैं अभी नया स्ट्रीम करते हैं क्योंकि एड्स वीड्स मेरा ऑफ है फट से नया स्ट्रीम करते हैं अभी मैं लाइव हो रहा हूँ सीधा इंस्टेंट गेमिंग हो रही है सीधा इंस्टेंट गेमिंग ठीक है फट से स्ट्रीम ऑफ कर रहा हूँ फट से स्ट्रीम चालू कर रहा हूँ जल्दी आ जाओ जल्दी सो ओनली वन पैसिफिक टीम कैन गो नहीं एक पैसिफिक टीम नीचे आएगी फिर वापस ऊपर जा सकती टेंशन मत लो चलो Come on, baby. Come on.